See Frank R. Sims' History of the Old Tenant Church, 2nd ed. Cranberry, New Jersey, 1904. Her maiden name was Mary Ludwig Marley Pitcher, was a nickname given to her by the soldiers in reference to her carrying water to soldiers overcome by heat in the Battle of Monmouth. She married Hayes in 1769. Hayes died soon after the war, and later she married one George Macaulay. She lived for more than 40 years at Carlisle Pen, where a monument was erected to her memory in 1876. Freehold in the English law of real property, an estate in land not being less than an estate for life, an estate for a term of years no matter how long was considered inferior in dignity to an estate for life, and unworthy of a freemancy estate some time before the reign of Henry Roman II, but apparently not so early as Doomsday. The expression liberum tenementum was introduced to designate land held by a freeman by a free tenure. Thus freehold tenure is the sum of the rights and duties which constitute the relation of a free tenant to his lord. In this sense, freehold is distinguished from copyhold, which is a tenure having its origin in the relation of lord and villein. Copyhold. Freehold is also distinguished from leasehold, which is an estate for a fixed number of years. Only by analogy, the interest of a person who holds an office for life is sometimes said to be a freehold interest. The term customary freeholds is applied to a kind of copyhold tenure in the north of England, viz. tenure by copy of Cortral, but not as in other cases expressed to be at the will of the lord. 1 Digby's History of the Law of Real Property. Freeland, a borough of Luzerne County, Pennsylvania, USA, about 20 Roman 1000 s of Wilkes-Barre, in the part of the state Pop, 1890, 1730, 1952, 54, 1339, foreign-born, many being Slavs, 1910, 61, 97. Freeland is served by the Lehigh Valley Railway and by electric railway to Upper Lehigh. 1 Roman 1000 distant, served by the Central Railroad of New Jersey, and to other neighboring places. The borough is built on Broad Mountain, nearly 2,000 ft above sea level, and the chief industry is the mining of coal at the numerous surrounding collieries. Freeland is the seat of the Mining and Mechanical Institute of the Anthracite region, chartered in 1894, modelled after the German Stagerschulen, with elementary and secondary departments and a night school for workmen. The borough has foundries and machine shops of considerable importance and manufactures. Silk overalls, beer and Hames. Freeland was first settled about 1842, was laid out in 1870, and was incorporated in 1876. Freeman Edward Augustus, 18,230,000, 1892, English historian, was born at Harborne, Staffordshire, on the 2nd of August 1823. He lost both his parents in infancy, was brought up by a grandmother, and was educated at private schools, and by a private tutor. He was a studious and precocious boy, more interested in religious matters, history and foreign politics than in boyish things. He obtained a scholarship at Trinity College, Oxford, and a second class in the degree examination, and was elected Fellow of his college 1845. While at Oxford, he was much influenced by the High Church movement, and thought seriously of taking orders, but abandoned the idea. He married a daughter of his former tutor, the Rev. R. Gutch, in 1847, and entered on a life of study. Ecclesiastical architecture attracted him strongly. He visited many churches and began a practice which he pursued throughout his life, of making drawings of buildings on the spot and afterwards tracing them over in ink. His first book, save for his share in a volume of English verse, was a History of Architecture, 1849, though he had not then seen any buildings outside England. It contains a good sketch of the development of the art. It is full of youthful enthusiasm, and is written in florid language. After some changes of residence, he bought a house called Summerleys near Wells, Somerset, and settled there in 1860. Freeman's life was one of strenuous literary work. He wrote many books and countless articles for reviews, newspapers, and other publications, and was a constant contributor to the Saturday Review until 1878, when he ceased to write for it for political reasons. His Saturday Review articles corrected many errors and raised the level of historical knowledge among the educated classes, but as a reviewer he was apt to forget that a book may have blemishes and yet be praiseworthy. For some years, he was an active county magistrate. He was deeply interested in politics, was a follower of Mr. Gladstone, and approved the Home Rule Bill of 1886, but objected to the later proposal to retain the Irish members at Westminster to be returned to Parliament. Was one of his few ambitions, and in 1868 he unsuccessfully contested mid-Somerset. Foreign, rather than domestic politics, had the first place with him. Historical and religious sentiment combined with his detestation of all that was tyrannical to inspire him with hatred of the Turk and sympathy with the smaller and subject nationalities of Eastern Europe. He took prominent part in the agitation, which followed the Bulgarian atrocities. His speeches were intemperate, and he was accused of uttering the words "Perish India" at a public meeting in 1876. This, however, was a misrepresentation of his words. He was made a Knight Commander 77 of the Order of the Saviour by the King of Greece, and also received an order from the Prince of Montenegro. Freeman advanced the study of history in England in two special directions: by insistence on the unity of history, and by teaching the importance and right use of original authorities. History is not, he urges, to be divided by a middle wall of partition into ancient and modern, nor broken into fragments, as though the history of each nation stood apart. It is more than a collection of narratives, it is a science, the science of man in his political character. The historical student then cannot afford to be indifferent to any part of the record of man's political being. But as his abilities for study are limited, he will, while reckoning all history to be within his range, have his own special range within which he will master every detail. Read lecture. Freeman's range included Greek, Roman, and the earlier part of English history, together with some portions of foreign medieval history, and he had a scholarly though general knowledge of the rest of the history of the European world. He regarded the abiding life of Rome as the central truth of European history, the bond of its unity, and he undertook his History of Sicily, 18,911,894, partly because it illustrated this unity further. He urges that all historical study is valueless which does not take in a knowledge of original authorities, and he teaches both by example and precept what authorities should be thus described, and how they are to be weighed and used. He did not use manuscript authorities, and for most of his work, he had no need to do so. The authorities which he needed were already in print, and his books would not have been better if he had disinterred a few more facts from unprinted sources. His reputation as a historian will chiefly rest on his History of the Norman Conquest, 18,671,876, his longest completed book. In common with his works generally, it is distinguished by exhaustiveness of treatment and research critical ability, a remarkable degree of accuracy, and a insight into the past, which he gained from his practical experience of men and institutions. He is almost exclusively a political historian. His saying that history is past politics and politics are present history is significant of this limitation of his work, which left on one side subjects of the deepest interest in a nation's life. In dealing with constitutional matters, he sometimes attaches too much weight to words and formal aspects. This gives certain of his arguments an air of pedantry, and seems to lead him to find evidences of continuity in institutions which in reality and spirit were different from what they once had been. As a rule, his estimates of character are remarkably able. It is true that he is sometimes swayed by prejudice, but this is the common lot of great historians. They cannot altogether avoid sharing in the feelings of the past, for they live in it, and Freeman did so to an extraordinary degree. Yet if he judges too favourably the leaders of the national party in England on the eve of the Norman conquest, that is a small matter to set against the insight which he exhibits in writing of Aratus, Sulla, Nicias, William the Conqueror, Thomas of Canterbury, Frederick II, and many more. In width of view, thoroughness of investigation, and honesty of purpose, he is unsurpassed by any historian. He never conceals nor wilfully misrepresents anything, and he reckoned no labour too great which might help him to draw a truthful picture of the past. When a place had any important connection with his work, he invariably visited it. He travelled much, always to gain knowledge, and generally to complete his historical equipment. His collected articles and essays on places of historical interest are perhaps the most pleasing of his writings, but they deal exclusively with historical associations and architectural features. The quantity of work which he turned out is enormous for the 15 large volumes which contain his Norman Conquest, his unfinished History of Sicily, his William Rufus 1882, and his Essays 18,721,879, and the crowd of his smaller books are matched in amount by his uncollected contributions to periodicals. In respect of matter, his historical work is uniformly excellent. In respect of form and style, the case is different. Though his sentences themselves are not wordy, he is extremely diffuse in treatment, habitually repeating an idea in successive sentences of much the same import. While this habit was doubtless aggravated by the amount of his journalistic work, it seems originally to have sprung from what may be called a professorial spirit, which occasionally appears in the tone of his remarks. He was anxious to make sure that his readers would understand his exact meaning, and to guard them against all possible misconceptions. His lengthy explanations are the more grievous because he insists on the same points in several of his books. His prolixity was increased by his unwillingness, when writing without prescribed limits, to leave out any detail, however unimportant. His passion for details not only swelled his volumes to a portentous size, but was fatal to artistic construction. The length of his books has hindered their usefulness. They were written for the public at large, but few save professed students, who can admire and value his exhaustiveness, will read the many hundreds of pages which he devotes to a short period of history. In some of his smaller books, however, he shows great powers of condensation and arrangement and writes tersely enough. His style is correct, lucid, and virile, but generally nothing more, and his endeavor to use as far as possible only words of Teutonic origin limited his vocabulary and makes his sentences somewhat monotonous, while Froude often strayed away from his authorities. Freeman kept his authorities always before his eyes, and his narrative is here and there little more than a translation of their words. Accordingly, while it has nothing of Froude's carelessness and inaccuracy, it has nothing of his charm of style, yet now and again he rises to the level of some heroic event, and parts of his chapter on the campaign of Hastings, and of his record of the wars of Syracuse and Athens, his reflections on the visit of Basil II to the Church of the Virgin on the Acropolis, and some other passages in his books are fine pieces of eloquent writing. The high quality of Freeman's work was acknowledged by all competent judges. He was made Roman 500, Roman 100, Roman 50 of Oxford, and Roman 100, Roman 500 of Cambridge honoris causa, and when he visited the United States on a lecturing tour was warmly received at various places of learning. He served on the Royal Commission on Ecclesiastical Courts, appointed in 1881. In 1884, he was appointed Regius Professor of Modern History at Oxford. His lectures were thinly attended, for he did not care to adapt them to the requirements of the university examinations, and he was not perhaps well fitted to teach young men, but he exercised a wholesome influence over the more earnest students of history among the resident graduates. From 1886, he was forced by ill health to spend much of his time abroad, and he died of smallpox at Alicante on the 16th of March 1892. While on a tour in Spain, Freeman had a strongly marked personality, though impatient in temper and occasionally rude. He was tender-hearted and generous. His rudeness to strangers was partly caused by shyness and partly by a childlike inability to conceal his feelings. Eminently truthful, he could not understand that some verbal insincerities are necessary to social life. He had a peculiar faculty for friendship, and his friends always found him sympathetic and affectionate in their society. He would talk well and showed a keen sense of humor. He considered it his duty to expose careless and ignorant writers, and certainly enjoyed doing so. He worked hard and methodically, often had several pieces of work in hand, and kept a daily record of the time which he devoted to each of them. His tastes were curiously limited. No art interested him, except architecture, which he studied throughout his life, and he cared little for literature, which was not either historical or political. In later life, he ceased to hold the theological opinions of his youth, but remained a devout churchman. See W.R.W. Stevens' Life and Letters of E. F. Freeman, London 1895, Frederick Harrison, Tennyson, Ruskin Mill, and Other Literary Estimates, London 1899, James Bryce, E. F. Freeman, Eng Hist, Rev. July 1892. W. Who? Freeman, primarily one who is free as opposed to a slave or serf. See feudalism, slavery. The term is more specifically applied to one who possesses the freedom of a city, borough, or company. Before the passing of the Municipal Corporations, 78 Act 1835, each English borough admitted freemen, according to its own peculiar custom, and bylaws. The rights and privileges of a freeman, though varying in different boroughs, generally included the right to vote at a parliamentary election of the borough and exemption from all tolls and dues. The Act of 1835 respected existing usages, and every person who was then an admitted freeman remained one, retaining at the same time all his former rights and privileges. The admission of freemen is now regulated by the Municipal Corporations Act 1882. By Section 201 of that Act, the term freeman includes any person of the class whose rights and interests were reserved by the Act of 1835 under the name either of freemen or of burgesses. By Section 202, no person can be admitted a freeman by gift or by purchase that is only birth, servitude, or marriage are qualifications. The Honorary Freedom of Boroughs Act 1885, however, makes an exception as by that act, the council of every borough may from time to time admit persons of distinction to be honorary freemen of the borough. The town clerk of every borough keeps a list which is called the freeman's roll, and when any person claims to be admitted a freeman, in respect of birth, servitude, or marriage, the mayor examines the claim, and if it is established the claimant's name is enrolled by the town clerk. A person may become a freeman or freewoman of one of the London livery companies by 1 apprenticeship or servitude, 2 patrimony, 3 redemption, 4 gift. This last is purely honorary. The most usual form of acquiring freedom was by serving apprenticeship to a freeman free both of a company and of the City of London. By an Act of Common Council of 1836, apprenticeship was permitted to freemen of the city who had not taken up the freedom of a company. By an Act of Common Council of 1889, the term of service was reduced from 7 years to 4 years. Freedom by patrimony is always granted to children of a person who has been duly admitted to the freedom. Freedom by redemption or purchase requires the payment of certain entrance fees, which vary with the standing of the company in the grocer's company. Freedom by redemption does not exist, and in such companies as still have a trade, for example, the apothecaries and stationers, it is limited to members of the trade. C.W. Roman 100, Hazlitt, The Livery Companies of the City of London, 1892. Freemasonry, according to an old charge delivered to initiates Freemasonry, is declared to be an ancient and honourable institution. Ancient, no doubt, it is, as having subsisted from time immemorial, and honourable, it must be acknowledged to be, as by a natural tendency it conduces to make those so who are obedient to its precepts to so high an eminence has its credit been advanced that in every age monarchs themselves have been promoters of the art, have not thought it derogatory from their dignity to exchange the sceptre for the trowel, have patronized our mysteries, and joined in our assemblies for many years. The craft has been conducted without respect to clime, colour, caste, or creed. History, the precise origin of the society, has yet to be ascertained, but is not likely to be, as the early records are lost. There is, however, ample evidence remaining to justify the claim for its antiquity and its honourable character. Much has been written as to its eventful past, based upon actual records, but still more which has served only to amuse or repel inquirers, and led not a few to believe that the fraternity has no trustworthy history. An unfavourable opinion of the historians of the craft generally may fairly have been held during the 18th and early in the 19th centuries, but happily since the middle of the latter century quite a different principle has animated those brethren who have sought to make the facts of Masonic history known to the brotherhood, as well as worth the study of students in general. The idea that it would require an investigator to be a member of the mystic tie in order to qualify as a reader of Masonic history has been exploded. The evidences collected concerning the institution during the last 500 years or more may now be examined and tested in the most severe manner by literary and critical experts, whether opposed or favourable to the body, who cannot fail to accept the claims made as to its great antiquity and continuity, as the lineal descendant of those craftsmen who raised the cathedrals and other great English buildings during the Middle Ages. It is only needful to refer to the old works on Freemasonry, and to compare them with the accepted histories of the present time, to be assured that such strictures as above are more than justified. The premier work on the subject was published in London in 1723, the Rev. James Anderson being the author of the historical portion introductory to the first book of constitutions of the original Grand Lodge of England. Dr. Anderson gravely states that Grand Master Moses often marshalled the Israelites into a regular and general lodge, whilst in the wilderness King Solomon was Grand Master of the Lodge at Jerusalem. Nebuchadnezzar became the Grand Master Mason. Roman 100, devoting many more pages to similar absurdities, but dismisses the important modern innovation, 17,161,717, of a Grand Lodge with a few lines noteworthy for their brief and indefinite character. In 1738, a second edition was issued dedicated to the Prince of Wales, a Master Mason and Master of a Lodge, and was the work of the same brother. As respects the historical part, the editions being mainly on the same lines as the former volume, only if possible still more ridiculous and extravagant. For example, Cyrus constituted Jerubbaal provincial Grand Master in Judah. Charles Martel was the Right Worshipful Grand Master of France, and Edward Roman I, being deeply engaged in wars, left the craft to the care of several successive Grand Masters duly enumerated. Such loose statements may now pass unheeded, but unfortunately they do not exhaust the objections to Dr. Anderson's method of writing history. The excerpt concerning St. Alban, apparently made from Colas Ancient Constitutions, 17,281,729, has the unwarranted additional title of Grand Master conferred on that saint, and the extract concerning King Thelstan and Prince Edwin from the old MS charges, given in the first edition, contains still more unauthorized modern terms, with the year added of 926, thus misleading most seriously those who accept the volume as trustworthy, because written by the accredited historian of the Grand Lodge Junior Grand Warden in 1723. These examples hardly increase our confidence in the author's accuracy when Dr. Anderson comes to treat of the origin of the Premier Grand Lodge, but he is our only informant as to that important event, and if his version of the occurrence is declined, we are absolutely without any information. In considering the early history of Freemasonry from a purely matter-of-fact standpoint, it will be well to settle as a necessary preliminary what the term did and does now include or mean, and how far back the inquiry should be conducted, as well as on what lines. If the view of the subject herein taken be correct, it will be useless to load the investigation by devoting considerable space to a consideration of the laws and customs of still older societies, which may have been utilized and imitated by the fraternity, but which in no sense can be accepted as the actual forebears of the present society of free and accepted Masons. They were predecessors, or possibly prototypes, but not near relatives or progenitors of the Freemasons. The Mother Grand Lodge of the world is that of England, which was inaugurated in the metropolis on St. John Baptist's Day 1717, by 4 or more old lodges, 3 of which still flourish. There were other lodges, also in London and the country at the time, but whether they were invited to the meeting is not now known, probably not, as existing records of the period preserve a sphinx-like silence thereon. Likewise, there were many scores of lodges at work in Scotland, and undoubtedly in Ireland. The craft was widely patronized, whatever the ceremonies may have been which were then known as Freemasonry in Great Britain and Ireland. They were practically alike, and the venerable old charges or MS constitutions dating back several centuries were rightly held by them as the title deeds of their Masonic inheritance. It was a bold thing to do thus, to start a governing body for the fraternity quite different in many respects to all preceding organizations, and to brand as irregular all lodges, which declined 79 to accept such authority, but the very originality and audacity of its promoters appears to have led to its success, and it was not long before most of the lodges of the pre-Grand Lodge era joined and accepted constitution by warrant of the Grand Master. Not only so, but Ireland quickly followed the lead so early as 1725, there being a Grand Lodge for that country, which must have been formed even still earlier, and probably by lodges started before any were authorized in the English counties in Scotland. The change was not made until 1736, many lodges, even then holding aloof from such an organization. Indeed, out of some 100 lodges known to have been active, then only 33 responded and agreed to fall into line, though several joined later. Some, however, kept separate down to the end of the 19th century, while others never united. Many of these lodges have records of the 17th century, though not then newly formed. One in particular, the oldest, the Lodge of Edinburgh, No. 1, possesses minutes so far back as the year 1599. It is important to bear in mind that all the regular lodges throughout the world, and likewise all the Grand Lodges, directly or indirectly have sprung from one or other of the 3 governing bodies named Ireland and Scotland, following the example set by their Masonic mother of England in having Grand Lodges of their own. It is not proved how the latter two became acquainted with Freemasonry as a secret society, guided more or less by the operative MS constitutions or charges common to the 3 bodies not met with elsewhere, but the credit of a Grand Lodge being established to control the lodges belongs to England. It may be a startling declaration, but it is well authenticated that there is no other Freemasonry, as the term is now understood, than what which has been so derived. In other words, the lodges and Grand Lodges in both hemispheres trace their origin and authority back to England, for working what are known as the 3 degrees, controlled by regular Grand Lodges, that being so a history of modern Freemasonry, the direct offspring of the British parents aforesaid, should first of all establish the descent of the 3 Grand Lodges from the Freemasonry of earlier days, such continuity of 5 centuries or more being a sine qua non of antiquity and regularity. It will be found that from the early part of the 18th century back to the 16th century, Existing records testify to the assemblies of lodges mainly operative, but partly speculative in Great Britain, whose guiding stars and common heritage were the old charges, and that, when their actual minutes and transactions ceased to be traced by reason of their loss, these same MS constitutions furnish testimony of the still older working of such combinations of Freemasons or Masons, without the assistance, countenance, or authority of any other Masonic body. Consequently, such documents still preserved of the 14th and later centuries, numbering about 70 mostly, in form of rolls, with the existing large minutes, referred to of the 16th century, down to the establishment of the Premier Grand Lodge in 1717, prove the continuity of the society. Indeed, so universally has this claim been admitted, that in popular usage the term Freemason is only now applied to those who belong to this particular fraternity, that of Mason being applicable to one who follows that trade or honorable calling as a builder. There is no evidence that during this long period any other organization of any kind, religious, philosophical, mystical, or otherwise materially, or even slightly influenced the customs of the fraternity, though they may have done so, but so far as is known the lodges were of much the same character throughout, and consisted really of operatives, who enjoyed practically a monopoly for some time of the trade as Masons or Freemasons, and in part of speculatives, Roman 1e noblemen, gentlemen, and men of other trades, who were admitted as honorary members. Assuming then that the Freemasons of the present day are the sole inheritors of the system arranged at the so-called revival of 1717, which was a development from an operative body to one partly speculative, and that so far back as the MS records extend and furnish any light they must have worked in lodges in secret throughout the period, noted a history of Freemasonry, should be mainly devoted to giving particulars as far as possible of the lodges, their traditions, customs, and laws, based upon actual documents, which can be tested and verified by members and non-members alike. It has been the rule to treat more or less fully of the influence exerted on the fraternity by the ancient mysteries, the Essenes, Roman colleges, Culdees, Hermeticism, fame, Gericht et hoc genus omni, especially the Steinmetzen, the craft guilds, and the companionage of France, Roman 100. But in view of the separate and independent character of the Freemasons, it appears to be quite unnecessary, and the time so employed would be better devoted to a more thorough search after additional evidences of the activity of the craft, especially during the crucial period, overlapping the second decade of the 18th century, so as to discover information as to the transmitted secrets of the medieval Masons, which after all may simply have been what Gaspard Monge felicitously entitles descriptive geometry, or the art and science of Masonic symbolism. The rules and regulations of the Masons were embodied in what are known as the Old Charges, the senior known copy being the Regius MS British Museum Bible Reg 17, a Roman one which however is not so exclusively devoted to Masonry as the later copies. David Castley, in his catalogue of the MSS in the King's Library, 1734, unfortunately styled the little gem a poem of moral duties, and owing to this misdescription, its true character was not recognized until the year 1839, and then by a non-Mason, Mr. Halliwell Phillips, who had it reproduced in 1840, and brought out an improved edition in 1844. Its date has been approximately fixed at 1390 by Castley and other authorities. The curious legend of the craft therein made known deals first of all with the number of unemployed in early days, and the necessity of finding work that they mitgiet hier Livinge Thurby Euclid was consulted, and recommended the once craft of good masonry, and the genesis of the society is found in Egypt land by rapid transition but money eries afterward. We are told that the craft come unto England in time of good King Adelstonus Thelston Day, who called an assembly of the Masons when 15 articles, and as many more points were agreed to for the government of the craft, each being duly described, each brother was instructed that he must love well God and holy church Algate, and his maester also that he wise with the thrid point must be sever le, with the prince no hit wheel, his maester counsel he keep and close, and his fellows by his good purpose, the priveties of the chamber tell he no moan, and why in the log whatsever they done, whatsever thou hearest or sist hem do, tell hit no moan wheresoever thou go. The rules generally, besides referring to trade regulations, are as a whole suggestive of the 10 Commandments in an extended form, winding up with the legend of the Ars Quatua Coronatorum, as an incentive to a faithful discharge of the numerous obligations. A second part introduces a more lengthy account of the origin of masonry, in which Noah's flood and the Tower of Babylon are mentioned, as well as the great skill of Euclid, who, through high grace of Christ in heaven, he commenced in the science 7. The 7 sciences are duly named and explained. The compiler apparently was a priest. Line 629 reading, "And when ye gospel me read, shall thus also accounting for the many religious injunctions in the MS." The last 100 lines are evidently based upon Urbanitatis Cart. MS Caligula are 11 fol 88, and instructions for a parish priest cart. MS Claudius are 11 fol 27 instructions, such as lads, and even men would need, who were ignorant of the customs of polite society, correct deportment at church, and in the presence of their social superiors. The recital of the legend of the Quattro Coronati has been held by Herr Feindl in his History of Freemasonry Allgemeine Geschichte der Freimaurerei, 1862, English editions 18,661,869, to prove that British Freemasonry was derived from Germany AD, but without any justification, the legend being met with in England centuries prior to the date of the Regius MS, and long prior to its incorporation in Masonic legends on the continent. The next MS in order is known as the Cook, ad MS 23198 British Museum, because Matthew Cook published a fair reproduction of the document in 1861, and it is deemed by competent paleographers to date from the first part of the 15th century. There are 2 versions of the old charges in this little book, purchased for the British Museum in 1859. The compiler was probably a Mason and familiar with several copies of these MS constitutions, 2 of which he utilizes and comments upon. He quotes from a MS copy of the Polychronicon the manner in which a written account of the sciences was preserved in the 2 historic stones at the time of the flood, and generally makes known the traditions of the society, as well as the laws which were to govern the members. Its introduction into England through Egypt is noted, where the children of Israel learned ye craft of masonry, also the land of behest Jerusalem, and the temple of Solomon, who confirmed ye charges it David his fadir had made then masonry in France, is interestingly described, and St. Alban and Thulstein with his youngest son, the Edwin of the later MSS, became the chosen mediums subsequently. As with the other charges, portions of the Old Testament are often cited in order to convey a correct idea to the neophyte, who is to hear the document read as to these sciences, which are declared to be free in themselves, free, in himself, of all crafts followed by man in this world. Masonry, hath the most notabilite as confirmed by elders, that were by for us of Masons who had these charges written, and as is right and taught in ye book of our charges. Until quite recently no representative or survival of this particular version had been traced, but in 1890 one was discovered of 1687, since known as the William Watson MS, of some 70 copies of these old scrolls, which have been unearthed. By far the greater proportion have been made public since 1860. They have all much in common, though often curious differences are to be detected, are of English origin no matter where used, and when complete, as they mostly are, whether of the 16th or subsequent centuries, are noteworthy for an invocation or prayer which begins the recital. The might of the Father of heaven, and the Wysedome of the glorious Son, through the grace and the goodness of the Holy Ghost, it been 3 sons and 1 God, be with us at or beginning and give us grace, so to gown us here in or living that we may come to his bliss that never shall have ending. Amen. Grand Large MS No 1A Roman 500. They are chiefly of the 17th century, and nearly all located in England. Particulars may be found in Huon's Old Charges of the British Freemasons, 1872-1895, and Supplement 19,063. The chief scrolls with some others have been reproduced in facsimile in 6 volumes of the Quattro Coronatorum Antigrapha, and the collection in Yorkshire has been published separately either in the West Yorkshire reprints or the Ancient York Masonic Rolls. Several have been transcribed and issued in other works. These scrolls give considerable information as to the traditions and customs of the craft, together with the regulations for its government, and were required to be read to apprentices long after the peculiar rules ceased to be acted upon. Each lodge, apparently having 1 or more copies, kept for the purpose. The Old Lodge of Aberdeen ordered in 1670 that the charge was to be read at ye entering of every entered prentice. Another at Alnwick in 1701 provided No mason shall take any apprentice, but he must enter him and give him his charge within 1 whole year after. And still another at Swalwell, now No 48 Gateshead, demanded that the apprentices shall have their charge given at the time of registering, or within 30 days after the minutes inserting such entries. Accordingly, even so late as 1754, nearly 20 years after the Lodge had cast in its lot with the Grand Lodge of England, their Christian character is further emphasized by the first charge that you shall be true men to God, and the Holy Church, the York MS No 6, beseeches the brethren at every meeting and assembly. They pray heartily for all Christians. The Melrose MS No 2, 1674, mentions merchants and all other Christian men, and the Aberdeen MS 1670 terms the invocation a prayer before the meeting. Until the Grand Lodge era Freemasonry was thus wholly Christian. The York MS No 4 of 1693 contains a singular error in the admonitory lines. The one of the elders taking the book, and that he or she that is to be made mason shall lay their hands thereon, and the charge shall be given. This particular reading was cited by Hewen in 1871, but was considered doubtful. Findle IV, however, confirmed it on his visit to York, under the guidance of the celebrated Masonic student, the late Rev. A. F. A. Woodford. The mistake was due possibly to the transcriber, who had an older roll before him, confusing they sometimes written the with she or reading that portion, which is often in Latin as ille vel illa, instead of ille vel Roman 100, in some of the codices about the middle of the 17th century, and later new articles are inserted such as would be suitable for an organization similar to the Masons' Company of London, which had one at least of the old charges in its possession, according to inventories of 1665 and 1676, and likewise in 1722 termed the Book of the Constitutions of the Accepted Masons, save its mentioned book wrote on parchment by Sir Francis Palgrave in the Edinburgh Review April 1839, as being in existence not long since this valuable document has been lost sight of for many years. That there were signs and other secrets preserved and used by the brethren throughout this mainly operative period may be gathered from discreet references in these old MSS, the institutions in parchment 22nd of November, 1696, of the Dumfries Kilwinning Lodge No 53 Scotland, contain a copy of the oath taken when any man should be made. These charges which we now rehearse to you, and all others ye secrets and mysteries belonging to Freemasons, you shall faithfully and truly keep together with ye council of ye assembly, or lodge, or any other lodge or brother or fell. Then after ye oath taken, and the book kissed Roman 1 the Bible, the precepts are read, the first being, you shall be true men to God and his holy church, and that you do not countenance or maintain any error, faction, schism, or heresy in ye church, to ye best of your understanding. History of No 53 by James Smith. The Grand Lodge MS No 2 provides that you shall keep secret ye obscure and intricate PTS of ye science, not disclosing them to any, but such as study and use ye same. The Harleian MS No 2054 Brit Muse is still more explicit, termed the F. Freemasons' Orders and Constitutions, and is in the handwriting of Randall Home, author of the Academy of Armoury, 1688, who was a member of a lodge in Cheshire. Following the MS Constitutions in the same handwriting about 1650, is a scrap of paper with the obligation. There are several words and signs of a Freemason to be revealed to you, WCH, as you will answer before God at the great and terrible day of judgment. You keep secret, and not to reveal the same to any in the hears of any son, but to the misses and fellows of the Society of Freemasons, so help me God. Roman 100 W. H. Rylands Mars Mag, 1882. It is not yet settled who were the actual designers or architects of the grand old English cathedrals. Credit has been claimed for church dignitaries to the exclusion more or less of the master masons, to whom presumably of right the distinction belonged in early days. The title architect is not met with unless the term ingenator had that meaning, which is doubtful as to this interesting question. And as to the subject of building generally, an historical account of Master and Freemasons' discourses upon architecture in England by the Rev. James Dalloway 1833, and notes on the superintendence of English buildings in the Middle Ages by Wyatt Papworth 1887, should be consulted. Both writers were non-Masons. The former observes the honour due to the original founders of these edifices is almost invariably transferred to the ecclesiastics under whose patronage they rose, rather than to the skill and design of the master mason or professional architect. Because the only historians were monks, they were probably not so well versed in geometrical science, as the master masons for mathematics formed a part of monastic learning in a very limited degree. In the Journal of Proceedings R. Roman 1, Barval Roman 41,887, a skillful critic W. H. White declares that Papworth, in that valuable collection of facts, has contrived to annihilate all the professional idols of the century, setting up in their place nothing except the master mason, the brotherhood of bridge builders 5, that travelled far and wide to build bridges, and the travelling bodies of Freemasons 6, he believes never existed, nor was William of Wykeham, the designer of the colleges attributed to him. It seems well-nigh impossible to disprove the statements made by Papworth, because they are all so well grounded on attested facts, and the attempt to connect the Abbey of Cluny or men trained at Cluny with the original or preliminary designs of the great buildings erected during the Middle Ages, at least during the 12th and 13th centuries, is also a failure. The whole question is ably and fully treated in the History of Freemasonry by Robert Freakgood 18,861,887, particularly in chapter Roman 6 on medieval operative masonry, and in his concise history 1903. The large is often met with either as the Tabulatum Domicilium 1200 at St Albans Abbey, or actually so named in the fabric rolls of York Minster 1370, ye loge being situated close to the fane. In course of erection, it was used as a place in which the stones were prepared in private for the structure as well as occupied at mealtime. Roman 100, each mason was required to swear upon ye boke it, he sold truly and bicely at his power hold, and keep holy all ye points of his foresaid ordinance Ordinatio Cementanorum. As to the term Freemason from the 14th century, it is held by some authorities that it described simply those men who worked freestone, but there is abundant evidence to prove that whatever may have been intended at first, Freemason soon had a much wider signification, the prefix free being also employed by carpenters, 1666 sewers, 15th century tailors at Exeter, and others presumably to indicate they were free to follow their trades in certain localities. On this point Mr. Goodwell observes the class of persons from whom the Freemasons of Warrington 1646, Staffordshire 1686, Chester, York, London, and their congeners in the 17th century derived the descriptive title, which became the inheritance of the Grand Lodge of England, were free men and masons of guilds or companies. History Vol. Roman 2p. 160. Dr. Brentano may also be cited wherever the craft guilds were legally acknowledged. We find foremost that the right to exercise their craft and sell their manufactures depended upon the freedom of their city. Development of guilds. Roman 100p. 65. In like manner, the privilege of working as a mason was not conferred. Before candidates had been made free, the regular Freemasons would not work with men, even if they had a knowledge of their trade, if unfree, but styled them cowans, a course justified by the King's Master of Work William Shaw, whose statutes and ordinances 28 December 1598 required that no master or fellow of craft wrestle any cowanis to work in his society or company, nor send none of his servants to work wt cowanis under the pain of £20. Gradually, however, the rule was relaxed in time, such monopoly practically ceased, and the word cowan is only known in connection with speculative Freemasonry. Sir Walter Scott, as a member of Lodge St David, No. 36, was familiar with the word, and used it in Rob Roy in 1707. A cowan was described in the minutes of Mother Lodge Kilwinning as a mason without the word, thus one who was not a Freemason. History of the Lodge of Edinburgh, No. 1 by Roman 500. Mary Lyon 1900. In the New English Dictionary, Oxford Vol. Roman 4 1897, under Freemason, it is noted that 3 views have been propounded. 1. The suggestion that Freemason stands for Freestone Mason would appear unworthy of attention, but for the curious fact that the earliest known instances of any similar appellation are Mester Mason de Franche Peer Act 25 Edward Roman 3 1350, and Sculptors Lapidum Liberorum, alleged to occur in a document of 1217. The coincidence, however, seems to be merely accidental. 2. The view most generally held is that Freemasons were those who were free of the Masons' Guild. Against this explanation, many forcible objections have been brought by Mr. G. W. Speth, who suggests 3. That the itinerant Masons were called free because they claimed exemption from the control of the local guilds of the towns in which they temporarily settled. 4. Perhaps the best hypothesis is that the term refers to the medieval practice of emancipating skilled artisans in order that they might be able to travel and render their services wherever any great building was in process of construction. The late secretary of the Quatuor Coronati Lodge, No 2076, London has thus had his view sanctioned by the highest tribunal in the Republic of Letters, so far as philology is concerned. Dr. W. J. Chetwoode Crawley in Ars Quatua Cornatorum 1898. Still, it cannot be denied that members of lodges in the 16th and following centuries exercised the privilege of making Freemasons, and denied the freedom of working to cowans also called unfreemen, who had not been so made free, the Masonies of the Loge being the only ones recognized as Freemasons. As to the prefix being derived from the word freer, a sufficient answer is the fact that frequent reference is made to brother Freemasons, so that no ground for that supposition exists. Cf. articles by Mr. Good in the Freemason for September 1898 on Free and Freemasonry. There are numerous indications of Masonic activity in the British lodges of the 17th century, especially in Scotland. The existing records, however, of the southern part of the United Kingdom, though few, are of importance, some only having been made known in recent years. These concern the Masons' Company of London, whose valuable minutes and other documents are ably described and commented upon by Edward Kildare, Jr. in his Whole Craft and Fellowship of Masons 1894. The author then being the master of that ancient company, it was incorporated in 1677 by Charles Roman II, who graciously met wishes of the members, but as a company the information that is to be found in the corporation records at Guildhall proves very clearly that in 1376 the Masons' Company existed and was represented in the Court of Common Council. The title then favoured was Masons. The entry of the term Freemasons being crossed out, Herbert erroneously overlooked the correction and stated in his History of the 12 Great Livery Companies Vol. Roman I that the Freemasons returned 2, and the Masons 4 members, but subsequently amalgamated, whereas the revised entry was for the Masons only. The company obtained a grant of arms in 1472, 12th year, Hen Roman 8, one of the first of the kind being thus described: a feld of sablies, a chevron silver, grailed 3 caselles of the same garnished, wt doors and windows of the feld in the chevron or compass of black. It is the authority, if any, for all later armorial bearings having a chevron, and castles assumed by other Masonic AD2 organizations. This precious document was only discovered in 1871, having been missing for a long time, thus doubtless accounting for the erroneous representations met with not having the correct blazon to follow the oldest Masonic motto known as God is our guide on Curwen's tomb in St. Helen's Church, Bishopgate, of 1594, that of in the Lord is all our trust, not being traced until the next century. Supporters consisting of 2 Doric columns are mentioned in 1688 by Randall Home, but the Grand Lodge of England in the following century used beavers as operative builders. Its first motto was in the beginning, was the word in Greek, exchanged a few years onward for relief and truth, the rival Grand Lodge Athol Masons selecting holiness to the Lord in Hebrew, and the final selection at the Union of December 1813 being Audi Vidi Tes. Mr. Kildare's discovery of a lodge of accepted Masons being held under the wing of the company was a great surprise, dating, as the records do, from 1620 to 1621, the earliest of the kind yet traced in England, when 7 were made Masons, all of whom were free of the company, before 3 being of the livery, the entry commencing at the making Masons. The meetings were entitled the Exception, and the members of the lodge were called accepted Masons, being those so accepted, and initiated. The term never otherwise being met with in the records, an additional fee had to be paid by a member of the company to join the exception, and any not belonging thereto were mulcted in twice the sum, though even then such acceptance did not qualify for membership of the superior body, the fees for the exception being 1 and 2 respectively, in 16,381,639. When Nicholas Stone entered the lodge, he was master of the company 16,321,633. The banquet cost a considerable sum, showing that the number of brethren present must have been large. Elias Ashmole, who according to his diary was made a Freemason of Warrington, with Colonel Henry Mainwaring, 7 brethren being named as in attendance at the lodge 16th of October, 1646, states that he received a summons to appear at a lodge to be held next day at Mason's Hall, London. Accordingly, on the 11th of March 1682, he attended, and saw 6 gentlemen admitted into the fellowship of Freemasons, of whom 3 only belonged to the company, the master, however, Mr. Thomas Wise, the 2 wardens, and 6 others being present on the occasion, as members in their dual capacity. Ashmole adds, "We all dined at the Half Moon Tavern in Cheapside at a noble dinner, prepared at the charge of the new accepted Masons." It is almost certain that there was not an operative mason present at the lodge held in 1646, and at the one which met in 1682, there was a strong representation of the speculative branch. Before the year 1654, the company was known as that of the Freemasons for some time, but after then the old title of Masons was reverted to the terms exception and accepted belonging to the speculative lodge, which however in all probability either became independent or ceased to work soon after 1682. It is very interesting to note that subsequently, but never before the longer designation, is met with of free and accepted Masons, and is thus a combination of operative and speculative usage. Mr. Kildare is of opinion that in the records there is no evidence of any particular ceremony attending the position of Master Mason. Possibly, it consisted of administering a different oath from the one taken by the apprentices on being entered. There is much to favour this supposition, and it may provide the key to the vexata quaestio. As to the plurality of degrees prior to the Grand Lodge era, the fellow crafts were recruited from those apprentices who had served their time and had their essay or sufficient trial of their skill duly passed, they and the masters by the Shore Statutes of 1598, being only admitted in the presence of sex maesteris, and toi enterit prentasis. As a rule, a master mason meant one who was master of his trade Roman 1e duly qualified, but it sometimes described employers, as distinct from journeymen Freemasons, being also a compliment conferred on honorary members during the 17th century in particular. In Dr. Platt's History of Staffordshire, 1686, is a remarkable account of the Society of Freemasons, which being by an unfriendly critic, is all the more valuable. He states that the custom had spread more or less all over the nation. Persons of the most eminent quality did not disdain to enter the fellowship. They had a large parchment volume, containing the history and rules of the craft of masonry. St. Amphible, St. Alban, King Athelstan and Edwin are mentioned, and these charges and manners were after perusal approved by King Henry VI, and his council both as to masters and fellows of this right worshipful craft. It is but fair to add that notwithstanding the service he rendered the society by his lengthy description, that credulous historian remarks of its history, that there is nothing he ever met with more false or incoherent. The author of the Academy of Armoury previously noted knew better what he was writing about in that work of 1688, in which he declares I cannot but honour the fellowship of the Masons because of its antiquity, and the more as being a member of that society called Freemasons. Mr. Rylands states that in Harl MS 5955 is a collection of the engraved plates for a second volume of this important work, one being devoted to the arms of the society, the columns as supporters having globes thereon, from which possibly are derived the two pillars, with such ornaments or additions seen in large rooms at a later period. In the same year a tripos or speech delivered at a commencement in the University of Dublin, held there July 11, 1688, by John Jones, then Ab afterwards Roman 500, contained notable evidence concerning Freemasonry in Dublin. The tripos was included in Sir Walter Scott's edition of Dean Swift's works 1814, but as Dr. Chetwode Crawley points out, though noticed by the Rev. Dr. George Oliver, the voluminous Masonic author, he failed to realize its historical importance. The satirical and withal amusing speech was partly translated from the Latin by Dr. Crawley for his scholarly introduction to the Masonic reprints Roman 100 by Henry Sadler. The point seems to be that Ridley, reputed to have been an informer against priests under the barbarous penal laws, was or ought to have been hanged, that his carcase anatomized and stuffed stood in the library, and that Frath Scoundrelus discovered on his remains. The Freemasons mark the importance of the references to the craft in Ireland is simply owing to the year in which they were made, as illustrative of the influence of the society at that time, of which records are lacking. It is primarily to Scotland, however, that we have to look for such numerous particulars of the activity of the fraternity, from 1599 to the establishment of its Grand Lodge in 1736, for an excellent account of which we are indebted to Lyon, the Scottish Masonic historian. As early as 1600, 8th of June, the attendance of John Boswell Esq, the Laird of Auchinleck, is entered in the minutes of the Lodge of Edinburgh. He attested the record, and added his mark, as did the other members, so it was not his first appearance. Many noblemen and other gentlemen joined this ancient atelier, notably Lord Alexander, Sir Anthony Alexander, and Sir Alexander Strachan in 1630, for the King's Master of Work Harry Alexander in 1638, General Alexander Hamilton in 1640, Dr. Hamilton in 1647, and many other prominent and distinguished men, later James Neilson Master Sclater to His Majesty, who was entered and passed in the Lodge of Linlithgow, being elected adjoining member 2nd March 1654, Quartermaster General Robert Moray or Murray was initiated by members of the Lodge of Edinburgh at Newcastle on the 20th of May 1641, while the Scottish Army was in occupation on due report to their alma mater. Such reception was allowed, the occurrence having been considered the first of its kind in England, until the ancient records of the Masons' Company were published. The minute books of a number of Scottish lodges which are still on the register go back to the 17th century, and abundantly confirm the frequent admission of speculatives as members and officers, especially those of the Venerable Mother Lodge 83 Kilwinning, of which the Earl of Cassilis was the deacon in 1672, who was succeeded by Sir Alexander Cunningham, and the Earl of Eglinton, who, like the first of the trio, was but an apprentice. There were 3 head lodges, according to the Scottish Code of 1599, Edinburgh being the first and principal, Kilwinning the second, and Stirling the third lodge. The Aberdeen Lodge No. 1 Tris has records preserved from 1670, in which year what is known as the Mark Book begins, containing the oldest existing roll of members, numbering 49, all of whom have their marks registered save 2, though only 10 were operatives, the names of the Earls of Finlater Errol and Dunfermline Lord Forbes. Several ministers and professional men are on the list, which was written by a glazier, all of whom had been enlightened as to the benefit of the Meson word, and inserted in order as they were made fellow craft. The charter old charges had to be read at the entering of every prentice, and the officers included a master and 2 wardens. The lodge at Melrose No. 1 bis, with records back to 1674, did not join the Grand Lodge until 1891, and was the last of those working possibly centuries before that body was formed to accept the modern system of government. Of the many noteworthy lodges, mention should be made of that of Canongate Kilwinning No. 2, Edinburgh, the first of the numerous pendicles of Mother Lodge Kilwinning No. 0 Ayrshire, started in 1677, and of the Journeymen No. 8 formed in 1707, which was a secession from the Lodge of Edinburgh, the fellow crafts or journeymen not being satisfied with their treatment by the freemen masters of the Incorporation of Masons Roman 100. This action led to a trial before the Lords of Council and Session, when finally a decreet arbitral was subscribed to by both parties, and the junior organization was permitted to give the Mason word, as it is called, in a separate lodge. The Presbytery of Kelso 7, in 1652, sustained the action of the Rev. James Ainslie in becoming a Freemason, declaring that there is neither sin nor scandal in that word. Roman 1e, the Mason word, which is often alluded to, but never revealed in the old records, already referred to one Scottish family, may be cited in illustration of the continuous working of Freemasonry, whose membership is enshrined in the records of the ancient Lodge of Scone and Perth No. 3, and others. A venerable document lovingly cared for by No. 3 bears date 1658, and recites how John Milne came to Perth from the North Country, and was the King's Master Mason, and W. Roman 1000 of the Lodge, his successor being his son, who entered King James VI as Ephraim Meson and fellow craft. His third son John was a member of Lodge No. 1, and Master Mason to Charles Roman 116,311,636, and his eldest son was a deacon of No. 1 11 times during 30 years. To him was apprenticed his nephew, who was warden in 16,631,664, and deacon several times. William Milne was a warden in 1695, Thomas' eldest son was master in 1735, and took part in the formation of the Grand Lodge of Scotland. Others of the family continued to join the Lodge No. 1, until Robert, the last of the Milnes, as Freemasons, was initiated in 1754, died in 1811, and was buried in St. Paul's Cathedral, having been surveyor to that edifice for 50 years, and the last of the Masonic Milnes for 5 generations. The St. John's Lodge Glasgow No. 3 bis has some valuable old records, and a charter chest with the words carved thereon, God save the King and Mason's craft, 1684, loyalty and charity, are the watchwords of the society. The craft guilds corps d'etat of France and their progeny, the companionage, have been fully described by Mr. Good, and the Steinmetzen of Germany would require too detailed notice if we were to particularize its rules, customs, and general character. From about the 12th century onward, much as there was in common between the stonemasons of Germany and the Freemasons of Great Britain and Ireland, it must be conceded that the two societies never united, and were all through this long period wholly separate and independent. A knowledge of Freemasonry and authority to hold lodges in Germany being derived from the Grand Lodge of England. During the first half of the 18th century, the theory of the derivation of the Freemasons from the Steinmetzen was first propounded in 1779 by the Abbe Grandidier, and has been maintained by more modern writers such as Heideloff and Schneider, but a thorough examination of their statements has resulted in such an origin being generally discredited. Whether the Steinmetzen had secret signs of recognition or not is not quite clear, but that the Freemasons had for centuries cannot be doubted, though precisely what they were may be open to question, and also what portions of the existing ceremonies are reminiscent of the craft anterior to the revival of 1717. Messrs. Speth and Good favour the notion that there were two distinct and separate degrees prior to the third decade of the 18th century, Ars Curoman 11898 and 1903, while other authorities have either supported the one-degree theory or consider there is not sufficient evidence to warrant a decision. Recent discoveries, however, tend in favour of the first view noted, such as the Trinity College MS Dublin Freemasonry Feb 1711, and the invaluable 9 Chetwode Crawley MS Grand Lodge Library Dublin, the second being read in connection with the Hawfoot Lodge Records, beginning 1702 Hist of Freemasonry, by W. F. Vernon 1893. Two of the most remarkable lodges at work during the period of transition, 17,171,723, out of the many then existing in England assembled at Alnwick, and at York the origin of the first noted is not known, but there are minutes of the meetings from 1703, the rules are of 1701 signed by quite a number of members, and a transcript of the old charges begins the volume in 17,081,709, a minute provided for a Masonic procession, at which the brethren were to walk with their aprons on, and Command Square. The lodge consisted mainly of operative free brothers, and continued for many years, a code of bylaws being published in 1763, but it never united with the Grand Lodge, giving up the struggle for existence a few years further on. The other lodge, the most noteworthy of all the English predecessors of the Grand Lodge of England, was long held at York, the Mecca of English Freemasons. Its origin is unknown, but there are traces of its existence at an early date, and possibly it was a survival of the Minster Lodge of the 14th century, assuming that the York MS No. 4 of 1693 was the property of the lodge. In that year, which roll was presented by George Walker of Wetherby in 1777, the entry which concludes that scroll is most suggestive, as it gives the names of the lodge members, and the lodge warden. Its influence most probably may be also noted at Scarborough, where a private lodge was held on the 10th of July 1705, at which the president William Thompson Esk and several others brethren F. Freemasons were present, and 6 gentlemen named were then admitted into the said F. fraternity. These particulars are endorsed on the Scarborough MS of the old charges, now owned by the Grand Lodge of Canada at Toronto, a narrow folio manuscript book beginning 7th March 17,051,706, which was quoted from in 1778, has long been missing, which is much to be regretted, as possibly it gave particulars of the lodge which assembled at Bradford, Yorkshire, when 18 gentlemen of the first families in that neighbourhood were made Masons. There is, however, another roll of records, from 1712 to 1730, happily preserved, of this ancient humble society and fraternity of Freemasons, sometimes styled Company, or Society of Free and Accepted Masons. Not to be behind the London Fratres, the York Brethren formed a Grand Lodge on the 27th of December 1725. The Grand 84 Lodge of all England was its modest title, and was flourishing for years, receiving into their company many county men of great influence. Some 20 years later, there was a brief period of somnolence, but in 1761, a revival took place with Francis Drake, the historian, as Grand Master, 10 lodges being chartered in Yorkshire, Cheshire, and Lancashire 17,621,790, and a Grand Lodge of England south of the Trent, in 1779, at London, which warranted 2 lodges before the century ended. All these collapsed or joined the Grand Lodge of England, so there was not a single representative of York Masonry left on the advent of the next century. The premier Grand Lodge of England soon began to constitute new lodges in the metropolis, and to reconstitute old ones that applied for recognition, one of the earliest of 17,201,721, being still on the roll as No. 6, thus having kept company ever since with the 3-time immemorial lodges. Nos. 2, 4 and 12 applications for constitution kept coming in the provinces, being represented from 1723 to 1724, before which time it is likely the Grand Lodge of Ireland had been started, about which the most valuable Kemonteria hibernica by Dr. Chetwode Crawley may be consulted with absolute confidence. Provincial Grand Lodges were formed to ease the authorities at headquarters, and as the society spread also for the continent, and gradually throughout the civilized globe, owing to the custom prevailing before the 18th century, a few brethren were competent to form lodges on their own initiative anywhere, and hence the registers of the British Grand Lodges are not always indicative of the first appearance of the craft. Abroad in North America, lodges were held before what is known as the first regular lodge was formed at Boston, Mass. In 1733. And probably in Canada likewise the same remark applies to Denmark, France, Germany, Holland, Italy, Portugal, Russia, Spain, Sweden, and other countries. Of the many scores of military lodges, the first warrant was granted by Ireland in 1732 to no other body of Freemasons. Has the craft been so indebted for its prosperity in early days as to their military brethren? There were rivals to the Grand Lodge of England during the 18th century, one of considerable magnitude being known as the Ancients or Athol Masons, formed in 1751, but in December 1813 a junction was effected, and from that time the prosperity of the United Grand Lodge of England, with few exceptions, has been extraordinary. Nothing but a volume to itself could possibly describe the main features of the English craft from 1717, when Anthony Sayer was elected the first Grand Master of a brilliant galaxy of rulers. The first nobleman to undertake that office was the Duke of Montagu in 1721, the natural philosopher J.T. de Seguliers being his immediate predecessor, who has been credited, and also the Rev. James Anderson, with the honour of starting the premier Grand Lodge, but like the fable of Sir Christopher Wren having been Grand Master, evidence is entirely lacking. Irish and Scottish peers share with those of England the distinction of presiding over the Grand Lodge, and from 1782 to 1813 their Royal Highnesses the Duke of Cumberland, the Prince of Wales, or the Duke of Sussex occupied the Masonic throne from 1753 to 1813. The rival Grand Lodge had been busy, but ultimately a desire for a united body prevailed, and under the ancient Grand Master HRH the Duke of Kent, it was decided to amalgamate with the original ruling organisation, HRH the Duke of Sussex, becoming the Grand Master of the United Grand Lodge on the decease of the Prince. In 1843, the Earl of Zetland succeeded, followed by the Marquess of Ripon in 1874, on whose resignation HRH the Prince of Wales became the Grand Master. Soon after succeeding to the throne, King Edward VII ceased to govern the English craft, and was succeeded by HRH the Duke of Connaught. From 1737 to 1907, some 16 English princes of the royal blood joined the Brotherhood. From 1723 to 1813, the number of lodges enrolled in England amounted to 1626, and from 1814 to the end of December 1909, as many as 3352 were warranted, making a grand total of 4978, of which the last then granted was numbered 3185. There were in 1909 still 2876 on the register, notwithstanding the many vacancies created by the foundation of new Grand Lodges in the colonies and elsewhere. Distribution and organization. The advantage of the cosmopolitan basis of the fraternity, generally, though some Grand Lodges still preserve the original Christian foundation, has been conspicuously manifested and appreciated in India and other countries, where the votaries of numerous religious systems congregate, but the unalterable basis of a belief in the great architect of the universe remains, for without such a recognition there can be no Freemasonry, and it is now, as it always has been, entirely free from party politics. The charities of the society in England, Ireland, and Scotland are extensive and well organised, their united cost per day not being less than 500, and with those of other Grand Lodges throughout the world, must amount to a very large sum, there being over 2 millions of Freemasons. The vast increase of late years, both of lodges and members, however, calls for renewed vigilance and extra care in selecting candidates, that numbers may not be a source of weakness instead of strength. In its internal organization, the working of Freemasonry involves an elaborate system of symbolic ritual, as carried out at meetings of the various lodges uniformity. As to essentials being the rule, the members are classified in numerous degrees, of which the first 3 are entered apprentice, fellow craft, and master mason, each class of which after initiation can only be attained after passing a prescribed ordeal or examination as a test of proficiency, corresponding to the essays of the operative period. The lodges have their own bylaws for guidance, subject to the Book of Constitutions of their Grand Lodge, and the regulations of the provincial or district Grand Lodge if located in counties or held abroad. It is to be regretted that on the continent of Europe Freemasonry has sometimes developed on different lines, from that of the Mother Grand Lodge and Anglo-Saxon Grand Lodges generally, and through its political and anti-religious tendencies has come into contact or conflict with the state authorities or the Roman Catholic Church, the Grand Orient of France, but not the Supreme Council 33O and its Grand Lodge, is an example of this retrograde movement by its elimination of the paragraph referring to a belief in the great architect of the universe from its statutes et règlements généraux. This deplorable action has led to the withdrawal of all regular Grand Lodges from association with that body, and such separation must continue until a return is made to the ancient and inviolable landmark of the society, which makes it impossible for an atheist either to join or continue a member of the fraternity. The Grand Lodge of England constituted its first lodge in Paris in the year 1732, but one was formed still earlier on the continent at Gibraltar 17,280,1729. Others were also opened in Germany 1733, Portugal 1735, Holland 1735, Switzerland 1740, Denmark 1745, Italy 1763, Belgium 1765, Russia 1771, and 85, Sweden 1773. In most of these countries, Grand Lodges were subsequently created and continue to this date, save that in Austria, not Hungary, and Russia, no Masonic lodges have for some time been permitted to assemble. There is a Union of Grand Lodges of Germany, and an annual diet is held for the transaction of business affecting the several Masonic organizations in that country, which works well. HRH Prince Frederick Leopold was, in 1909, Protector, or the wisest Master Vicarius Salomonis. King Gustav Roman V was the Grand Master of the Freemasons in Sweden, and the Sovereign of the Order of Charles Roman XIII, the only one of the kind confined to members of the fraternity. Lodges were constituted in India from 1730, Calcutta 1752, Madras, and 1758, Bombay in Jamaica 1742, Antigua 1738, and St. Christopher 1739, soon after which period the Grand Lodges of England, Ireland, and Scotland had representatives at work throughout the civilized world. In no part, however, outside Great Britain has the craft flourished so much as in the United States of America, where the first regular large Roman 1E according to the new regime was opened in 1733 at Boston, Mass. Undoubtedly lodges had been meeting still earlier, one of which was held at Philadelphia, Penna, with records from 1731, which blossomed into a Grand Lodge, but no authority has yet been traced for its proceedings save that which may be termed time immemorial right, which was enjoyed by all lodges and brethren who were at work prior to the Grand Lodge era 17,161,717, or who declined to recognize the autocratic proceedings of the premier Grand Lodge of England, just as the brethren did in the city of York. A deputation was granted to Daniel Cox Esk of New Jersey by the Duke of Norfolk, Grand Master, 5th of June 1730, as Prov Grand Master of the provinces of New York, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania, but there is no evidence that he ever constituted any lodges or exercised any Masonic authority in virtue thereof. Henry Price, as Prov Grand Master of New England, and his lodge, which was opened on the 31st of August 1733, in the city of Boston, so far as is known, began regular Freemasonry in the United States, and the older and independent organization was soon afterwards regularized. Benjamin Franklin, an initiate of the Lodge of Philadelphia, printed and published the Book of Constitutions, 1723, of London, England, in the city of brotherly love in 1734, being the oldest Masonic work. In America, English and Scottish Grand Lodges were soon after petitioned to grant warrants to hold lodges, and by the end of the 18th century, several Grand Lodges were formed, the craft becoming very popular, partly, no doubt, by reason of so many prominent men joining the fraternity, of whom the chief was George Washington, initiated in a Scottish lodge at Fredericksburg, Virginia, in 17,521,753. In 1907, there were 50 Grand Lodges assembling in the United States, with considerably over 1 million members. In Canada in 1909, there were 8 Grand Lodges, having about 64,000 members. Freemasonry in the Dominion is believed to date from 1740. The Grand Lodges are all of comparatively recent organization, the oldest and largest, with 40,000 members being for Ontario those of Manitoba, Nova Scotia, and Quebec numbering about 5,000 each. There are some 7 Grand Lodges in Australia, South Australia coming first, as a sovereign body, followed closely by New South Wales and Victoria, of 18,841,889 constitution, the whole of the lodges in the Commonwealth, probably having fully 50,000 members on the registers. There are many additional degrees which may be taken, or not being quite optional and dependent on a favourable ballot. The difficulty, however, of obtaining admission increases as progress is made, the numbers accepted decreasing rapidly with each advancement. The chief of these are arranged in separate classes, and are governed either by the Grand Chapter of the Royal Arch, the Mark Grand Lodge, the Great Priory of Knights Templars, or the Ancient and Accepted Rite, these being mutually complementary and intimately connected as respects England, and more or less so in Ireland, Scotland, North America, and wherever worked on a similar basis. The countries of the continent of Europe have also their own Oates grades. WJH. If history be no ancient fable, Freemasons came from Tower of Babel. The Freemasons and Hudibrastic poem, London, 1723. 2. The Early History and Antiquities of Freemasonry and Medieval Builders, by Mr. G. F. Fort, USA, and the Cathedral Builders, the Majesty Comachini, by Leader Scott, the late Mrs. Baxter, take rather a different view on this point, and ably present their arguments. The Rev. Roman 100 Kingsley in Roman, and Teuton Rites of the Comachini, perhaps the original germ of the Great Society of Freemasons. 3. The service rendered by Dr. W. Begem in Germany in his attempt to classify the old charges of the British Masons, Vol. 1 Trans of the Quatuor Coronati Lodge, London, has been very great, and the researches of the Rev. A. F. A. Woodford and G. W. Speth have also been of the utmost consequence. 4. Findall claims that his treatise on the Society was the cause which first impelled England to the study of Masonic history, and ushered in the intellectual movement, which resulted in the writings of Bros. Hugh and Lyon Good, and others. Great credit was due to the late German author for his important work. But before its advent, the Rev. A. F. A. Woodford, Roman 500 Mary Lyon, and others in Great Britain were diligent Masonic students on similar lines. 5. It is not considered necessary to refer at length to the Fratres Pontis or other imaginary bodies of Freemasons, as such questions may well be left to the curious and interested student. 6. No distinct trace of the general employment of large migratory bands of Masons, going from place to place as a guild or company or brotherhood. Prof. T. Hayter Lewis, Brit Archer Sock, 1889. 7. The Associate Synod, which met at Edinburgh, March 1755, just a century later, took quite an opposite view, deciding to depose from office any of their brethren who would not give up their Masonic membership. Scott's Mag, 1755, p. 158. Papal bulls have also been issued against the craft, the first being in 1738, but neither interdicts nor anathemata have any influence with the fraternity and fall quite harmless. We have the Mason word and second sight. Things for to come we can foretell aright. The Muses Threnody by H. Adamson Edin, 1638. 9. The Chetwode Crawley, M.S. by W. J. Hewen Rs. Curoman, 11904. The York Grand Lodge by Messrs. Hewen and Whitehead Rs. Curoman, 11900, and Masonic Sketches and Reprints, 1871, by the former. The celebrated Lady Freemason, the Hun Mrs. Aldworth nee Miss St. Ledger, daughter of Lord Donrell, was initiated in Ireland, but at a much earlier date than popularly supposed, certainly not later than 1713, when the venturesome lady was 20. All early accounts of the occurrence must be received with caution, as there are no contemporary records of the event. History of Freemasonry by Dr. A. G. Mackey, New York, 1898, and the History of the Fraternity Publishing Company, Boston, Mass. give very full particulars as to the United States. See History of Freemasonry in Canada, Toronto, 1899, by J. Ross Robertson. The Masonic Records, 17,171,894, by John Lane, and the excellent Masonic Yearbook, published annually by the Grand Lodge of England, are the two standard works on large enumeration, localization, and nomenclature for particulars of the Grand Lodges, and especially that of England. Good's history is most useful and trustworthy, and for an original contribution to the history of the rival Grand Lodge or Athol Masons, Sadler's Masonic Facts and Fictions. a peculiar system of morality, veiled in allegory and illustrated by symbols' old definition of Freemasonry. The British House of Commons in 1799 and 1817, in Acts of Parliament, specifically recognised the laudable character of the society and provided for its continuance on definite lines. Freeport, a city, and the countisat of Stephenson County, Illinois, in the NW part of the state, on the Pecatonica River, 30 Roman 1000 from its mouth, and about 100 Roman 1000 NW of Chicago Pop, 1890 10,180, 1900 13,258, of whom 2264 were foreign-born. 1910 census, 17,567. The city is served by the Chicago Northwestern, the Chicago Milwaukee-St. Paul, and the Illinois Central Railways, and by the Rockford Interurban Electric Railway. The Illinois Central connects at South Freeport, about 3 Roman 1000 s of Freeport, with the Chicago Great Western Railway. Among Freeport's manufactures are foundry and machine shop, products, carriages, hardware specialties, patent medicines, windmills, engines, incubators, organs, beer, and shoes. The Illinois Central has large railway repair shops here. The total value of the city's factory product in 1905 was $3,109,302, an increase of 14 since 1900. In the surrounding country, cereals are grown and swine and poultry are raised. Dairying is an important industry. Also, the city has a Carnegie Library. 1901 in the Courthouse Square is a monument 80 ft high in memory of the soldiers who died in the Civil War at the corner of Douglas Avenue and Mechanic Street. A granite boulder commemorates the famous debate between Abraham Lincoln and Stephen A. Douglas, held in Freeport on the 27th of August 1858. In that debate, Lincoln emphasized the differences between himself and the radical anti-slavery men, and in answer to one of Lincoln's questions, Douglas declared that the people of a territory, through unfriendly laws or denial of legislative protection, could exclude slavery, and that it matters not what way the Supreme Court may hereafter decide on the abstract question whether slavery may or may not go into a territory under the Constitution. This the so-called Freeport Doctrine greatly weakened Douglas in the presidential election of 1860. Freeport was settled in 1830, was laid out, and named Winneshiek in 1836, and in 1837, under its present name, was made the countisat of Stephenson County. It was incorporated as a town in 1850, and chartered as a city in 1855. Freeport's a term strictly speaking given to localities where no customs duties are levied, and where no customs supervision exists in these ports, subject to payment for specific services rendered wharfage, storage, Roman 100, and to the observance of local police and sanitary regulations. Ships load and unload, cargoes are deposited and handled, industries are exercised, manufactures are carried on, goods are bought and sold without any action on the part of fiscal authorities. Ports are likewise designated free, where a space or zone exists within which commercial operations are conducted without payment of import or export duty and without active interference on the part of customs authorities. The French and German designations for these two descriptions of ports, Arefer the former La Ville Franche, Freihafen for the latter La Porte Frank Freibezirk, or Freiliger, the English phrase free port, applies to both. The leading conditions under which free ports in Europe derived their origin were as follows. 1. When public order became re-established during the Middle Ages, trading centres were gradually formed. Marts for the exchange and purchase of goods arose in different localities. Many Italian settlements constituting free zones were established in the Levant. The Hanseatic towns arose in the 12th century. Great fairs became recognized. The Leipzig Charter was granted in 1268. These localities were free as regards customs duties, although dues of the nature of octroi charges were often levied too. Until the 19th century, European states were numerous and often of small size. Accordingly, uniform customs tariffs of wide application did not exist. 86 uniform rates of duty were fixed in England by the Subsidy Act of 1660. In France, before the Revolution, besides the free ports, Alsace and the Lorraine bishoprics were in trade matters treated as foreign countries. The unification of the German customs tariff began in 1834 with the Steuerverein, and that Zollverein, the Spanish fiscal system, did not include the Basque provinces. Until about 1850, the uniform Italian tariff dates from 1861. Thus, until very recent times on the continent, free ports were compatible with the fiscal policy and practice of different countries. 3. Along the Mediterranean coast up to the 19th century, Convenient shelter was needed from corsairs in other continental countries. The prevalent colonial and mercantile policy sought to create transoceanic trade-free ports were advantageous from all these points of view. In following the history of these harbours in Europe, it is to be observed that in Great Britain free ports have never existed. In 1552, it was contemplated to place Hull and Southampton on this footing, but the design was abandoned. Subsequently, the bonding, and not the free port system, was adopted in the United Kingdom. Austria-Hungary, Fiume and Trieste were respectively free ports during the periods 17,221,893 and 17,190,1893. Belgium. The Emperor Joseph Roman II, during his visit to the Austrian Netherlands in June 1781, endeavoured to create a direct trade between that country and India. Ostend was made a free port, and large bonding facilities were afforded at Bruges, Brussels, Ghent, and Louvain in 1796. However, the revolutionary government abolished the Ostend privileges. Denmark. In November 1894, an area of about 150 acres at Copenhagen was opened as a free port, and great facilities are afforded for shipping and commercial operations in order that the Baltic trade may centre there. France. Marseille was a free port in the Middle Ages, and so was Dunkirk when it formed part of Flanders in 1669. These privileges were confirmed and extended to Bayonne in 1784. There was a fresh confirmation, and Lorient and Saint-Jean-de-Luz were included in the ordinance. The National Assembly in 1790 maintained this policy and created free ports in the French West Indies in 1795. However, all such privileges were abolished, but large bonding facilities were allowed at Marseille to favour the Levant trade. The government of Louis Roman XVIII in 1814 restored, and in 1871 again, revoked the free port privileges of Marseille. There are now no free ports in France, or in French possessions. The bonding system is in force. Germany. Bremen, Hamburg and Lübeck were reconstituted free towns and ports under the treaties of 18,141,815, certain minor ports, and several landing stages on the Rhine, and the Neckar were also designated free. As the Zollverein policy became accepted throughout Germany, previous privileges were gradually lessened, and since 1888, only Hamburg remains a free port. There, an area of about 2,500 acres is exempt from customs duties and control, and is largely used for shipping and commercial purposes. Bremerhaven has a similar area of nearly 700 acres. Bremen, Cuxhaven, Emden, Geestemund, Neufahrwasser, and Stettin possess Freiberg areas. Portions of the larger port Heligoland is outside the Zollverein, practically a foreign country. In Italy, free ports were numerous and important, and possessed privileges, which varied at different dates. They were Ancona during the period 16,961,860, 8. Brindisi, 18,451,862, Leghorn in the 17th and 18th centuries, a very important Mediterranean harbour, 16,751,867, Messina, 16,951,879, Senigallia, 18,211,868. During the month of the local fair, Venice possessed warehouses equivalent to bonded stores for German and Turkish trade during the Republic, and was a free port. 18,511,873. Genoa was a free port in the time of the Republic and under the French Empire, and was continued as such by the treaties of 18,141,815. The free port was however changed into a deposito franco by a law passed in 1865, and only storing privileges now remain. Romania. Brela, Galatz and Custengi were free ports for a period of about 40 years up to 1883, when bonded warehouses were established by the Romanian government. Sulina remains free. Russia. Archangel was a free port at least for English goods, from 1553 to 1648. During this period, English products were admitted into Russia via Archangel, without any customs payment for internal consumption, and also in transit to Persia. The Tsar Alexis revoked this grant on the execution of Charles Roman. One free ports were opened in 1895, at Kola in Russian Lapland Dalny. Adjoining Port Arthur was a free port during the Russian occupation, and Japan after the war decided to renew this privilege as soon as practicable. The number of free ports outside Europe has also lessened. The administrative policy of European countries has been gradually adopted in other parts of the world, and customs duties have become almost universal, conjoined with bonding and transshipment facilities in British colonies and possessions under an Act of Parliament passed in 1766 and repealed in 1867. 2 ports in Dominica and 4 in Jamaica were free. Malacca, Penang and Singapore have been free ports since 1824, Hong Kong since 1842, and Waihwe since it was leased to Great Britain in 1898. Zanzibar was a free port during 18,921,899. Aden, Gibraltar, St. Helena, and St. Thomas, West Indies are sometimes designated free ports. A few duties are however levied, which are really octroi rather than customs charges. These places are mainly stations for coaling and awaiting orders. Some harbours in the Netherlands East Indies were free ports between 1829 and 1899, but these privileges were withdrawn by laws passed in 18,981,899 in order to establish uniformity of customs administration. Harbours, where custom houses are not maintained, will be practically closed to foreign trade, though the Governor-General may, in special circumstances, vary the application of the new regulations. Macau has been a free port since 1845. Portugal has no other harbour of this character. The American republics have adopted the bonding system in 1896. A free wharf was opened at New Orleans in imitation of the recent European plan. Livingstone, Guatemala, was a free port during the period 18,821,888. The privileges enjoyed under the old free port system benefited the towns and districts where they existed, and their abolition has been locally injurious. These places were however foreign to their own country, and their inland intercourse was restricted by the duties levied on their products and by the precautions adopted to prevent evasion of these charges, with fiscal usages involving preferential and deferential treatment of goods, and places. The drawbacks thus arising did not attract serious attention under the limited means of communication within and beyond the country. In former times these conveniences were not much felt, but when finance departments became more completely organized, the free port system fell out of favor with fiscal authorities. It afforded opportunities for smuggling and impeded uniformity of action and practice. It became, in fact, out of harmony with the administrative and financial policy of later times. Bonding and entrepot facilities, on a scale commensurate with local needs, now satisfy trade requirements in countries where high customs duties are levied, and where fiscal regulations are minute and rigid. If an extension of foreign trade is desired, and the competition which it involves is a national aim, special facilities must be granted for this purpose. In these circumstances, a free zone sufficiently large to admit of commercial operations and transshipments on a scale which will fulfill these conditions, watched but not interfered with by the customs, becomes indispensable. The German government have, as we have seen, maintained a free zone of this nature at Hamburg, and when the free port at Copenhagen was opened, counter-measures were adopted at Danzig and Stettin. An agitation has arisen in France to provide at certain ports free zones, similar to those at Copenhagen and Hamburg, and to open free ports in French possessions. A bill to this effect was submitted to the Chamber of Deputies on the 12th of April 1905. Colonial free ports, such as Hong Kong and Singapore, do not interfere with the uniformity of the home customs and excise policy. These 2 harbours in particular have become great shipping resorts and distributing centres. The policy which led to their establishment as free ports has certainly promoted British commercial interests. See the parliamentary paper on continental free ports, 1904. Roman 100 Roman 1000 K. 1 in China at the present time, 1902, certain ports are designated free and open. This phrase means that the ports in question are 1. Open to foreign trade, and 2. that vessels engaged in oversea voyages may freely resort their exemption from payment of customs duties is not implied, which is a matter distinct from the permission granted under treaty engagements to foreign vessels to carry cargoes to and from the treaty ports. Free reed vibrator fr Anch Libreger Deutsch Legend Zunge Ital Ancha, or lingua libera in musical instruments, a thin metal tongue fixed at one end, and vibrating freely either in surrounding space, as in the accordion and concertina, or enclosed in a pipe or channel, as in certain reed stops of the organ, or in the harmonium. The enclosed reed in its typical and theoretical form is fixed over an aperture of the same shape, but just large enough to allow it to swing freely backwards and forwards, alternately opening and closing the aperture when driven by a current of compressed air. We have to deal with air under 3 different conditions. in considering the phenomenon of the sound produced by free reeds, 1. The stationary column or stratum in pipe or channel containing the reed which is normally at rest, 2. The wind or current of air fed from the bellows, with a variable velocity and pressure, which is broken up into periodic air puffs, as its entrance into pipe or channel is 87 alternately checked or allowed by the vibrator. 3. The disturbed condition of no 1 when acted upon by the metal vibrator, and by no 2 whereby the air within the pipe is forced into alternate pulses of condensation and rarefaction. The free reed is therefore not the tone producer, but only the exciting agent, that is to say, the sound is not produced by the communication of the free reed's vibrations to the surrounding air, 1 as in the case of a vibrating string, but by the series of air puffs, punctuated by infinitesimal pauses, which it produces by alternately opening and almost closing the aperture. A musical sound is thus produced, the pitch of which depends on the length and thickness of the metal tongue. The greater the length, the slower the vibrations, and the lower the pitch, while on the contrary, the thicker the reed near the shoulder at the fixed end, the higher the pitch. It must be borne in mind that the periodic vibrations of the reed determine the pitch of the sound solely by the frequency per second they impose upon the pulses of rarefaction and condensation within the pipe. From J.B. Biot, Trait de physique expérimentale. Fig. 1. Grenny's organ pipe, fitted with free reed vibrator. A tuning wire. D. Free reed. R. reed box. BC feed pipe with conical foot. T. part of resonating pipe, the upper end, with cap and vent hole being shown separately at the side. The most valuable characteristic of the free reed is its power of producing all the delicate gradations of tone between forte and piano, by virtue of a law of acoustics governing the vibration of free reeds, whereby increased pressure of wind produces a proportional increase in the volume of tone. The pitch of any sound depends upon the frequency of the sound waves, that is, the number per second, which reach the ear. The fullness of sound depends upon the amplitude of the waves, or more strictly speaking, of the swing of the transmitting particles of the medium greater pressure in the air, current no 2 above which sets the vibrator in motion, producing amplitude of vibration in the air within the receptacle no 3 above, serving as resonating medium. The sound produced by the free reed itself is weak, and requires to be reinforced by means of an additional stationary column or stratum of air. Free reed instruments are therefore classified according to the nature of the resonant medium, provided 1. Free reeds vibrating in pipes, such as the reed stops of church organs on the continent of Europe. In England, the reed pipes are generally provided with beating reeds. C. reed instruments, and clarinet. 2. Free reeds vibrating in reed compartments and reinforced by air chambers of various shapes and sizes, as in the harmonium Curoman. 5. 3 instruments like the accordion and concertina, having the free reed set in vibration through a valve, but having no reinforcing medium. Fig. 2. Organ pipe fitted with beating reed. Al. beating reed. R. reed box. FF. tuning wire. TV. feed pipe. VV. conical foot. S. hole through which compressed air is fed. The arrangement of the free reed in an organ pipe is simple, and does not differ greatly from that of the beating reed shown in Fig. 2. For the purpose of comparison, the reed box, a rectangular wooden pipe, is closed at the bottom and covered on one face with a thin plate of copper having a rectangular slit over which is fixed the thin metal vibrating tongue or reed as described above. The reed box itself, open at the top, is enclosed in a feed pipe having a conical foot pierced with a small hole through which the air current is forced by the action of the bellows. The impact of the incoming compressed air against the reed tongue sets it swinging through the slit, thus causing a disturbance or series of pulsations within the reed box. The air then finds an escape through the resonating medium of a pipe fitting over the reed box and terminating in an inverted cone covered with a cap in the top of which is pierced a small hole or vent. The quality of tone of free reeds is due to the tendency of air set in periodic pulsations to divide into aliquot vibrations or loops, producing the phenomenon known as harmonic overtones or upper partials, which may in the highly composite clang of free reeds be discerned as far as the 16th or 20th of the series. The more intermittent and interrupted the air current becomes, the greater the number of the upper partials, produce the power of the overtones, and their relation to the fundamental note depend greatly upon the form of the tongue, its position, and the amount of the clearance left as it swings through the aperture. Free reeds not associated with resonating media, as in the concertina, are peculiarly rich in harmonics, but as the higher harmonics lie very close together, disagreeable dissonances and a harsh tone result the resonating pipe or chamber, when suitably accommodated to the reed, greatly modifies the tone by reinforcing the harmonics proper to itself, the others sinking into comparative insignificance. In order to produce a full rich tone, a resonator should be chosen whose deepest note coincides with the fundamental tone of the reed. The other upper partials will also be reinforced thereby, but to a less degree the higher the harmonics. For the history of the application of the free reed to keyboard instruments, see harmonium. K.S. 1 Ch. Helmholtz Die Lehre von den Tonfindungen Brunswick, 1877 p. 166. 2. See also Ernst Heinrich and Wilhelm Weber Wellenlehre Leipzig, 1825, where a particularly lucid explanation of the phenomenon is given pp. 526,530. 3. See Helmholtz Opsit p. 167. 4. These phenomena are clearly explained at greater length by Sedley Taylor in Sound and Music, London, 1896, pp. 134,153, and pp. 7486. See also Friedrich Zamener Die Musik und die musikalischen Instrument Roman 100 Gießen, 1855 p. 261. Freesia in Botany, a genus of plants belonging to the iris family Iridaceae, and containing a single species F. refracta native at the Cape of Good Hope. The plants grow from a corm, a solid bulb, as in gladiolus, which sends up a tuft of long narrow leaves, and a slightly branched stem bearing a few leaves, and loose one-sided spikes of fragrant, narrowly funnel-shaped flowers. Several varieties are known in cultivation, differing in the color of the flower, which is white, cream, or yellow. They form pretty greenhouse plants, which are readily increased from seed. They are extensively grown for the market in Guernsey, England, and America, by potting successively throughout the autumn. A supply of flowers is obtained through winter, and spring some very fine larger flowered varieties, including rose-colored ones, are now being raised by various growers in England, and are a great improvement on the older forms. Free Soil Party, a political party in the United States, which was organized in 18,471,848 to oppose the extension of slavery into the territories. It was a combination of the political abolitionists, many of whom had formerly been identified with the more radical Liberty Party anti-slavery Whigs, and the faction of the Democratic Party in the state of New York, called barnburners, who favored the prohibition of slavery. In accordance with the Wilmot Proviso, see Wilmot, David, in the territory acquired from Mexico, the party was prominent in the presidential campaigns of 1848 and 1852. At the National Convention, held in Buffalo, NY, on the 9th and 10th of August 1848, they secured the nomination to the presidency of ex-President Martin Van Buren, who had failed to secure nomination by the Democrats in 1844 because of his opposition to the annexation of Texas, and of Charles Francis Adams of Massachusetts for the vice presidency, taking as their platform a declaration that Congress, having no more power to make a slave than to make a king, was bound to restrict slavery to the slave states, and concluding, "We inscribe on our banner free soil, free speech, free labor, and free man, and under it we will fight on and fight ever, until a triumphant victory shall reward our exertions." The Liberty Party had previously, in November 1847, nominated 88 John P. Hale and Lester King as president and vice president respectively, but in the spring of 1848 it withdrew its candidates and joined the Free Soil movement. Representatives of 18 states, including Delaware, Maryland, and Virginia, attended the Buffalo Convention. In the ensuing presidential election, Van Buren and Adams received a popular vote of 291,263, of which 120,510 were cast in New York. They received no electoral votes, all these being divided between the Whig candidate, Zachary Taylor, who was elected, and the Democratic candidate, Lewis Cass. The Free Soilers, however, succeeded in sending to the 31st Congress 2 senators and 14 representatives, who by their ability exercised an influence out of proportion to their number. Between 1848 and 1852, the Barnburners and the Hunkers, their opponents, became partially reunited, the former returning to the Democratic ranks, and thus greatly weakening the Free Soilers. The party held its national convention at Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, on the 11th of August 1852, delegates being present from all the free states, and from Delaware, Maryland, Virginia, and Kentucky, and John P. Hale of New Hampshire and George W. Julian of Indiana were nominated for the presidency and the vice presidency respectively, on a platform which declared slavery a sin against God and a crime against man denounced the compromise measures of 1850, the fugitive slave law in particular, and again, opposed the extension of slavery in the territories. These candidates, however, received no electoral votes, and a popular vote of only 156,149, of which but 25,329 were polled in New York. By 1856, they abandoned their separate organization and joined the movement which resulted in the formation of the powerful Republican Party Roman 5, of which the Free Soil Party was the legitimate precursor. Freestone, a translation of the OFR French pier, or pier Roman 1e stone of good quality, the modern French equivalent, is pier de taille, and little piètre milestone used in architecture for mouldings, tracery, and other work required to be worked with the chisel. The oolitic stones are generally so called, although in some countries soft sandstones are used in some churches. An indurated chalk called clunch is employed for internal lining and for carving. Freetown, capital of the British colony of Sierra Leone, West Africa, on the south side of the Sierra Leone estuary, about 5 Roman 1000, from the cape of that name in 829 N 1310 W Pop 1901 34,463, about 500 of the inhabitants are Europeans. Freetown is picturesquely situated on a plain closed in behind by a succession of wooded hills, the Sierra Leone rising to a height of 1700 ft. As nearly every house is surrounded by a courtyard or garden, the town covers an unusually large area. For the number of its inhabitants, it possesses few buildings of architectural merit. The principal are the governor's residence and government offices, the barracks, the cathedral, the missionary institutions, the fruit market Wilberforce, whole courts of justice, the railway station, and the grammar school. Several of these institutions are built on the slopes of the hills, and on the highest point, Sugar Loaf Mountain, is a sanatorium. The botanic gardens form a pleasant and favorite place of resort. The roads are wide, but badly kept horses do not live, and all-wheeled traffic is done by manual labor. Hammocks and sedan chairs are the customary means of locomotion, notwithstanding that Freetown possesses an abundant and pure water supply drawn from the adjacent hills. It is enervating and unhealthy, and it was particularly to the capital often spoken of as Sierra Leone that the designation white man's grave applied. Since the beginning of the 20th century, strenuous efforts have been made to improve the sanitary condition by a new system of drainage, a better water service, the filling up of marshes wherein the malarial mosquito breeds, and in other directions, a light railway 6 Roman 1000 long, opened in 1904, has been built to Hill Station 900 ft high, where on a healthy site are the residences of the government officials and of other Europeans. As a consequence, the public health has improved. The highest death rate in the years 19,011,907, being 29 per 1,000. The town is governed by a municipality created in 1893, with a mayor and councillors, the large majority being elective. Freetown was the first place in British West Africa granted local self-government. Both commercially and strategically, Freetown is a place of importance. Its harbour affords ample accommodation for the largest fleets. It is a coaling station for the British Navy, the headquarters of the British military forces in West Africa, the sea terminus of the railway to the rich oil palm regions of Mendeland, and a port of call for all steamers serving West Africa. Its inhabitants are noted for their skill. As traders, the town itself produces nothing in the way of exports. In consequence of the character of the original settlement, see Sierra Leone, 75 of the inhabitants are descended from non-indigenous Negro races. As many as 150 different tribes are represented in the Sierra Leones of today. Their semi-Europeanization is largely the result of missionary endeavor. The only language of the lower class is Pidgin English, quite incomprehensible to the newcomer from Great Britain, but a large proportion of the inhabitants are highly educated men who excel as lawyers, clergymen, clerks and traders. Many members of the upper, that is, the best-educated class, have filled official positions of great responsibility. The most noted citizens are Bishop Crowther and Sir Samuel Lewis, Chief Justice of Sierra Leone, 18,821,894. Both were full-blooded Africans. The crewmen form a distinct section of the community, living in a separate quarter and preserving their tribal customs. Since 18,611,862, there has been an independent Episcopal native church, but the Church Missionary Society, which in 1804 sent out the first missionaries to Sierra Leone, still maintains various agencies. Furubay College, built by the Society on the site of General Charles Turner's estate 112 Roman 1000 E of Freetown, and opened in 1828. With 6 pupils, one of whom was Bishop Crowther, was affiliated in 1876 to Durham University, and has a high-class curriculum. The Wesleyans have a high school, a theological college, and other educative agencies. The Moslems, who are among the most law-abiding and intelligent citizens of Freetown, have several state-aided primary schools. Free trade, an expression which has now come to be appropriated to the economic policy of encouraging the greatest possible commercial intercourse, unrestricted by protective duties, see protection, between any one country and its neighbours. This policy was originally advocated in France, and it has had its adherents in many countries, but Great Britain stands alone among the great commercial nations of the world in having adopted it systematically from 1846 onwards as the fundamental principle of her economic policy. In the economic literature of earlier periods, it may be noted that the term free trade is employed in senses which have no relation to modern usage. The term conveyed no suggestion of unrestricted trade or national liberty. When it first appeared in controversial pamphlets, when it stood for a freedom conferred and maintained by authority like that of a free town, the merchants desired to have good regulations for trade, so that they might be free from the disabilities imposed upon them by princes or unscrupulous fellow subjects after 1640. The term seems to have been commonly current in a different sense when the practice which had been handed down from the Middle Ages of organizing the trade with particular countries by means of privileged companies, which professed to regulate the trade according to the state of the market, so as to secure its steady development in the interest of producers and traders, was seriously called in question under the Stuarts. And at the Revolution, interlopers and opponents of the companies insisted on the advantages of a free trade. They meant by this that the various branches of commerce should not be confined to particular persons or limited in amount, but should be thrown open to be pursued by any Englishman in the way he thought most profitable himself. Again, in the latter half of the 1889 century, till Pitt's financial reforms 3 were brought into operation, the English customs duties on wine and brandy were excessive, and those who carried on a remunerative business by evading these duties were known as fair traders or free traders. Since 1846, the term free trade has been popularly used in England to designate the policy of Cobden Roman 5 and others who advocated the abolition of the tax on imported corn. See Corn Laws. This is the only one of the specialized senses of the term which is at all likely to be confused with the economic doctrine. The anti-corn law movement was, as a matter of fact, a special application of the economic principle, but serious mistakes have arisen from the blunder of confusing the part with the whole, and treating the remission of one particular duty as if it were the essential element of a policy in which it was only an incident. W.E. Gladstone, in discussing the effect of improvements in locomotion on British trade, showed what a large proportion of the stimulus to commerce during the 19th century was to be credited to what he called the liberalizing legislation of the free trade movement. In the wide sense in which he used the term, I rank the introduction of cheap postage for letters, documents, patterns, and printed matter, and the abolition of all taxes on printed matter, in the category of free trade legislation. Not only thought in general, but every communication and every publication relating to matters of business was thus set free. These great measures then may well take their place beside the abolition of prohibitions and protective duties, the simplifying of revenue laws, and the repeal of the Navigation Act, as forming together the great code of industrial emancipation. Under this code, our race, restored to freedom in mind and hand, and braced by the powerful stimulus of open competition with the world, has upon the whole surpassed itself and every other, and has won for itself a commercial primacy more evident, more comprehensive, and more solid than it had at any previous time possessed. 5. In this large sense, free trade may be almost interpreted as the combination doctrines of the division of labor and of laissez-faire in regard to the world as a whole, the division of labor between different countries of the world, so that each concentrates its energies in supplying that for the production of which it is best fitted, appears to offer the greatest possibility of production. But this result cannot be secured unless trade and industry are treated as the primary elements in the welfare of each community, and political considerations are not allowed to hamper them. Stated in its simplest form, the principle which underlies the doctrine of free trade is almost a truism. It is directly deducible from the very notion of exchange. Roman 5. Adam Smith and his successors have demonstrated that in every case of voluntary exchange, each party gains something that is of greater value to him than that with which he parts, and that consequently in every exchange, either between individuals or between nations, both parties are the gainers. Hence it necessarily follows that, since both parties gain through exchanging, the more facilities there are for exchange, the greater will be the advantage to every individual all round. There is no difficulty in translating this principle into the terms of actual life, and stating the conditions in which it holds good absolutely. If at any given moment the mass of goods in the world were distributed among the consumers, with the minimum of restriction on interchange, each competitor would obtain the largest possible share of the things he procures in the world's market. But the argument is less conclusive when the element of time is taken into account. What is true of each moment, separately, is not necessarily true of any period, in which the conditions of production or the requirements of communities may possibly change. Each individual is likely to act with reference to his own future, but it may often be wise for the statesman to look far ahead beyond the existing generation, owing to the neglect of this element of time, and the allowance which must be made for it. The reasoning as to the advantages of free trade, which is perfectly sound in regard to the distribution of goods already in existence, may become sophistical if it is put forward as affording a complete demonstration of the benefits of free trade. As a regular policy, after all, human society is very complex, and any attempt to deal with its problems offhand, by appealing to a simple principle, raises the suspicion that some important factor may have been left out of account. When there is such mistaken simplification, the reasoning may seem to have complete certainty, and yet it fails to produce conviction, because it does not profess to deal with the problem in all its aspects. When we concentrate attention on the phenomena of exchange, we are viewing society as a mechanism in which each acts under known laws and is impelled by one particular force, that of self-interest. Now society is no doubt in this sense a mechanism, but it is also an organism. And it is only for very short periods and in a very limited way that we can venture to neglect its organic character without running the risk of falling into serious mistakes. The doctrine of free trade maintains that in order to secure the greatest possible mass of goods in the world as a whole, and the greatest possibility of immediate comfort for the consumer, it is expedient that there should be no restriction on the exchange of goods and services, either between individuals or communities. The controversies in regard to this doctrine have not turned on its certainty as a hypothetical principle, but on the legitimacy of the arguments based upon it. It certainly supplies a principle in the light of which all proposed trade regulations should be criticized. It gives us a basis for examining and estimating the expense at which any particular piece of trade restriction is carried out, but thus used the principle does not necessarily condemn the expenditure. The game may be worth the candle, or it may not, but at least it is well that we should know how fast the candle is being burnt. It was in this critical spirit that Adam Smith examined the various restrictions and encouragements to trade which were in vogue in his day. He proved of each in turn that it was expensive, but he showed that he was conscious that the final decision could not be taken from this standpoint, since he recognized in regard to the Navigation Acts that defense is more than opulence. In more recent times, the same sort of attitude was taken by Henry Sidgwick, who criticizes various protective expedients in turn in the light of free trade, but does not treat it as conveying an authoritative decision on their merits. But other exponents of the doctrine have not been content to employ it in this fashion. They urge it in a more positive manner, and insist that free trade, pure and simple, is the foundation on which the economic life of the community ought to be based. By men who advocate it in this way, free trade is set forward as an ideal which it is a duty to realize, and those who hold aloof from it or oppose it have been held up to scorn as if they were almost guilty of a crime. The development of the material resources of the world is undoubtedly an important element in the welfare of mankind. It is an aim which is common to the whole race, and may be looked upon as contributing to the greatest happiness of the greatest number. Competition in the open market seems to secure that each consumer shall obtain the best possible terms, and again, since all men are consumers whether they produce or not, or whatever they produce, the greatest measure of comforts for each seems likely to be attainable on these lines for those who are frankly cosmopolitan, and who regard material prosperity as, at all events, the prime object at which public policy should aim. The free trade doctrine is readily transformed from a mere principle of criticism, till it comes to be regarded as the harbinger of a possible utopia. It was in this fashion that it was put forward by French economists, and proved attractive to some leading American statesmen in the 18th century. Turgot regarded the colonial systems of the European countries as at once unfair to their dependencies and dangerous to the peace of the world. It will be a wise and happy thing for the nation which shall be the first to modify its policy according to the new conditions, and be content to regard its colonies as if they were allied provinces, and not subjects of the mother country. It will be a wise and happy thing for the nation which is the first to be convinced that the secret of success, so far as commercial policy is concerned, consists in employing all its land in the manner most profitable for the proprietary, all the hands in the manner most advantageous to the workman personally, that is to say, in the manner in which each would employ them, if we could let him be simply directed by his own interest, and that all the rest of the mercantile policy is vanity and vexation of spirit, when the entire separation of America shall have forced the whole world to recognize this truth, and purged the European nations of commercial jealousy, there will be one great cause of war less in the world. Pitt, under the influence of Adam Smith, was prepared to admit the United States to the benefit of trade with the West Indian colonies, and Jefferson, accepting the principles of his French teachers, would, in contradistinction to Alexander Hamilton, have been willing to see his country renounce the attempt to develop manufactures of her own. It seemed as if a long step might be taken towards realizing the free trade ideal for the Anglo-Saxon race, but British shipowners insisted on the retention of their privileges, and the propitious moment passed away with the failure of the negotiations of 1783. Free trade ceased to be regarded as a gospel even in France, till the ideal was revived in the writings of Basquiat, and helped to mold the enthusiasm of Richard Cobden through his zealous advocacy. The doctrine secured converts in almost every part of the world, though it was only in Great Britain that a great majority of the citizens became so far satisfied with it that they adopted it as the foundation of the economic policy of the country. It is not difficult to account for the conversion of Great Britain to this doctrine in the special circumstances of the first half of the 19th century. It was to the interest of the most vigorous factors in the economic life of the country to secure the greatest possible freedom for commercial intercourse. Great Britain had, through her shipping, access to all the markets of the world. She had obtained such a lead in the application of machinery to manufactures that she had a practical monopoly in textile manufactures, and in the hardware trades. By removing every restriction, she could push her advantage to its farthest extent, and not only undersell native manufactures in other lands, but secure food and the materials for her manufactures on the cheapest possible terms. Free trade thus seemed to offer the means of placing an increasing distance between Britain and her rivals, and of rendering the industrial monopoly, which she had attained, impregnable. The capitalist employer had superseded the landowner as the mainstay of the resources and revenue of the realm, and insisted that the prosperity of manufactures was the primary interest of the community as a whole. The expectation that a thoroughgoing policy of free trade would not only favor an increase of employment, but also the cheapening of food, could only have been roused in a country which was obliged to import a considerable amount of corn. The exceptional weakness as well as the exceptional strength of Great Britain among European countries made it seem desirable to adopt the principle of unrestricted commercial intercourse, not merely in the tentative fashion in which it had been put in operation by Huskisson, but in the thoroughgoing fashion in which it at last commended itself to the minds of Peel and Gladstone. The Manchester men saw clearly where their interest lay, and the fashionable political economy was ready to demonstrate that in pursuing their own interest, they were conferring the benefit of cheap clothing on all the most poverty-stricken races of mankind. It seemed probable in the 40s and early 50s that other countries would take a similar view of their own interests and would follow the example which Great Britain had set. That they have not done so is partly due to the fact that none of them had such a direct or such a widely diffused interest in increased commercial intercourse as existed in Great Britain, but their reluctance has been partly the result of the criticism to which the free trade doctrine has been subjected. The principles expressed in the writings of Friedrich List have taken such firm hold both in America and in Germany that these countries have preferred to follow on the lines by which Great Britain successfully built up her industrial prosperity in the 17th and 18th century, rather than on those by which they have seen her striving to maintain it since 1846. Free trade was attractive as an ideal because it appeared to offer the greatest production of goods to the world as a whole and the largest share of material goods to each consumer. It is cosmopolitan, and it treats consumption and the interest of the consumer as such as the end to be considered. Hence, it lies open to objections which are partly political and partly economic. As cosmopolitan free trade doctrine is apt to be indifferent to national tradition and aspiration, in so far indeed as patriotism is a mere aesthetic sentiment, it may be tolerated, but in so far as it implies a genuine wish and intention to preserve and defend the national habits and character to the exclusion of alien elements, the cosmopolitan mind will condemn it as narrow and mischievous. In the first half of the 19th century, there were many men who believed that national ambitions and jealousies of every kind were essentially dynastic, and that if monarchies were abolished, there would be fewer occasions of war, so that the expenses of the business of government would be enormously curtailed. For Cobden and his contemporaries, it was natural to regard the national administrative institutions as maintained for the benefit of the classes, and without much advantage to the masses. But in point of fact, modern times have shown the existence in democracies of a patriotic sentiment, which is both exclusive and aggressive, and the burden of armaments has steadily increased. It was by means of a civil war that the United States attained to a consciousness of national life, while such later symptoms, as the recent interpretations of the Monroe Doctrine, or the war with Spain, have proved that the citizens of that democratic country cannot be regarded as destitute of self-aggrandizing national ambition. In Germany, the growth of militarism and nationalism have gone on side by side under constitutional government, and certainly in harmony with predominant public opinion. Neither of these communities is willing to sink its individual conception of progress in those of the world at large. Each is jealous of the intrusion of alien elements which cannot be reconciled with its own political and social system, and a similar recrudescence of patriotic feeling has been observable in other countries such as Norway and Hungary. The growth of national sentiment is shown not only in the attempts to revive and popularize the use of a national language, but still more decidedly in the determination to have a real control over the economic life of the country. It is here that the new patriotism comes into direct conflict with the political principles of free trade, as advocated by Bastiat and Cobden. For them, the important point was that countries, by becoming dependent on one another, would be prevented from engaging in hostilities. The new nations are 91 determined that they will not allow other countries to have such control over their economic condition as to be able to exercise a powerful influence on their political life. Each is determined to be the master in his own house, and each has rejected free trade because of the cosmopolitanism which it involves. Economically, free trade lays stress on consumption as the chief criterion of prosperity. It is of course true that goods are produced with the object of being consumed, and it is plausible to insist on taking this test, but it is also true that consumption and production are mutually interdependent, and that in some ways production is the more important of the two. Consumption looks to the present, and the disposal of actual goods production looks to the future, and the conditions under which goods can continue to be regularly provided, and thus become available for consumption in the long run. As regards the prosperity of the community in the future, it is important that goods should be consumed in such a fashion as to secure that they shall be replaced or increased before they are used up. It is the amount of production rather than the amount of consumption that demands consideration, and gives indication of growth or of decadence. In these circumstances, there is much to be said for looking at the economic life of a country from the point of view which free traders have abandoned or ignore. It is not on the possibilities of consumption in the present, but on the prospects of production in the future, that the continued wealth of the community depends, and this principle is the only one which conforms to the modern conception of the essential requirements of sociological science in its wider aspect. See sociology. This is most obviously true in regard to countries of which the resources are very imperfectly developed. If their policy is directed to securing the greatest possible comfort for each consumer in the present, it is certain that progress will be slow. The planting of industries, for which the country has an advantage, may be a tedious process, and in order to stimulate national efficiency, temporary protection involving what is otherwise unnecessary immediate cost to the consumer may seem to be abundantly justified. Such a free trader as John Stuart Mill himself admits that a case may be made out for treating infant industries as exceptions, and if this exception be admitted, it is likely to establish a precedent. After all, the various countries of the world are all in different stages of development. Some are old and some are new, and even the old countries differ greatly in the progress they have made in distinct arts. The introduction of machinery has everywhere changed the conditions of production, so that some countries have lost and others have gained a special advantage. Most of the countries of the world are convinced that the wisest economy is to attend to the husbanding of their resources of every kind, and to direct their policy not merely with a view to consumption in the present, but rather with regard to the possibilities of increased production in the future. This deliberate rejection of the doctrine of free trade between nations, both in its political and economic aspects, has not interfered, however, with the steady progress of free commercial intercourse within the boundaries of a single, though composite political community. Internal free trade, though the name was not then current in this sense, was one of the burning questions in England in the 17th century. It was perhaps as important a factor as Puritanism in the fall of Charles Roman. Internal free trade was secured in France, 18th century. Thanks to Hamilton, it was embodied in the Constitution of the United States. It was introduced into Germany by Bismarck, and was firmly established in the Dominion of Canada and the Commonwealth of Australia. It became, in consequence, where practicable, part of the modern federal idea as usually interpreted. There are thus great areas externally self-protecting, where free trade, as between internal divisions, has been introduced with little if any political difficulty, and with considerable economic advantage. These cases are sometimes quoted as justifying the expectation that the same principle is likely to be adopted sooner or later. In regard to external trading relations, there is some reason, however, for raising the question whether free trade has been equally successful not only in its economic, but in its social results in all the large political communities where it has been introduced. In a region like the United States of America, it is probably seen at its best. There is an immense variety of different products throughout that great zone of the continent, so that the mutual cooperation of the various parts is most beneficial, while the standard of habit and comfort is so far uniform throughout the whole region, and the facilities for the change of employment are so many that there is little injurious competition between different districts in the British Empire. The conditions are reversed, but though the great self-governing colonies have withdrawn from the circle in the hope of building up their own economic life in their own way, free trade is still maintained over a very large part of the British Empire. Throughout this area, there are very varied physical conditions. There is also an extraordinary variety of races, each with its own habits and own standard of comfort, and in these circumstances it may be doubted whether the free competition involved in free trade is really altogether wholesome within this sphere. The ideal of Bastiat and his followers is being realized. England, as a great manufacturing country, has more than held her own. India and Ireland are supplied with manufactured goods by England, and in each case the population is forced to look to the soil for its means of support, and for purchasing power. In each case the preference for tillage as an occupation has rendered it comparatively easy to keep the people on the land, but there is some reason to believe that the law of diminishing returns is already making itself felt at all events in India, and is forcing the people into deeper poverty. It may be doubtful in the case of Ireland how far the superiority of England in industrial pursuits has prevented the development of manufactures. The progress in the last decades of the 18th century was too short-lived to be conclusive, but there is at least a strong impression in many quarters that the industries of Ireland might have flourished if they had had better opportunities allowed them. In the case of India, we know that the hereditary artistic skill which had been built up in bygone generations has been stamped out. It seems possible that the modern unrest in India and the discontent in Ireland may be connected with the economic conditions in these countries on which free trade has been imposed without their consent. So far the population which subsists on the cheaper food and has the lower standard of life has been the sufferer, but the mischief might operate in another fashion. The self-governing colonies at all events feel that competition in the same market between races with different standards of comfort has infinite possibilities of mischief. It is easy to conjure up conditions under which the standard of comfort of wage earners in England would be seriously threatened. Since the 9th edition of the Encyclopaedia Britannica was published, it has become clear that the free trade doctrines of Bastiat and Cobden have not been gaining ground in the world at large, and at the opening of the 20th century, it could hardly be said with confidence that the question was finally settled so far as England was concerned as to whether the interests of Great Britain still demanded that she should continue on the line she adopted in the exceptional conditions of the middle of the 19th century. Expert opinion was conspicuously divided, but there remained no longer the old enthusiasm for free trade as 92, the harbinger of an utopia. The old principles of the bourgeois manufacturers had been taken up by the proletariat and shaped to suit themselves. Socialism, like free trade, is cosmopolitan in its aims, and is indifferent to patriotism and hostile to militarism. Socialism, like free trade, insists on material welfare as the primary object to be aimed at in any policy, and like free trade, socialism tests welfare by reference to possibilities of consumption. In one respect, there is a difference throughout Cobden's attack on the governing classes. There are signs of his jealousy of the superior status of the landed gentry, but socialism has a somewhat wider range of view and demands equality of opportunity with the capitalist as well. Bibliography reference has already been made to the principal works, which deal critically with the free trade policy. Professor Fawcett's Free Trade is a good exposition of free trade principles, so also is Professor Bastable's Commerce of Nations. Among authors who have restated the principles with special reference to the revived controversy on the subject may be mentioned Professor W. Smart, The Return to Protection being a restatement of the case for free trade, 2nd ed. 1906, and a Roman 100 Pigu Protective and Preferential Import Duties, 1906. W. Couey. 1 E. Misselden Free Trade, or The Means to Make Trade Flourish, 1622 p. 68, G. Malines, The Maintenance of Free Trade, 1622 p. 105. 2 H. Parker of a Free Trade, 1648 p. 8. 31,780 727, G. Roman 3 Roman 100. 4 Sir Walter Scott Guy Mannering, Chapter Roman 5, Gladstone Free Trade Railways and Commerce in 19th Century, Feb 1880 Vol Roman 7 p. 370. 6 Parker states a similar argument in the form in which it suited the special problem of his day. If merchandise be good for the commonweal, then the more common it is made, the more open it is laid, the more good it will convey to us. Up Sit 20. 7 Schmaler Grundriss der Allgemeinen Volkswirtschaftslehre, 1904, Roman 2. 8 Biles Sophisms of Free Trade, Roman 50 s. Amory Fundamental Fallacies of Free Trade, 13. 9 W. Cunningham Rise and Decline of the Free Trade Movement, pp. 511. Wealth of Nations Book, Roman 4 Chap Roman 2, Principles of Political Economy, 485. J. Morley Life of Cobden, Roman 1. Memoir 6 April 1776, in others Roman 8. Jefferson Notes on Virginia 275, see also the articles on Jefferson and Hamilton Alexander. One incidental effect of the failure to secure free trade was that the African slave trade with West Indies as a depot for supplying the American market ceased to be remunerative, and the opposition to the abolition of the trade was very much weaker than it would otherwise have been. Ch. Stetter die Wirtschaftlichen und Politischen Motiv für die Abschaffung des britischen Sklavenhandels in schmaler Staats und Sozialwissenschaftlich Forschungen Roman 25 Roman 1. J. Welsford Cobden's Foreign Teacher in National Review, December 1905. Compatriot Club Lectures, 1905 p. 306. J. S. Mill Principles of Political Economy Book, Roman 5, Chapter Roman 10 1. F. S. Oliver Alexander Hamilton, 142. The standard is of course lower among the Negroes and mean whites in the South than in the North and West. F. Beauclerk Free Trade in India in Economic Review, July 1907, Roman 17. A. E. Merry History of the Commercial and Financial Relations between England and Ireland, 294. For the Tariff Reform Movement in English Politics, see the article on Chamberlain J. Among Continental Writers, G. Schmaler Grundriss der Allgemeinen Volkswirtschaftslehre Roman 2, and a Wagner preface to Roman 1000 Schwab's Chamberlain's Handelspolitik pronounce in favor of a change as Fuchs did by Anticipation Scholz Gievernitz Britischer Imperialismus und Englischer Freihandel Aubrey Edud Critique de la Politique Commerciale de l'Angleterre, a l'égard de ses colonies, and Blondel la Politique Protectionniste en Angleterre un nouveau danger pour la France are against it. Fregeli, an ancient town of Latium Aedictum, situated on the Via Latina 11 Roman 1000 WNW of Aquinum, near the left branch of the Liris, it is said to have belonged in early times to the Oppici or Oscans, and later to the Volscians. It was apparently destroyed by the Samnites, a little before 330 B Roman 100, in which year the people of Fabriteria Vetus Mad Secano besought the help of Rome against them, and, in 328 B Roman 100 a Latin colony was established there. The place was taken in 320 B Roman 100 by the Samnites, but re-established by the Romans in 313 B Roman 100. It continued henceforward to be faithful to Rome by breaking the bridges over the Liris. It interposed an obstacle to the advance of Hannibal on Rome in 212 B Roman 100, and it was a native of Fregeli who headed the deputation of the non-revolting colonies in 209 B Roman 100, it appears to have been a very important and flourishing place owing to its command of the crossing of the Liris, and to its position in a fertile territory, and it was here that after the rejection of the proposals of Roman 1000 Fulvius Flaccus for the extension of Roman burgess rights in 125 B Roman 100, a revolt against Rome broke out. It was captured by treachery in the same year and destroyed, but its place was taken in the following year by the colony of Fabriteria, Nova 3 Roman 1000 to the SE on the opposite bank of the Liris. While a post station Fregelanum Mod Seprano is mentioned in the itineraries, Fregeli itself, however, continued to exist as a village even under the Empire. The site is clearly traceable about 12 Roman 1000 E of Seprano, but the remains of the city are scanty. C.G. Colasanti, Fregeli Storia e Topographia 1906. T. as Freiburg or Freiburg, a town of Germany in the Kingdom of Saxony on the Munzbach, near its confluence with the Mulde 19 Roman 1000 SW, of Dresden on the railway to Chemnitz, with a branch to Nossen Pop 1905 30,890. 6. Its situation on the rugged northern slope of the Erzgebirge is somewhat bleak and uninviting, but the town is generally well built and makes a prosperous impression. A part of its ancient walls still remains, the other portions have been converted into public walks and gardens. Freiburg is the seat of the general administration of the mines throughout the kingdom, and its celebrated mining academy Bergakademie, founded in 1765, is frequented by students from all parts of the world. Connected with it are extensive collections of minerals and models, a library of 50,000 volumes and laboratories for chemistry, metallurgy, and a saying among its distinguished scholars. It reckons Abraham Gottlob Werner 17,501,817, who was also professor there, and Alexander von Humboldt. Freiburg has extensive manufactures of gold and silver, lace, woolen cloths, linen, and cotton goods, iron, copper, and brass, whereas gunpowder and white lead. It has also several large breweries in the immediate vicinity, are its famous silver and lead mines, 30 in number, and of which the principal ones passed into the property of the state in 1886. The castle of Freudenstein or Freystein, as rebuilt by the Elector Augustus in 1572, is situated in one of the suburbs, and is now used as a military magazine in its grounds. A monument was erected to Werner in 1851, the cathedral rebuilt in late Gothic style after its destruction by fire in 1484, and restored in 1893, was founded in the 12th century of the original church, a magnificent German Romanesque doorway known as the Golden Gate Golden Forte, survives. The church contains numerous monuments, among others, one to Prince Maurice of Saxony. Adjoining the cathedral is the Mausoleum Begrabniskapelle, built in 1594 in the Italian Renaissance style, in which are buried the remains of Henry the Pious and his successors down to John George Roman IV, who died in 1694. Of the other four Protestant churches, the most noteworthy is the Peterskirch, which with its 3 towers is a conspicuous object on the highest point of the town. Among the other public buildings are the old town hall dating from the 15th century, the Antiquarian Museum, and the Natural History Museum. There are a classical and modern, a commercial, and an agricultural school, and numerous charitable institutions. Freiburg owes its origin to the discovery of its silver mines. Roman 100, the town with the castle of Freudenstein, was built by Otto the rich Margrave of Meissen in 1175, and its name, which first appears in 1221, is derived from the extensive mining franchises granted to it about that time in all the partitions of the territories of the Saxon House of Wettin. From the latter part of the 13th century onward, Freiburg always remained common property, and it was not till 1485, the mines not till 1537, that it was definitively assigned to the Albertine line. The Reformation was introduced into Freiburg in 1536 by Henry the Pious, who resided here. The town suffered severely during the 30 Years' War and again during the French occupation from 1806 to 1814, during which time it had to support an army of 700,000 men and find forage for 200,000 horses. Ch. Gerlach Klein Chronik von Freiburg, 2nd ed. Freiburg, 1898, H. Ermisch das Freiburger Stadtrecht, Leipzig 1889. Ermisch and O. Posse Erkendenbuch, der Stadt, Freiburg in Codex Diplom Sax Reg 3 vols, Leipzig 18,830,1891. Freiburgsburg und Huttenwesen, published by the Bergmännischer Verein Freiburg 1883, Lediber über die Bedeutung der Freiburger Bürgerakademie, ib 1903, Steckbau und Kunstdenkmäler der Amtschaftsmannschaft, Freiburg, Dresden 1884. Freiburg, a town of Germany in Prussian Silesia, on the Pulsnitz 35 Roman 1000 SW of Breslau, on the railway to Halberstadt Pop, 1905-9917, it has an evangelical and Roman Catholic church, and its industries include watchmaking, linenweaving, and distilling. In the neighbourhood are the old and modern castles of the Fürstenstein family, whence the town is sometimes distinguished as Freiburg unter dem Fürstenstein at Freiburg. On the 22nd of July 1762, the Prussians defended themselves successfully against the superior forces of the Austrians. Freiburg im Breisgau, an archiepiscopal see and city of Germany, in the Grand Duchy of Baden 12 Roman 1000, E of the Rhine, beautifully situated on the Dreisam at the foot of the Schlossberg, one of the heights of the Black Forest range on the railway between Basel and Mannheim 40 Roman 1000 N, of the former city Pop, 1905 76,285. The town is for the most part well built, having several wide and handsome streets, and a number of spacious squares. It is kept clean and cool by the waters of the river, which flow through the streets in open channels, and its old fortifications have been replaced by public walks, and what is more unusual, by vineyards. It possesses a famous university, the Ludovica Albertina, founded by Albert Roman VI, Archduke of Austria in 1457, and attended by about 2,000 students. The library contains upwards of 250,000 volumes and 600 MSS, and among the other auxiliary establishments are an anatomical hall and museum and botanical gardens. The Freiburg Minster is considered one of the finest of all the Gothic churches of Germany, being remarkable alike for the symmetry of its proportions, for the taste of its decorations, and for the fact that it may more correctly be said to be finished than almost any other building of the kind. The period of its erection probably lies for the most part between 1122 and 1252, but the choir was not built till 1513. The tower, which rises above the western entrance, is 386 ft in height, and it presents a skillful transition from a square base into an octagonal superstructure, which in its turn is surmounted by a pyramidal spire of the most 93 exquisite open work in stone. In the interior of the church are some beautiful stained glass windows, both ancient and modern, the tombstones of several of the Dukes of Zähringen, statues of Archbishops of Freiburg, and paintings by Holbein and by Hans Baldung Roman 1,001,545, commonly called Grun. Among the other noteworthy buildings of Freiburg are the palaces of the Grand Duke and the Archbishop, the old town hall, the theatre, the Kaufhaus or Merchants' Hall, a 16th century building with a handsome facade, the Church of St. Martin with a graceful spire, restored 18,801,881, the new town hall completed 1901 in Renaissance style, and the Protestant church, formerly the Church of the Abbey of Thenenbach, removed hither in 1839. In the centre of the Fishmarket Square is a fountain surmounted by a statue of Duke Berthold Roman III of Zähringen. The Franciscaner Platz there is a monument to Berthold Schwarz, the traditional discoverer here in 1259 of gunpowder. The Ratek Platz takes its name from the monument of Karl Wenceslaus von Ratek, 17,751,840, the historian, which formerly stood on the site of the Schwarz statue, and in Kaiser Wilhelm Strasse a bronze statue was erected in 1876 to the memory of Herder, who in the early part of the 19th century founded in Freiburg an institute for draftsmen, engravers and lithographers, and carried on a famous bookselling business on the Schlossberg above the town. There are massive ruins of two castles destroyed by the French in 1744, and about 2 Roman 1002. The Ne stands the castle of Zähringen, the original seat of the famous family of the counts of that name, situated on the ancient road, which runs by the Hollenpass between the valleys of the Danube and the Rhine. Freiburg early acquired commercial importance, and it is still the principal centre of the trade of the Black Forest. It manufactures buttons, chemicals, starch, leather, tobacco, silk, thread, paper and hempen goods, as well as beer and wine. Freiburg is of uncertain foundation. In 1120 it became a free town with privileges similar to those of Cologne, but in 1219 it fell into the hands of a branch of the family of Urach. After it had vainly attempted to throw off the yoke by force of arms, it purchased its freedom in 1366, but unable to reimburse the creditors who had advanced the money, it was in 1368 obliged to recognize the supremacy of the House of Habsburg. In the 17th and 18th centuries, it played a considerable part as a fortified town, It was captured by the Swedes in 1632, 1634, and 1638, and in 1644, it was seized by the Bavarians who shortly after under General Mercy defeated in the neighbourhood the French forces under Enghien and Turenne. The French were in possession from 1677 to 1697, and again in 17,131,714 and 1744, and when they left the place in 1748 at the Peace of Aix-la-Chapelle, they dismantled the fortifications the Baden insurgents gained a victory at Freiburg in 1848, and the revolutionary government took refuge in the town in June 1849, but in the following July the Prussian forces took possession and occupied it until 1851. Since 1821, Freiburg has been the seat of an archbishop, with jurisdiction over the sees of Mainz, Rottenburg, and Limburg. Sie Schreiber Geschichte und Beschreibung des Munsters zu Freiburg 1820 and 1825, Geschichte der Stadt und Universität Freiburgs 18,571,859, der Schlossburg bei Freiburg 1860, and Albert die Geschichtschreibung der Stadt, Freiburg 1902. Battles of Freiburg 3rd, 5th, and 10th of August 1644. During the 30 Years' War, the neighbourhood of Freiburg was the scene of a series of engagements between the French under Louis de Bourbon du d'Enghien afterwards, called the Great Condé, and Henry de la Tour d'Auvergne Vicomte de Turenne, and the Bavarians and Austrians commanded by Franz Freiherr von Mercy. At the close of the campaign of 1643, the French army of Weimar having been defeated and driven into Alsace by the Bavarians had there been reorganized under the command of Turenne, then a young general of 32 and newly promoted to the Marshallate. In May 1644, he opened the campaign by recrossing the Rhine and raiding the enemy's posts as far as Überlingen on the Lake of Constance and Donaueschingen on the Danube. The French then fell back with their booty and prisoners, to Brayssach a strong garrison being left in Freiburg. The Bavarian commander, however, revenged himself by besieging Freiburg June 27th, and Turenne's first attempt to relieve the place failed during July. As the siege progressed, the French government sent the Duc d'Enghien, who was 10 years younger still than Turenne, but had just gained his great victory of Rocroi, to take over the command. Enghien brought with him a veteran army called the Army of France. Turenne, remaining in command of the Army of Weimar. The armies met at Brayssach on the 2nd of August, by which date Freiburg had surrendered. At this point, most commanders of the time would have decided not to fight, but to maneuver Mercy away from Freiburg. Enghien, however, was a fighting general, and Mercy's entrenched lines at Freiburg seemed to him a target rather than an obstacle. A few hours after his arrival, therefore, without waiting for the rearmost troops of his columns, he set the combining armies in motion for Krozingen, a village on what was then the main road between Brayssach and Freiburg. The total force immediately available numbered only 16,000 combatants. Enghien and Turenne had arranged that the Army of France was to move direct upon Freiburg by Wolfenwater, while the Army of Weimar was to make its way by hillside tracks to Wittenau, and thence to attack the rear of Mercy's lines, while Enghien assaulted them in front. Turenne's march August 3, 1644, was slow and painful, as had been anticipated, and late in the afternoon on passing Wittenau, he encountered the enemy. The Weimarians carried the outer lines of defence without much difficulty, but as they pressed on towards Merschossen the resistance became more and more serious. Turenne's force was little more than 6,000, and these were wearied with a long day of marching and fighting on the steep and wooded hillsides of the Black Forest. Thus the turning movement came to a standstill, far short of Uffingen, the village on Mercy's line of retreat that Turenne was to have seized, nor was a flank attack possible against Mercy's main line, from which he was separated by the crest of the Skamberg. Meanwhile, Enghien's army had, at the prearranged hour 4 P.Roman 1000, attacked Mercy's position on the Ebringen Spur, a steep slope. Vineyards, low stone walls, and abbey had all to be surmounted under a galling fire from the Bavarian musketeers, before the Army of France found itself breathless and in disorder in front of the actual entrenchments of the crest. A first attack failed, as did an attempt to find an unguarded path round the shoulder of the Skamberg. The situation was grave in the extreme, but Enghien resolved on Turenne's account to renew the attack. Although only a quarter of his original force was still capable of making an effort, he himself and all the young nobles of his staff dismounted and led the infantry forward. Again the prince threw his baton into the enemy's lines for the soldiers to retrieve, and in the end, after a bitter struggle, the Bavarians, whose reserves had been taken away to oppose Turenne in the Merschossen defile, abandoned the entrenchments and disappeared into the woods of the adjoining spur. Enghien hurriedly reformed his troops, fearing at every moment to be hurled down the hill by a counterstroke. But none came. The French bivouacked in the rain. Turenne, making his way across the mountain, to confer with the prince, and meanwhile Mercy quietly drew off his army in the dark, to a new set of entrenchments on the ridge on which stood the Loreto Chapel. On the 4th of August, the army of France and the army of Weimar met at Meurjossen. The rearmost troops of the army of France came in, and the whole was arranged by the major generals in the plain facing the Loreto Ridge. This position was attacked on. The 5th Enghien had designed his battle even more carefully than before, but as the result of a series of accidents, the two French armies attacked prematurely and straight to their front, one brigade after another, and though at one moment Enghien, sword in hand, broke the line of defence with his last intact reserve, a brilliant counterstroke led by Mercy's brother Caspar, who was killed, drove out the assailants. It is said that Enghien lost half his men on this day, and Mercy 1/3 of his. So severe was the battle, but the result could 94 not be gainsaid. It was for the French a complete and costly failure. For 3 days after this, the armies lay in position, without fighting, the French well supplied with provisions and comforts from Breisach, the Bavarians suffering somewhat severely from want of food, and especially forage, as all their supplies had to be hauled from Villingen, over the rough roads of the Black Forest. Enghien then decided to make use of the Glatter Tal, to interrupt altogether this already unsatisfactory line of supply, and thus to force the Bavarians either to attack him at a serious disadvantage, or to retreat across the hills with the loss of their artillery and baggage, and the disintegration of their army by famine and desertion. With this object the army of Weimar was drawn off on the morning of the 9th of August, and marched round by Betzenhausen and Lehen to Langen, densling the infantry of the army of France. Then the trains followed, while Enghien with his own cavalry faced Freiburg and the Loreto position. Before dawn on the 10th, the advance guard of Turenne's army was ascending the Glatter Tal, but Mercy had divined his adversary's plan, and leaving a garrison to hold Freiburg, the Bavarian army had made a night march on the 910th to the Abbey of St. Peter, whence, on the morning of the 10th, Mercy fell back to Graben, his nearest magazine in the mountains. Turenne's advanced guard appeared from the Glatter Tal, only to find a stubborn rearguard of cavalry in front of the abbey. A sharp action began, but Mercy, hearing the drums and fifes of the French infantry in the Glatter Tal, broke it off, and continued his retreat in good order. Enghien thus obtained little material result from his manoeuvre. Only 2 guns and such of Mercy's wagons that were unable to keep up fell into the hands of the French. Enghien and Turenne did not continue the chase farther than Graben, and Mercy fell back unmolested to Rothenburg on the Tauber. The moral results of this sanguinary fighting were however important, and perhaps justified the sacrifice of so many valuable soldiers. Enghien's pertinacity had not achieved a decision with the sword, but Mercy had been so severely punished that he was unable to interfere with his opponent's new plan of campaign, this which was carried out by the united armies and by reinforcements from France, while Turenne's cavalry screened them by bold demonstrations on the Tauber, led to nothing less than the conquest of the Rhine Valley from Basel to Koblenz, a task which was achieved so rapidly that the army of France and its victorious young leader were free to return to France in 2 months from the time of their appearance in Turenne's quarters at Breisach. Friedenk Vridenk, the name by which a Middle High German didactic poet of the early 13th century is known, it has been disputed whether the word which is equivalent to freethought is to be regarded as the poet's real name or only as a pseudonym. The latter is probably the case. Little is known of Friedenk's life. He accompanied Frederick Roman II on his crusade to the Holy Land, where in the years 12,281,229, a portion at least of his work was composed, and it is said that on his tomb, if indeed it was not the tomb of another Friedenk, Trevize, there was inscribed with allusion to the character of his style. He always spoke, and never sang. Wilhelm Grimm originated the hypothesis that Friedenk was to be identified with Walther von der Vogeweide, but this is no longer tenable. Friedenk's work bears the name of Bescheidenheit Roman 1e, practical wisdom, correct judgment, and consists of a collection of proverbs, pithy sayings, and moral and satirical reflections, arranged under general heads. Its popularity, till the end of the 16th century, is shown by the great number of MSS extant. Sebastian Brandt published the Bescheidenheit in a modified form in 1508. Wilhelm Grimm's edition appeared in 1834, 2nd ed., 1860 H. F. Besenberger's in 1872. A later edition is by F. Sandvoss, 1877. The Old Latin translation Fridengi Discretio was printed by Roman 100 Lemke in 1868, and there are two translations into modern German: A. Backmeisters, 1861, and K. Simrock's 1867. See also F. Pfeiffer über Freidenk zur deutschen Literaturgeschichte, 1855, and H. Paul über die ursprüngliche Anordnung von Freidenks Bescheidenheit, 1870. Freienwalde, a town of Germany in the Kingdom of Prussia, on the Oder 28 Roman 1000 NE of Berlin, on the Frankfurt-Angermund Railway Pup, 1905-79-95. It has a small palace built by the Great Elector, an evangelical, and a Roman Catholic church, and manufactures of furniture machinery. Roman 100. The neighboring forests and its medicinal springs make it a favorite summer resort of the inhabitants of Berlin. A new tower commands a fine view of the Oderbruch See Oder Freienwalde, which must be distinguished from the smaller town of the same name in Pomerania, first appears as a town in 1364. Freieslebonite, a rare mineral consisting of sulfontimonite of silver and lead Pb Ag 25 Sb4, so the monoclinic crystals are prismatic in habit, with deeply striated prism and dome faces. The color is steelgray, and the luster metallic hardness 212. Specific gravity 6. It occurs with argentite, chalybite, and galena in the silver veins of the Himmelsfürst mine at Freiburg, Saxony, where it has been known since 1720. The species was named after J. K. Freiesleben, who had earlier called it Schilf Glazers. Other localities are Hindelinsen near Guadalajara in Spain, Kapnik Banya in Hungary, and Guanajuato in Mexico. A species separated from Freieslebonite by Roman 5 von Zefirovich in 1871, because of differences in crystalline form, is known as diaphorite. From difference, it is very similar to Freieslebonite in appearance and has perhaps the same chemical composition, or possibly Ag2Pb Sb2S5, but is orthorhombic in crystallization. A third mineral, also very similar to Freieslebonite in appearance, is the orthorhombic anderite Ag2Pb Sb36, which is mined as a silver ore at Oruro in Bolivia. Freight, pronounced like weight, derived from the Dutch vracht or vrecht in fr fret, the eng frot being the same word, and formerly used for the same thing, but now only as an adjective laden, the lading or cargo of a ship, and the hire paid for their transport. See affreightment, from the original sense of water transport of goods. The word has also come to be used for land transit, particularly in America, by railroad, and by analogy for any load or burden. Freiligrath Ferdinand, 18,101,876, German poet, was born at Detmold on the 17th of June, 1810. He was educated at the gymnasium of his native town, and in his 16th year was sent to Soest with a view to preparing him for a commercial career here. He had also time and opportunity to acquire a taste for French and English literature. The years from 1831 to 1836 he spent in a bank at Amsterdam, and 1837 to 1839 in a business house at Barmen. In 1838, his Gedicht appeared, and met with such extraordinary success that he gave up the 95 idea of a commercial life, and resolved to devote himself entirely to literature. Repudiation of the political poetry of 1841 and its revolutionary ideals attracted the attention of the King of Prussia, Frederick William Roman IV, who, in 1842, granted him a pension of 300 thalers a year. He married, and to be near his friend Emanuel Jabel, settled at St. Goar. Before long, however, Freiligrath was himself carried away by the rising tide of liberalism. In the poem Ein Glaubensbekenntnis 1844, he openly avowed his sympathy with the political movement led by his old adversary Georg Herwegh. The day he declared of his own poetic trifling with romantic themes was over. Romanticism itself was dead. He laid down his pension, and to avoid the inevitable political persecution, took refuge in Switzerland. As a sequel to the Glaubensbekenntnis, he published Ka Era 1846, which strained still further his relations with the German authorities. He fled to London, where he resumed the commercial life he had broken off 7 years before. When the Revolution of 1848 broke out, it seemed to Freiligrath, as to all the liberal thinkers of the time, the dawn of an era of political freedom, and as may be seen from the poems in his collection of Politische und Soziale Gedichte, 18,491,851, he welcomed it with unbounded enthusiasm. He returned to Germany and settled in Dusseldorf, but it was not long before he had again called down upon himself the ill will of the ruling powers by a poem Die Toten and Die Lebenden 1848. He was arrested on a charge of lèse-majesté, but the prosecution ended in his acquittal. New difficulties arose his association with the democratic movement rendered him an object of constant suspicion, and in 1851 he judged it more prudent to go back to London, where he remained until 1868. In that year, he returned to Germany, settling first in Stuttgart, and in 1875 in the neighbouring town of Cannstatt, where he died on the 18th of March 1876. As a poet, Freiligrath was the most gifted member of the German revolutionary group. Coming at the very close of the Romantic Age, his own purely lyric poetry reaches for the most part the familiar thoughts and imagery of his Romantic predecessors, but at an early age he had been attracted by the work of French contemporary poets, and he reinvigorated the German lyric by grafting upon it the Orientalism of Victor Hugo. In this reconciliation of French and German Romanticism lay Freiligrath's significance for the development of the lyric in Germany. His remarkable power of assimilating foreign literatures is also to be seen in his translations of English and Scottish ballads, of the poetry of Burns, Mrs. Hemans Longfellow, and Tennyson, English Gedicht, Os Neuerzeit 1846, The Rose Thistle, and Shamrock 1853 6th, ed. 1887. He also translated Shakespeare's Cymbeline Winter's Tale and Venus and Adonis, as well as Longfellow's Hiawatha 1857. Freiligrath is most original in his revolutionary poetry. His poems of this class suffer, it is true, under the disadvantage of all political poetry, purely temporary interest, and the unavoidable admixture of much that has no claim to be called poetry at all. But the agitator Freiligrath, when he is at his best, displays a vigour and strength, a power of direct and cogent poetic expression, not to be found in any other political singer of the age. Freiligrath's Gedicht have passed through some 50 editions, and his Gesammelte Dichtungen, first published in 1870, have reached a 6th edition 1898. Nachgelassens, including a translation of Byron's Maespe, was published in 1883. A selection of Freiligrath's best-known poems in English translation was edited by his daughter Mrs. Freiligrath Croker in 1869. Also, songs of a revolutionary epoch were translated by J. Roman 50 Joins in 1888. Cp. E. Schmidt Weissenfels, F. Freiligrath ein Biographie, 1876, W. Buchner F. Freiligrath ein Dichterleben in Briefen zu Vals 1881. G. Freiligrath Erinnerungen, and F. Freiligrath 1889. P. Besson Freiligrath Paris, 1899. K. Richter Freiligrath als Übersetzer 1899. J. G. R. Freyne John 16,751,728, English physician, younger brother of Robert Freyne, 16,671,751, headmaster of Westminster School, was born in 1675 at Croton in Northamptonshire. He made great progress in classical knowledge under Richard Busby at Westminster, and at Christ Church, Oxford, under Dean Aldrich, and while still very young produced, along with Peter Fawkes, an excellent edition of the speeches of Aeschines and Demosthenes on the affair of Ctesiphon. After this, he began the study of medicine, and having proved his scientific attainments by various treatises, was appointed a lecturer on chemistry at Oxford in 1704. In the following year, he accompanied the English army under the Earl of Peterborough into Spain, and on returning home in 1707, wrote an account of the expedition, which attained great popularity. 2 years later, he published his Prelections Chimicae, which he dedicated to Sir Isaac Newton, shortly after his return in 1713, from Flanders, whither he had accompanied the British troops. He took up his residence in London, where he soon obtained a great reputation as a physician. In 1716, he became Fellow of the College of Physicians, of which he was chosen one of the censors in 1718, and Harvey an orator in 1720. In 1722, he entered Parliament as member for Launceston in Cornwall, but being suspected of favouring the cause of the exiled Stuarts, he spent half of that year in the Tower. During his imprisonment, he conceived the plan of his most important work, the History of Physic, of which the first part appeared in 1725, and the second in the following year. In the latter year, he was appointed physician to Queen Caroline, an office which he held till his death on the 26th of July 1728. A complete edition of his Latin works, with a Latin translation of the History of Physic, edited by Dr. John Wigan, was published in London in 1732. Francheim Franchemius Johann 16,081,660, German classical scholar and critic, was born at Ulm on the 16th of November 1608. After studying at the universities of Marburg, Gießen, and Strasbourg, he visited France, where he remained for 3 years. He returned to Strasbourg in 1637, and in 1642 was appointed Professor of Eloquence at Uppsala. In 1647, he was summoned by Queen Christina to Stockholm as court librarian and historiographer. In 1650, he resumed his professorship at Uppsala, but early in the following year he was obliged to resign on account of ill health. In 1656, he became honorary professor at Heidelberg and died on the 31st of August 1660. Freinsheim's literary activity was chiefly devoted to the Roman historians. He first introduced the division into chapters and paragraphs and by means of carefully compiled indexes illustrated the lexical peculiarities of each author. He is best known for his famous supplements to Quintus Curtius and Livy, containing the missing books written by himself. He also published critical editions of Curtius and Florus. Frere Francisco José 17,191,773, Portuguese historian and philologist, was born at Lisbon on the 3rd of January 1719. He belonged to the monastic society of St. Philip Neri, and was a zealous member of the literary association, known as the Academy of Arcadians, in connection with which he adopted the pseudonym of Candido Lusitano. He contributed much to the improvement of the style of Portuguese prose literature, but his endeavour to effect a reformation in the national poetry by a translation of Horace's Ars Poetica was less successful. The work in which he set forth his opinions regarding the vicious taste pervading the current Portuguese prose literature is entitled Maximas sobre Arte Oratoria 1745, and is preceded by a chronological table forming almost a social and physical history of Portugal. His best-known work, however, is his Vida do Infante Roman 500 Henrique 1758, which has given him a place in the first rank of Portuguese historians and has been translated into French. Paris 1781. He also wrote a poetical dictionary Diccionario Poetico, and a translation of Racine's Athalie 1762, and his Reflections sur la langue portugaise was published in 1842 by the Lisbon Society for the Promotion of Useful Knowledge. He died at Mafra on the 5th of July 1773. Freischutz in German folklore, a marksman who by a compact with the devil has obtained a certain number of bullets destined to hit without fail whatever object he wishes, as the legend is usually told. 6 of the Freikugeln or free bullets are thus subservient to the marksman's will, but the 7th is at the absolute disposal of the devil himself. Various methods were adopted in order to procure possession of the marvellous missiles. According to one, the marksman, instead of swallowing the sacramental host, kept it and fixed it on a tree, shot at it 96, and caused it to bleed great drops of blood, gathered the drops on a piece of cloth, and reduced the whole to ashes, and then with these ashes added the requisite virtue to the lead of which his bullets were made. Various vegetable or animal substances had the reputation of serving the same purpose. Stories about the Freischutz were especially common in Germany during the 14th, 15th and 16th centuries, but the first time that the legend was turned to literary profit is said to have been by Appel in the Gespensterbuch or Book of Ghosts. It formed the subject of Weber's opera Der Freischutz, 1821, the libretto of which was written by Friedrich Kind, who had suggested Appel's story as an excellent theme for the composer. The name by which the Freischutz is known in French is Robin des Bois. See Kind Freischutzbuch Leipzig 1843, Revue des Deux Mondes February 1855, Gras die Quelle des Freischutz Dresden 1875. Freising, a town of Germany in the Kingdom of Bavaria, on the Isar 16 Roman 1000, by Rail NNE of Munich Pop 1905 13,538 among its 8 Roman Catholic churches. The most remarkable is the cathedral, which dates from about 1160, and is famous for its curious crypt. Noteworthy also are the old palace of the bishops, now a clerical seminary, the Theological Lyceum, and the town hall there. Several schools in the town, and there is a statue to the chronicler Otto of Freising, who was bishop here from 1138 to 1158. Freising has manufactures of agricultural machinery and of porcelain, while printing and brewing are carried on near the town. Is the site of the Benedictine Abbey of Weihenstephan, which existed from 725 to 1803. This is now a model farm and brewery. Freising is a very ancient town and is said to have been founded by the Romans after being destroyed by the Hungarians in 955. It was fortified by the Emperor Otto Roman II in 976, and by Duke Welf of Bavaria in 1082. A bishopric was established here in 724 by St. Corbinianus, whose brother Erimbert was consecrated second bishop by St. Boniface in 739. Later on, the bishops acquired considerable territorial power, and in the 17th century became princes of the empire. In 1802, the see was secularized, the bulk of its territories being assigned to Bavaria, and the rest to Salzburg, of which Freising had been a suffragan bishopric. In 1817, an archbishopric was established at Freising, but in the following year it was transferred to Munich. The occupant of the see is now called Archbishop of Munich and Freising. See Roman 100 Michelbeck Historiae Frisingensis, Augsburg 17,240, 1729, new and enlarged edition, 1854. Fréjus, a town in the department of the Var in Assisi, France, Pop 1906-3430. It is 2812 Roman 1000 SE of Dragwignan, the chief town of the department, and 2212 Roman 1000 SW of Caen by rail. It is only important on account of the fine Roman remains that it contains, for it is now a mile from the sea, its harbour having been silted up by the deposits of the Argens River. Since the 4th century, it has been a bishop's see, which is in the ecclesiastical province of Aix-en-Provence. In modern times, the neighbouring fishing village at St. Raphael 212, Roman 1000 by rail SE, and on the seashore has become a town of 4865 inhabitants. In 1901, in 1799, Napoleon disembarked there on his return from Egypt and re-embarked for Elba in 1814, while nowadays it is much frequented as a health resort, as is also Valescure 2 Roman 1000 NW on the heights above the cathedral church. In part dates from the 12th century, but only small portions of the old medieval episcopal palace are now visible, as it was rebuilt about 1823. The ramparts of the old town can still be traced for a long distance, and there are fragments of 2 moles of the theatre and of a gate. The amphitheatre, which seated 12,000 spectators, is in a better state of preservation. The ruins of the great aqueduct which brought the waters of the Siagnol, an affluent of the Siagny, to the town, can still be traced for a distance of nearly 19 Roman 1000. The original hamlet was the capital of the tribe of the Oxibae, while the town of Forum Julii was founded on its site by Julius Caesar, in order to secure to the Romans a harbour independent of that of Marseille. The buildings of which ruins exist were mostly built by Caesar or by Augustus, and show that it was an important naval station and arsenal, but the town suffered much at the hands of the Arabs of Barbary pirates, and of its inhabitants, who constructed many of their dwellings out of the ruined Roman buildings. The ancient harbour, really but a portion of the lagoons which had been deepened, is now completely silted up. Even in early times, a canal had to be kept open by perpetual digging, while about 1700 this was closed, and now a sandy and partly cultivated waste extends between the town and the seashore. C. J. A. Aubina's Histoire de Fréjus, Fréjus 1880, 1 ch. L'Enthuric la Provence Maritime Ancien, et Moderne Paris 1880 chap. Roman 7 WAB Roman 100. Frelinghuysen Frederick Theodore 18,171,885, American lawyer and statesman of Dutch descent, was born at Millstone, New Jersey on the 4th of August 1817. His grandfather, Frederick Frelinghuysen, 17,531,804, was an eminent lawyer, one of the framers of the first New Jersey Constitution, a soldier in the War of Independence, and a member 17,781,779, and 17,821,783 of the Continental Congress from New Jersey, and in 17,931,796 of the United States Senate, and his uncle Theodore 17,871,862 was Attorney General of New Jersey from 1817 to 1829, was a United States Senator from New Jersey in 18,291,835, was the Whig candidate for Vice President on the Clay ticket in 1844, and was Chancellor of the University of New York in 18,391,850, and President of Rutgers College in 18,501,862. Frederick Theodore left an orphan at the age of 3, was adopted by his uncle, graduated at Rutgers in 1836, and studied law in Newark with his uncle, to whose practice he succeeded in 1839. Soon after his admission to the bar, he became attorney for the Central Railroad of New Jersey, the Morris Canal and Banking Company, and other corporations, and from 1861 to 1867 was Attorney General of New Jersey. In 1861, he was a delegate to the Peace Congress at Washington, and in 1866 was appointed by the governor of New Jersey as a Republican to fill a vacancy in the United States Senate in the winter of 1867. He was elected to fill the unexpired term, but a Democratic majority in the legislature prevented his re-election in 1869. In 1870, he was nominated by President Grant and confirmed by the Senate as United States Minister to England to succeed John Lothrop Motley, but declined the mission from 1871 to 1877. He was again a member of the United States Senate, in which he was prominent in debate and in committee work, and was chairman of the Committee on Foreign Affairs during the Alabama Claims negotiations. He was a strong opponent of the Reconstruction measures of President Johnson, for whose conviction he voted on most of the specific charges in the impeachment trial. He was a member of the Joint Committee, which drew up and reported 1877 the Electoral Commission Bill, and subsequently served as a member of the Commission on the 12th of December, 1881. He was appointed Secretary of State by President Arthur to succeed James G. Blaine, and served until the inauguration of President Cleveland in 1885, retiring with his health impaired by overwork to his home in Newark. He died there on the 20th of May, less than 3 months after relinquishing the cares of office. Fremantle, a seaport of Swan County, Western Australia, at the mouth of the Swan River, 12 Roman 1000 by rail SW of Perth. It is the terminus of the Eastern Railway, and is a town of some industrial activity: shipbuilding, soap milling, sawmilling, smelting, iron founding, furniture making, flour milling, brewing, and tanning, being its chief industries. The harbour, by the construction of 2 long moles, and the blasting away of the rocks at the bar, has been rendered secure. The English, French, and German mail steamers call at the port. Fremantle became a municipality in 1871, but there are now 3 separate municipalities: Fremantle, with population in 1901 of 14,704, Fremantle East 2494, and Fremantle North 3246. At Rottennest Island off the harbour, there are government saltworks, and a residence of the governor, also penal and reformatory establishments. Fremiot Emmanuel, 1824, French sculptor born in Paris, was a nephew and pupil of Rude. He chiefly devoted himself to animal sculpture and to equestrian statues in armor. His earliest work was in scientific lithography, osteology, and 97. For a while he served in times of adversity in the gruesome office of painter to the Morgue. In 1843, he sent to the Salon a study of a gazelle, and, after that date, was very prolific in his works. His Wounded Bear and Wounded Dog were produced in 1850, and the Luxembourg Museum at once secured this striking example of his work. From 1855 to 1859, Fremiot was engaged on a series of military statuettes for Napoleon Roman III. He produced his equestrian statue of Napoleon Roman I in 1868, and of Louis d'Orléans in 1869 at the Château de Pierrefonds, and in 1874, the first equestrian statue of Joan of Arc erected in the Place des Pyramids, Paris. This he afterwards, 1889, replaced with another and still finer version. In the meanwhile, he had exhibited his masterly Gorilla and Woman, which won him a Medal of Honor at the Salon of 1887, of the same character, and even more remarkable is his Orang-Outans and Borneo Savage of 1895, a commission from the Paris Museum of Natural History. Fremiot also executed the statue of St. Michael for the summit of the spire of the Église Saint-Michel, and the equestrian statue of Velázquez for the Jardin de l'Infante at the Louvre. He became a member of the Académie des Beaux-Arts in 1892, and succeeded Barye as professor of animal drawing at the Natural History Museum of Paris. Fremont John Charles, 18,130,1890, American explorer, soldier, and political leader, was born in Savannah, Georgia, on the 21st of January 1813. His father, a native of France, died when the boy was in his 6th year, and his mother, a member of an aristocratic Virginia family, then removed to Charleston, South Carolina, in 1828. After a year's special preparation, young Fremont entered the junior class of the College of Charleston and here displayed marked ability, especially mathematics, but his irregular attendance and disregard of college discipline led to his expulsion from the institution, which however conferred upon him a degree in 1836. In 1833, he was appointed teacher of mathematics on board the sloop of war Natchez, and was so engaged during a cruise along the South American coast, which was continued for about 2.5 years. Soon after returning to Charleston, he was appointed professor of mathematics in the United States Navy, but he chose instead to serve as assistant engineer of a survey undertaken chiefly for the purpose of finding a pass through the mountains for a proposed railway from Charleston to Cincinnati. In July 1838, he was appointed second lieutenant of topographical engineers in the United States Army, and for the next 3 years, he was assistant to the French explorer Jean-Nicolas Nicolet, 17,861,843, employed by the War Department to survey and map a large part of the country lying between the upper waters of the Mississippi and Missouri rivers. In 1841, Fremont surveyed for the government the lower course of the Des Moines River. In the same year, he married Jessie, the daughter of Senator Thomas H. Benton of Missouri, and it was in no small measure through Benton's influence with the government that Fremont was enabled to accomplish within the next few years the exploration of much of the territory between the Mississippi Valley and the Pacific Ocean. When the claim of the United States to the Oregon Territory was being strengthened by occupation, Fremont was sent at his urgent request to explore the frontier beyond the Missouri River, and especially the Rocky Mountains in the vicinity of the South Pass, through which the American immigrants traveled within 4 months. 1842, he surveyed the pass and ascended to the summit of the highest of the Wind River Mountains, since known as Fremont's Peak, and the interest aroused by his descriptions was such that in the next year he was sent on a second expedition to complete the survey across the continent along the line of travel from Missouri to the mouth of the Columbia River. This time, he not only carried out his instructions, but by further explorations together with interesting descriptions dispelled general ignorance with respect to the main features of the country, of the Rocky Mountains, the Great Salt Lake, the Great Basin, the Sierra Nevada Mountains, and the fertile river basins of the Mexican province of California. His report of this expedition upon his return to Washington, Roman 500 Roman 100, in 1844, aroused much solicitude for California, which it was feared might, in the event of war then threatening between the United States and Mexico, be seized by Great Britain. In the spring of 1845, Fremont was dispatched on a third expedition for the professed purposes of further exploring the Great Basin and the Pacific coast, and of discovering the easiest lines of communication between them, as well as for the secret purpose of assisting the United States, in case of war with Mexico, to gain possession of California. He and his party of 62 arrived there in January 1846. Owing to the number of American immigrants who had settled in California, the Mexican authorities, they became suspicious and hostile, and ordered Fremont out of the province. Instead of obeying, he pitched his camp near the summit of a mountain overlooking Monterey, fortified his position, and raised the United States flag. A few days later, he was proceeding toward the Oregon border, when new instructions from Washington caused him to retrace his steps and perhaps to consider plans for provoking war. The extent of his responsibility for the events that ensued is not wholly clear and has been the subject of much controversy. His defenders have asserted that he was not responsible for the seizure of Sonoma or for the so-called Bear Flag War, and that he played a creditable part throughout. For an opposite view, see California Commodore John Roman 500 Sloat, after seizing Monterey, transferred his command to Commodore Robert Field Stockton 17,951,866, who made Fremont major of a battalion, and by January 1847, Stockton and Fremont completed the conquest of California. In the meantime, General Stephen Watts, Kearny 17,941,848, had been sent by the government to conquer it and to establish government. This created a conflict of authority between Stockton and Kearny, both of whom were Fremont's superior officers. Stockton ignoring, Kearny commissioned Fremont military commandant and governor, but Kearny's authority being confirmed about the 1st of April, Fremont, for repeated acts of disobedience, was sent under arrest to Washington, where he was tried by court-martial, found guilty January 1847 of mutiny, disobedience, and conduct prejudicial to military discipline, and sentenced to dismissal from the service. President Polk approved of the verdict, except as to mutiny, but remitted the penalty, whereupon Fremont resigned. With the mountain-traversed region he had been exploring acquired by the United States, Fremont was eager for a railway from the Atlantic to the Pacific, and in October 1848 he set out at his own and Senator Benton's expense to find passes for such a railway along a line westward from the headwaters of the Rio Grande, but he had not gone far when he was led astray by a guide, and after the loss of his entire outfit and several of his men and intense suffering of the survivors from cold and hunger, he turned southward through the valley of the Rio Grande. and then westward through the valley of the Gila into southern California. Late in the year 1853, however, he returned to the place where the guide had led him astray, found passes through the mountains to the westward, between latitudes 37 and 38 N, and arrived in San Francisco early in May 1854. From the conclusion of his fourth expedition until March 1855, when he removed to New York City, he lived in California, and in December 1849 was elected one of the first 2 United States senators from the new state. But as he drew the short term, he served only from the 10th of September 1850 to the 3rd of March 1851. Although a candidate for re-election, he was defeated by the pro-slavery party. His opposition to slavery, however, together with his popularity won by the successes, hardships and dangers of his exploring expeditions, and by his part in the conquest of California, yielded to his nomination, largely on the ground of availability for the presidency, in 1856, by the Republicans, this being their first presidential campaign, and by the National Americans or Know-Nothings in the ensuing election. He was defeated by James Buchanan by 174 to 114 electoral votes. Soon after the Civil War began, Fremont was appointed Major General and placed in command of the Western Department 98 with headquarters at St. Louis, but his lack of judgment and of administrative ability soon became apparent. The affairs of his department fell into disorder, and Fremont seems to have been easily duped by dishonest contractors, whom he trusted. On the 30th of August 1861, he issued a proclamation in which he declared the property of Missourians in rebellion confiscated, and their slaves emancipated. For this, he was applauded by the radical Republicans, but his action was contrary to an act of Congress of the 6th of August, and to the policy of the administration. On the 11th of September, President Lincoln, who regarded the action as premature, and who saw that it might alienate Kentucky and other border states whose adherence he was trying to secure, annulled these declarations. Impelled by serious charges against Fremont, the President sent Montgomery Blair, the Postmaster General, and Montgomery Roman 100, Meigs, the Quartermaster General, to investigate the department. They reported that Fremont's management was extravagant and inefficient, and in November he was removed out of consideration for the radicals. However, Fremont was placed in command of the Mountain Department of Virginia, Kentucky, and Tennessee. In the spring and summer of 1862, he cooperated General N.P. Banks against Stonewall Jackson in the Shenandoah Valley, but showed little ability as a commander. Was defeated by General Ewell at Cross Keys, and when his troops were united with those of Generals Banks and McDowell to form the Army of Virginia, of which General John Pope was placed in command, Fremont declined to serve under Pope, whom he outranked, and retired from active service. On the 31st of May 1864, he was nominated for the presidency by a radical faction of the Republican Party opposed to President Lincoln, but his following was so small that on the 21st of September he withdrew from the contest. From 1878 to 1881, he was governor of the territory of Arizona, and in the last year of his life, he was appointed by Act of Congress a Major General, and placed on the retired list. He died in New York on the 13th of July, 1890. C.J. Roman 100 Fremont Report of the Exploring Expedition to the Rocky Mountains, 1842, and to Oregon and North California, 18,431,844. Washington, 1845, Fremont's Memoirs of My Life, New York, 1887, and J. Bigelow, Memoirs of the Life and Public Services of John Roman 100 Fremont, New York, 1856. Fremont, a city, and the countisat of Dodge County, Nebraska, USA, about 37 Roman 1000 NW of Omaha on the end bank of the Platte River, which here abounds in picturesque bluffs and wooded islands. Pop. 1890-67, 47 1972, 41 1303, foreign-born 1910 18. It is on the main line of the Union Pacific Railway, on a branch of the Chicago-Burlington-Quincy system, and on the main western line of the Chicago Northwestern Railway, several branches of which, including the formerly independent Fremont-Elkhorn, Missouri Valley, and the Sioux City Pacific, converge. Here the city has an attractive situation, and is beautifully shaded. It has a public library, and is the seat of the Fremont College Commercial Institute and School of Pharmacy. 1875. A private institution, there is considerable local trade, with the rich farming country of the Platte and Elkhorn valleys, and the wholesale grain interests are especially important among them. Manufactures are flour carriages, saddlery, canned vegetables, furniture, incubators, and beer. The city owns and operates its electric lighting plant and waterworks. Fremont, was founded in 1856 and became the countisat in 1860. It was chartered as a city second class in 1871 and became a city of the first class in 1901. Fremont, a city, and the countisat of Sandusky County, Ohio, USA, on the Sandusky River, 30 Roman 1000 SE of Toledo Pop, 1890-71, 41 1984, 39 of whom 1074 were foreign-born. 1910 census 99 39 Fremont is served by the Lake Shore, Michigan, Southern, the Lake Shore Electric, the Lake Erie Western, and the Wheeling Lake Erie Railways. The river is navigable to this point. Spiegel Grove, the former residence of Rutherford B. Hayes, is of interest, and the city has a public library 1873, and parks in large measure the gifts of his uncle Sardis Burchard. Fremont is situated in a good agricultural region. Oil and natural gas abound in the vicinity, and the city has various manufactures, including boilers, electrocarbons, cutlery, bricks, agricultural implements, stoves, and ranges, safety razors, carriage irons, sash doors, blinds, furniture, beet, sugar, canned vegetables, malt extract, garters, and suspenders. The total factory product was valued at $2,833,385 in 1905, an increase of 23 over that of 1900. Fremont is on the site of a favorite abode of the Indians, and a trading post was at times maintained here, but the place is best known in history as the site of Fort Stephenson, erected during the War of 1812, and on the 2nd of August 1813 gallantly and successfully defended by Major George Croghan, 17,911,849, with 160 men, against about 1,000 British and Indians, under Brigadier General Henry A. Proctor. In 1906, Croghan's remains were reinterred on the site of the old fort until 1849, when the present name was adopted in honor of J. Roman 100 Fremont. The place was known as Lower Sandusky. It was incorporated as a village in 1829 and was first chartered as a city in 1867. Fremy Edmond, 18,141,894, French chemist, was born at Versailles on the 29th of February 1814. Entering Gay-Lussac's laboratory in 1831, he became preparator at the École Polytechnique in 1834, and at the Collège de France in 1837. His next post was that of repetitor at the École Polytechnique, where in 1846 he was appointed professor, and in 1850 he succeeded Gay-Lussac in the chair of chemistry at the Muséum d'Histoire Naturelle, of which he was director in succession to Roman 1000 E. Chevreul from 1879 to 1891. He died at Paris on the 3rd of February 1894. His work included investigations of osmic acid, of the ferrates, stanates, plumbates Roman 100, and of ozone, attempts to obtain free fluorine by the electrolysis of fused fluorides, and the discovery of anhydrous hydrofluoric acid, and of a series of acids, sulfazotes, the precise nature of which long remained a matter of discussion. He also studied the coloring matters of leaves and flowers, the composition of bone, cerebral matter, and other animal substances, and the processes of fermentation, in regard to the nature of which he was an opponent of Pasteur's views, keenly alive to the importance of the technical applications of chemistry. He devoted special attention as a teacher to the training of industrial chemists in this field. He contributed to our knowledge of the manufacture of iron and steel, sulfuric acid, glass, and paper, and in particular worked at the saponification of fats with sulfuric acid and the utilization of palmitic acid for candle making in the later years of his life. He applied himself to the problem of obtaining alumina in the crystalline form, and succeeded in making rubies identical with the natural gem, not merely in chemical composition, but also in physical properties. French Daniel Chester, 1850, American sculptor, was born at Exeter, New Hampshire, on the 20th of April 1850, the son of Henry Flagg French, a lawyer, who for a time was Assistant Secretary of the United States Treasury. After a year at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, French spent a month in the studio of John Q. A. Ward, then began to work on commissions, and at the age of 23 received from the town of Concord, Massachusetts, an order for his well-known statue, the Minute Man, which was unveiled April 19, 1875, on the centenary of the Battle of Concord. Previously French had gone to Florence, Italy, where he spent a year with Thomas Ball. French's best-known work is Death Staying the Hand of the Sculptor, a memorial for the tomb of the sculptor Martin Milmore in the Forest Hills Cemetery, Boston. This received a Medal of Honor at Paris in 1900, among his other works. Monument to John Boyle O'Reilly, Boston, Gencas National Hall of Statuary, Washington, Dr. Gallaudet, and his first deaf-mute pupil Washington, the colossal statue of the Republic for the Columbian Exposition at Chicago, statues of Rufus Choate, Boston John, Harvard, Cambridge, Mass., and Thomas Starr, King San Francisco, California, a memorial to the architect Richard Roman 1000 Hunt in Fifth Avenue, opposite the Lenox Library, New York, and a large alma mater near the approach to Columbia University, New York, in collaboration with Edward Roman 100 Potter. He modeled the Washington, presented to France by the Daughters of the American Revolution, the General Grant in Fairmount Park 99, Philadelphia, and the General Joseph Hooker in Boston, French, became a member of the National Academy of Design 1901, the National Sculpture Society, the Architectural League, and the Accademia di San Luca of Rome. French Nicolas 16,041,678, Bishop of Ferns, was an Irish political pamphleteer who was born at Wexford. He was educated at Louvain and, returning to Ireland, became a priest at Wexford, and before 1646 was appointed Bishop of Ferns. Having taken a prominent part in the political disturbances of this period, French deemed it prudent to leave Ireland in 1651, and the remainder of his life was passed on the continent of Europe. He acted as coadjutor to the Archbishops of Santiago de Compostela and Paris, and to the Bishop of Ghent, and died at Ghent on the 23rd of August 1678. In 1676, he published his attack on James Butler, Marquess of Ormond, entitled The Unkind Deserter of Loyal Men and True Friends, and shortly afterwards the Bleeding Iphigenia. The most important of his other pamphlets is the narrative of the Earl of Clarendon's settlement and sale of Ireland, Louvain 1668. The historical works of Bishop French, comprising the 3 pamphlets already mentioned, and some letters, were published by S. H. Bindon at Dublin in 1846 CT, Roman 500 Magi Irish Writers of the 17th Century, Dublin 1846, Sir J. T. Gilbert Contemporary History of Affairs in Ireland, 16,411,652, Dublin 18,790, 1,880, and T. Cart Life of James Duke of Ormond, New Ed. Oxford, 1851. French Congo, the general name of the French possessions in equatorial Africa. They have an area estimated at 700,000 sq Roman 1,000, with a population also estimated of 6 million to 10 million, the whites numbered 1906-1278, of whom 502 were officials. French Congo, officially renamed French Equatorial Africa in 1910, comprises 1. the Gabon Colony, 2. the Middle Congo Colony, 3. the Ubangi-Shari circumscription, 4. the Chad circumscription. The 2 last-named divisions form the Ubangi-Shari Chad colony. The present article treats of French Congo as a unit. It is of highly irregular shape. It is bounded W by the Atlantic, N by the Spanish Muni River, settlements the German colony of Cameroon, and the Sahara, E by the Anglo-Egyptian Sudan, and S by Belgian Congo, and the Portuguese territory of Cabinda in the greater part of its length. The southern frontier is the middle course of the Congo and the Ubangi and Mbamu, the chief northern affluents of that stream, but in the southwest the frontier keeps north of the Congo River, whose navigable lower course is partitioned between Belgium and Portugal. The coastline, some 600 Roman 1,000 long, extends from 5s to 1n, the northern frontier, starting inland from the Muni estuary, after skirting the Spanish settlements, follows a line drawn a little north of 2n, and extending east to 16e north of this line. The country is part of Cameroon German territory, extending so far inland from the Gulf of Guinea as to approach within 130 Roman 1,000 of the Ubangi, from the intersection of the lines named at which point French Congo is at its narrowest. The frontier runs north and then east until the Shari is reached in 1040 n. The Shari then forms the frontier up to Lake Chad, where French Congo joins the Saharan regions of French West Africa. The eastern frontier, separating the colony from the Anglo-Egyptian Sudan, is the waterparting between the Nile and the Congo. The Mohammedan sultanates of Wadai and Bagirmi occupy much of the northern part of French Congo. See Wadai and Bagirmi. Physical features: the coastline beginning in the north at Corisco Bay is shortly afterwards somewhat deeply indented by the estuary of the Gabon south, of which the shore runs in a nearly straight line, until the delta of the Argao is reached, where Cape Lopez projects in W. From this point, the coast trends uniformly SE, without presenting any striking features, though the Bay of Mayumba, the roadstead of Longo, and the Point Noir may be mentioned. A large proportion of the coast region is occupied by primeval forest, with trees rising to a height of 150 and 200 ft, But there is a considerable variety of scenery: open lagoons, mangrove, swamps, scattered clusters of trees park-like, reaches, dense walls of tangled underwood, along the rivers prairies of tall grass and patches of cultivation. Behind the coast region is a ridge which rises from 3,000 to 4,500 ft, called the Crystal Mountains, then a plateau with an elevation varying from 1,500 to 2,800 ft, cleft with deep river valleys, the walls of which are friable, almost vertical, and in some places 760 ft high. The coast rivers flowing into the Atlantic cross 4 terraces on the higher portion of the plateau. Their course is over bare sand on the second terrace. From 1,200 to 2,000 ft high it is over wide grassy tracts. Then, for some 100 Roman 1,000, the rivers pass through virgin forest, and lastly they cross the shore region, which is about 10 Roman 1,000 broad. The rivers, which fall directly into the Atlantic, are generally unnavigable. The most important, the Argau Roman 5, is however navigable from its mouth to Enjol, a distance of 235 Roman 1,000 rivers. To the south of the Argau are the Nyanga, 120 Roman 1,000 long, and the Quilu, the latter 320 Roman 1,000 in length, is formed by the Chiasse, and the Lutit has a very winding course flowing by turns from north to south, from east to west, from south to northwest, and from north to southwest. It is encumbered with rocks and eddies, and is navigable only over 38 Roman 1,000. And for 5 months in the year the mouth is 1,100 ft wide. The Muni River, the northernmost in the colony, is obstructed by cataracts in its passage through the escarpment to the coast. Nearly all the upper basin of the Shari Roman 5, as well as the right bank of the lower river, is within French Congo. The greater part of the country belongs, however, to the drainage area of the Congo River, in addition to the northern banks of the Mbamu and Ubangi. 330 Roman 1,000 of the north shore of the Congo itself are in the French protectorate, as well as numerous subsidiary streams. For some 100 Roman 1,000, however, the right bank of the Sanga, the most important of these subsidiary streams, is in German territory. See Congo. Geology: 3 main divisions are recognized in the French Congo. 1. The littoral zone covered with alluvium and superficial deposits, and underlain by tertiary and Cretaceous rocks. 2. The mountain zone of the Crystal Mountains, composed of granite, metamorphic, and ancient sediments. 3. The plateau of the northern portion of the Congo Basin, occupied by Karoo sandstones. The core of the Crystal Mountains consists of granite and schists, 100 enfolded with them, and on the flanks are 3 rock systems ascribed to the Silurian, Devonian, and Carboniferous. These are unfossiliferous, but fossils of Devonian age occur on the Congo. See Congo. Free State granite covers wide areas northwest of the Crystal Mountains. The plateau sandstones lie horizontally and consist of a lower red sandstone group and an upper white sandstone group. They have not yielded fossils. Limestones of lower Cretaceous age with Schlumbatia inflata occur north of the Gabon, and in the Argau Basin marls and limestones with fossils of an Eocene facies overlie the Cretaceous rocks on the Gabon. A superficial iron-cemented sand, erroneously termed laterite, covers large areas in the littoral zone on the flanks of the mountains and on the high plateau. Climate: the whole of the country being in the equatorial region, the climate is everywhere very hot and dangerous for Europeans on the coast. 4 seasons are distinguished: the dry season 15th of May to 15th of September, the rainy season 15th of September to 15th of January, then a second dry season 15th of January to 1st of March, and a second rainy season 1st of March to 15th of May. The rainfall at Libreville is about 96 in a year. Flora and fauna: the elephant, the hippopotamus, the crocodile, and several kinds of apis including the chimpanzee, and the rare gorillar, the most noteworthy larger animals. The birds are various and beautiful: parrots, shrikes, flycatchers, rhinoceros birds, weaver birds often in large colonies on the palm trees, icebirds from the Cecil sharpii to the dwarfish Alcedo cristata, butterfly finches, and helmet birds Tyrrhacus giganteus, as well as more familiar type snakes, are extremely common. The curious climbing fish, which frequents the mangroves, the Protopterus or lungfish, which lies in the mud in a state of lethargy during the dry season, the strange and poisonous tetrodon guttifer, and the herring-like Pelona africana, often caught in great shoalsare. The more remarkable of the fish's oysters are got in abundance from the lagoons, and the huge Cardisoma armatum or heart crab is fattened for table. Fireflies, mosquitoes, and sandflies are among the most familiar forms of insect life. A kind of ant builds very striking bent house or umbrella-shaped nests rising on the tree, trunks one above the other. Among the more characteristic forms of vegetation are baobabs, silk-cotton trees, screwpines, and palms, especially Hyphene guineensis, a fan palm, raffia the wine palm, and Elise guineensis, the all palm annanaceous plants, notably Annona senegalensis. And the palabanda, an olive-myrtle-like tree, are common in the prairies. The papyrus shoots up to a height of 20 ft. Along the rivers, the banks are fringed by the cottony hibiscus Tiliaceus ipomeas, and fragrant jasmines, and the thickets are bound together in one inextricable mass by lianas of many kinds in the upper Shari region, and that of the Kato, tributary of the Ubangi, are species of the coffee tree, one species attaining a height of over 60 ft. Its bean resembles that of Abyssinian coffee of medium quality. Among the fruit trees are the mango, and the pap, or the orange, and the lemon. Negro pepper, a variety of capsicum, and ginger grow wild. Inhabitants and chief towns. A census, necessarily imperfect, taken in 1906, showed a total population exclusive of Wadi of 3,652,000, divided in districts, as follows: Gabon 376,000, Middle Congo 259,000, Ubangi Shari 2,130,000, Chad 885,000. The country is peopled by diverse Negro races, and in the regions bordering Lake Chad, and in Wadi by Fula Hausa Arabs, and semi-Arab tribes. Among the best-known tribes living in French Congo are the Fang Fans, the Bakalai, the Bakes, and the Zande or Niam Niam. Several of the tribes are cannibals, and among many of them, the fetish worship characteristic of the West African Negroes prevails. Their civilization is of a low order in the northern regions. The majority of the inhabitants are Mohammedans, and it is only in those districts that organized and powerful states exist. Elsewhere, the authority of a chief or king extends ordinarily little beyond the village in which he lives. An account of the chief tribes is given under their names. The European inhabitants are chiefly of French nationality, and are for the most part traders, officials, and missionaries. The chief towns are Libreville, capital of the Gabon colony, with 3,000 inhabitants; Brazzaville on the Congo, on the north side of Stanley Pool, opposite the Belgian capital of Leopoldville, the seat of the Governor-General Franceville on the upper Argao-Longo, an important seaport, in 439 Njol, a busy trading centre on the lower Argao-Chekna, capital of Bagiemi, which forms part of the Chad territory; Abesha, the capital of Wadi Bangi on the Ubangi River, the administrative capital of the Ubangi Shari Chad colony. Kund, Lame, and Binder are native trading centres near the Cameroon frontier. Communications: the rivers are the chief means of internal communication. Access to the greater part of the colony is obtained by ocean steamers to Matadi on the lower Congo, and thence round the falls by the Congo Railway to Stanley Pool. From Brazzaville on Stanley Pool there is 680 Roman 1000 of uninterrupted steam navigation, NE, into the heart of Africa, 330 Roman 1000 being on the Congo, and 350 Roman 1000 on the Ubangi. The farthest point reached is Zongo, where rapids block the river, but beyond that port there are several navigable stretches of the Ubangi, and for small vessels access to the Nile is possible by means of the Bahr Ghazal, tributaries the Sanga, which joins the Congo. 270 Roman 1000 above Brazzaville can be navigated by steamers for 350 Roman 1000 Roman 1e up to, and beyond the Assisi frontier of the German colony of Cameroon. The Shari is also navigable for a considerable distance, and by means of its affluent the Lagon connects with the Benue and Niger, affording a waterway between the Gulf of Guinea and Lake Chad. Stores for government posts in the Chad territory are forwarded by this route. There is, however, no connecting link between the coast rivers Gabon, Argao, and Kwilu, and the Congo system. A railway, about 500 Roman 1000 long from the Gabon to the Sanga, is projected, and the surveys for the purpose made. Another route surveyed for a railway is that from Longo to Brazzaville, a narrow gauge line 75 Roman 1000 long from Brazzaville to Minjul in the Cataracts region was begun in November 1908, the first railway to be built in French Congo. The district served by the line is rich in copper and other minerals. From Wadi, a caravan route across the Sahara leads to Benghazi on the shores of the Mediterranean. Telegraph lines connect Longo with Brazzaville and Libreville. There is telegraphic communication with Europe by submarine cable and steamship communication between Longo and Libreville and Marseille, Bordeaux, Liverpool, and Hamburg. Trade and agriculture: the chief wealth of the colony consists in the products of its forests, and in ivory. The natives, in addition to manioc, their principal food, cultivate bananas, ground nuts, and tobacco on plantations owned by Europeans. Coffee, cocoa, and vanilla are grown. European vegetables are raised easily. Gold, iron, and copper are found. Copper ores have been exported from Minjul since 1905. The chief exports are rubber, and ivory, next in importance coming palm nuts and palm oil, ebony, and other woods, coffee, cocoa, and copal. The imports are mainly cotton and metal goods, spirits and foodstuffs in the Gabon, and in the basin of the Argao the French customs tariff with some modifications prevails, but in the Congo basin, that is in the greater part of the country, by virtue of international agreements, no discrimination can be made between French and other merchandise, whilst customs duties must not exceed 10 ad valorem in the Shari basin, and in Wadai the Anglo-French Declaration of March 1899 accorded for 30 years equal treatment to British and French goods. The value of the trade rose in the 10 years 18,961,905, from 360,000 to 850,000 imports, and exports being nearly equal. The bulk of the export trade is with Great Britain, which takes most of the rubber, France coming second, and Germany third. The imports are in about equal proportions from France and foreign countries. Land tenure. The concessions regime, land held by the natives, is governed by tribal law, but the state only recognizes native ownership in land actually occupied by the Aborigines. The greater part of the country is considered a state domain. Land held by Europeans is subject to the Civil Code of France, except such estates as have been registered under the terms of a decree of the 28th of March, 1899. When registration having been effected, the title to the land is guaranteed by the state. Nearly the whole of the colony has been divided since 1899 into large estates by limited liability companies, to whom has been granted the sole right of exploiting the land leased to them. The companies holding concessions numbered in 1904 about 40, with a combined capital of over 2 million, whilst the concessions varied in size from 425 SQ Roman 1000 to 54,000 SQ Roman 1001. Effect of the granting of concessions was the rapid decline in the business of non-concessionaire traders, of whom the most important were Liverpool merchants, established in the Gabon before the advent of the French, as, by the Act of Berlin of 1885, to which all the European powers were signatories, equality of treatment in commercial affairs was guaranteed to all nations in the Congo basin. Protests were raised against the terms of the concessions. The reply was that the critics confused the exercise of the right of proprietorship with the act of commerce, and that in no country was the landowner who farmed his land and sold the produce regarded as a merchant. Various decisions by the judges of the colony during 1902 and 1903, and by the French Cour de Cassation in 1905, confirmed that contention. The action of the companies was, however, in most cases neither beneficial to the country nor financially successful, whilst the native cultivators resented the prohibition of their trading direct with their former customers. The case of the Liverpool traders was taken up by the British government, and it was agreed that the dispute should be settled by arbitration. In September 1908, the French government issued a decree reorganizing and rendering more stringent the control exercised by the local authorities over the concession companies, especially in matters concerning the rights of natives and the liberty of commerce. History. The Gabon was visited in the 15th century by the Portuguese explorers, and it became one of the chief seats of the slave trade. It was not, however, till well on in the 19th century that Europeans made any more permanent settlement than was absolutely necessary for the maintenance of their commerce. In 1839, Captain, afterwards Admiral Bowet Willaumez, obtained for France the right of residence on the left bank, and in 1842 he secured better positions on the right bank. The primary object of the French settlement was to secure a 101 port, wherein Menefor could revictual. The chief establishment, Libreville, was founded in 1849, with Negroes taken from a slave ship. The settlement in time acquired importance as a trading port. In 1867, the troops numbered about 1,000 and the civil population about 5,000, while the official reports about the same date claimed for the whole colony an area of 8,000 SQ Roman 1,000, and a population of 186,000. Cape Lopez had been ceded to France in 1862, and the colony's coastline extended nominally to a length of 200 Roman 1,000. In consequence of the war with Germany, the colony was practically abandoned in 1871, the establishment at Libreville being maintained as a coaling depot merely in 1875. However, France again turned her attention to the Gabon estuary, the hinterland of which had already been partly explored. Paul du Chaillu penetrated 18,551,859 and 18,631,865 to the south of the Argao Walker, an English merchant, explored the Nguni, an affluent of the Argau, in 1866, in 18,721,873. Alfred Marquet, a French naturalist, and the Marquis de Campigny too, explored a portion of the Argau basin, but it was not until the expedition of 18,751,878 that the country east of the Argau was reached. This expedition was led by Saint-Vaugnan de Braza Curoman V, who was accompanied by Dr. Noël Eugene Ballet, and for part of the time by Marquet de Braza's expedition, which was compelled to remain for many months at several places, ascended the Argau over 400 Roman 1000, and beyond the basin of that stream, discovered the Alima, which was, though the explorers were ignorant of the fact, a tributary of the Congo. From the Alima de Braza and Ballet turned north, and finally reached the Gabon in November 1878, the journey being less fruitful in results than the time it occupied would indicate. Returning to Europe, de Braza learned that H. Roman 1000 Stanley had revealed the mystery of the Congo, and in his next journey, begun December 1879, the French traveller undertook to find a way to the Congo above the rapids via the Argau. In this he was successful, and in September 1880 reached Stanley Pool, on the north side of which Brazzaville was subsequently founded. Returning to the Gabon by the lower Congo, de Braza met Stanley. Both explorers were nominally in the service of the International African Association c. Congo Free State. De Braza's treatise, but de Braza in reality acted solely in the interests of France, and concluded treaties with Makoko, king of the Bakes, and other chieftains, placing very large areas under the protection of that country. The conflicting claims of the association, which became the Congo Free State, and France, were adjusted by a convention signed in February 1885. In the meantime, de Braza and Ballet had more fully explored the country behind the coast regions of Gabon and Longo, the last-named seaport being occupied by France in 1883, the conclusion of agreements with Germany December 1885, and February-March 1894, and with Portugal May 1886, secured France in the possession of the western portion of the colony, as it now exists, whilst an arrangement with the Congo Free State in 1887 settled difficulties which had arisen in the Ubangi district. The extension of French influence northward towards Lake Chad and eastward to the verge of the basin of the Nile followed, though not without involving the country in serious disputes with the other European powers, possessing rights in the advance towards the Nile, Fashidathos regions by creating the posts of Bangui 1890 West and Abiras 1891. France strengthened her hold over the Ubangi and the Sangha, but at the same time the Congo Free State passed the parallel of 4N, which, after the Compromise of 1887, France had regarded as the southern boundary of her possessions, and occupy Sultanate of Bangasso north of the Ubangi River, pushed on as far as 9N. The dispute which ensued was only settled in 1894, and after the signature of the convention between Great Britain and the Congo State of the 12th of May of that year, against which both the German and the French governments protested, the last named, because it erected a barrier against the extension of French territory to the Nile Valley. By a compromise of the 14th of August, the boundary was definitely drawn, and in accordance with this pact, which put the frontier back to about 4N, France from 1895 to 1897 took possession of the upper Ubangi with Bangasso, Rafai and Zemio. Then began the French encroachment on the Bahr el-Ghazal. The Marchand expedition dispatched to the support of Victor Liotard, the lieutenant governor of the upper Ubangi, reached Tambura in July 1897, and Fashoda in July 1890. A dispute with Great Britain arose, and it was decided that the expedition should evacuate Fashoda. The declaration of the 21st of March 1899 finally terminated the dispute, fixing the eastern frontier of the French colony, as already stated, thus, after the Franco-Spanish Treaty of June 1900, settling the limits of the Spanish territory on the coast, the boundaries of the French Congo on all its frontiers were determined in broad outline. The Congo-Cameroon frontier was precisely defined by another Franco-German agreement in April 1908, following a detailed survey made by joint commissioners in 1905 and 1906. Comprehensive description of these international rivalries, see Africa 5, and for the conquest of the Chad regions, see Baguirmi and Rabat Zoba. In the other portions of the colony, French rule was accepted by the natives for the most part peaceably for the relations of France with Wadi, see that article. Following the acquisitions for France of de Braza, the ancient Gabon colony was joined to the Congo territories from 1886 to 1889. Gabon was, however, separately administered. By decree of the 11th of December 1880, 8. The whole of the French possessions were created one colony under the style of Congo Francais. With various subdivisions, they were placed under a Commissioner General de Brazza, having his residence at Brazzaville. This arrangement proved detrimental to the economic development of the Gabon settlements, which, being outside the limits of the free trade conventional basin of the Congo Sea Africa 5, enjoyed a separate tariff by decree of the 29th of December 1903, which became operative in July 1904. Congo Francais was divided into 4 parts as named in the opening paragraph. The first Commissioner General under the new scheme was Émile Gentil, the explorer of the Shari and Chad. In 1905, de Brazza was sent out from France to investigate charges of cruelty and maladministration brought against officials of the colony, several of which proved well-founded. De Brazza died at Dakar. When on his way home, the French government, after considering the report he had drawn up, decided to retain Gentil as Commissioner General, making, however, decree of 15th of February 1906, various changes in administration with a view to protect the natives and control the concession companies. Gentil, who devoted the next 2 years to the reorganization of the finances of the country and the development of its commerce, resigned his post in February 1908. He was succeeded by Roman 1000 Merlin, whose title was changed June 1908 to that of Governor General. Administration and revenue. The Governor General has control over the whole of French Congo, but does not directly administer any part of it, the separate colonies being under lieutenant governors. The Gabon colony includes the Gabon estuary and the whole of the coastline of French Congo, together with the base of the Argyle River. The inland frontier is so drawn as to include all the hinterland not within the Congo Free Trade Zone. The Chad district, excepted the Middle Congo, has for its western frontier the Gabon colony and Cameroon, and extends inland to the easterly bend of the Ubangi River. The 2 circumscriptions extend east and north of the Middle Congo. There is a general budget for the whole of French Congo. Each colony has also a separate budget and administrative autonomy. As in other French colonies, the legislative power is in the French chambers only, but in the absence of specific legislation, presidential decrees have the force of law. A judicial service independent of the executive exists, but the district administrators also exercise judicial functions. Education is in the hands of the missionaries, upwards of 50 schools being established by 1909. The military force maintained consists of natives officered by Europeans. Revenue is derived from taxes on land rent paid by concession companies, a capitation or hut tax on natives, and customs receipts, supplemented by a subvention from France, in addition to defraying the military expenses, about 100,000 a year. A grant of 28,000 yearly was made up to 1906 by the French chambers towards the civil expenses. In 1907, the budget of the Congo balanced at about 250,000. Without the aid of this subvention in 1909, the chambers sanctioned a loan for the colony of 840,000, guaranteed by France, and to be applied to the establishment of administrative stations and public works. Bibliography. Fernand Rouget, L'Expansion coloniale au Congo Francais, Paris, 1906, a valuable monograph with bibliography, and maps. A Chevalier l'Afrique centrale Francaise, Paris, 1907, for special studies. See Lacroix, Resultats minéralogiques et zoologiques des récentes explorations de l'Afrique occidentale francaise, et de la région du Tchad, Paris, 1905, Roman 1000, Barrett sur la géologie du Congo Francais, Paris, 1895, and Anne Desmines sur Q.T. Roman 71895, J. Cornet Les formations post-primaires du bassin du Congo, and Société Belge Vol Roman 211895. The Paris Bulletin du Museum, for 1903 and 1904, contains papers on the zoology of the country. For flora, see numerous papers by a Chevalier in Comptes Rendus de l'Académie des Sciences, 19,021,904, and the Journal d'Agriculture Pratique des Pays shows 1901 Roman 100. For history, besides Rouget's book, see J. Ansel Étude historique, La formation de la colonie du Congo Francais, 18,430,1882, containing an annotated bibliography in Bull comme l'Afrique Francaise Vol Roman 121,902. The works cited under Brazza and Gentil. La chute de l'Empire de Rabat, Paris, 1902. Of earlier books of travels, the most valuable are Paul du Chaillu Explorations and Adventures in Equatorial Africa, London, 1861, A Journey to Ashanga Land, London, 1867, and Sir R. Burton, Two Trips to Gorilla Land, London, 1876. Of later works, see Mary H. Kingsley Travels in West Africa, London, 1897, A. B. de Mézières Rapport de Mission, Sur la Haute Albangui le Barmo Etla, Barrel Gazel Paris, 1903, and Roman 100 Meister, A Traverse L. Afrique Centrale du Congo, au Niger, 18,921,893, Paris, 1895. For the story of the concession companies, see E. Roman 500 Morel, The British Case in French Congo, London, 1903. F. R. Roman 100. 1 Berlin Act of 1885, Brussels Conference of 1890. See Africa History. 2 Louis Eugene Henry Dupont Marquis de Campigny, 18,461,877, on his return from the West Coast replaced Georg Schweinfurth at Cairo as president of the Geographical Commission. Arising out of this circumstance, de Campigny was killed in a duel by a German named Mayer. 3 A Franco-Belgian Agreement of the 23rd of Dec 1908 defined precisely the frontier in the lower Congo-Bamo Island in Stanley Pool, was recognized as French. French Guinea, a French colony in West Africa, formerly known as Rivières du Sud. It is bounded W by the Atlantic, N by Portuguese Guinea, and Senegal, E by Upper Senegal, and the Ivory Coast, and S by Liberia and Sierra Leone, with a seaboard running NNW and SSE from 1050N to 92N, a distance without reckoning the indentations of 170 Roman 1000. The colony extends eastward 450 Roman 1000 in a straight line, and attains a maximum width N to S of nearly 300 Roman 1000, covering fully 100,000 SQ Roman 1000, and containing a population estimated at 2 million to 2,500,000. Physical features, though in one or two places rocky headlands jut into the sea, the coast is in general sandy low, and much broken by rivers and deep estuaries, dotted with swampy islands, giving it the appearance of a vast delta. In about 930 N off the promontory of Conakry lie the Lowes Islands, Q Roman 5, forming part of the colony. The coast plain, formed of alluvial deposits, is succeeded about 30 Roman 1000 inland by a line of cliffs, the Susu Hills, which form the first step in the terrace-like formation of the interior, culminating in the Massif of Futa Jalon, composed chiefly of Archean and granite rocks, while the coast lands are either densely forested or covered with savannas or park-like country. The Futa Jalon tableland is mainly covered with short herbage. This tableland, the hydrographic center of West Africa, is most elevated in its southern parts, where heights of 5,000 ft are found near the Sierra Leone frontier. This high land is continued westward to within 20 Roman 1000 of the sea, where Mount Kakulima rises over 3,300 ft east and south of Futa Jalon. The country slopes to the basin of the upper Niger, the greater part of which is included in French Guinea. The southern frontier is formed by the escarpments which separate the Niger basin from those of the coast rivers of Liberia. Besides the Niger, Gambia and Senegal, all separately noticed a large number of streams running direct to the Atlantic rise in Futa Jalon. Among them are the Great and Little Scarces, whose lower courses are in Sierra Leone, and the Rio Grande, which enters the sea in Portuguese Guinea. Those whose courses are entirely in French Guinea include the Cargon or Camponi, the Rio Nunes, the Faitala, which reaches the sea through an estuary named Rio Pongo, the Concure, whose estuary is named Rio Bramia, the Forcaria, and the Melacori, the Cargon, Faitala and Concure, are all large rivers which descend from the plateaus through deep narrow valleys in rapids and cataracts, and are only navigable for a few miles from their mouth. Climate. The climate of the coast district is hot, moist and unhealthy, with a season of heavy rain, lasting from May to November, during which time variable winds, calms and tornadoes succeed one another. The mean temperature in the dry season, when the harmattan is frequent, is 62 far in the wet season 86 throughout the year. The humidity of the air is very great. There is much rain in the Futa Jalon highlands, but the Niger basin is somewhat drier in that region, and in the highlands the climate is fairly healthy for Europeans, and the heat somewhat less than on the coast. Flora and fauna. The seashore and the river banks are lined with mangroves, but the most important tree of the coast belt is the all palm. The dense forests also contain many varieties of lianas or rubber vines. Huge barmbacks and bamboos, gum-producing, and cola trees are abundant, and there are many fruit trees, the orange and citron, growing well in the Susu and Futa Jalon districts. The cotton and coffee plants are indigenous. Banana plantations surround the villages. The baobab and the Karite shea butter tree are found only in the Niger districts. The fauna is not so varied as was formerly the case, large game having been to a great extent driven out of the coast regions. The elephant is rare save in the Niger regions. The lion is now only found in the northern parts of Futa Jalan. Panthers, leopards, hyenas and wild cats are more common, and the civet is found hippopotamus otter. And the wild boar are numerous. A species of wild ox of small size with black horns and very agile is also found. The forests contain many kinds of monkeys including huge chimpanzees. Antelope are widespread, but rather rare. Serpents are very common, both venomous and non-venomous. The pythons attain a great size. Fights between these huge serpents and the crocodiles, which infest all the rivers, are said to be not uncommon. Turtles are abundant along the coasts, and in the Lowes Islands, oysters are found in large numbers in the estuaries, and fixed to the submerged parts of the mangroves. Freshwater oysters, which attain a large size, are also found in the rivers, particularly in the Niger. Fish are abundant. One large-headed species in the Susu tongue called kakan is so numerous as to have given its name to a province. Cocunia birds are very numerous. They include various eagles, several kinds of heron, the egret, the marabou, the crane, and the pelican. Turacos or plantainators are common, as are other brilliantly plumaged birds. Green and grey parrots, ravens, swallows and magpies are also common. Inhabitants on the banks of the Kagon dwell the Tendas and Iolas, primitive Negro tribes, allied to those of Portuguese Guinea, Curoman 5. All other inhabitants of French Guinea are regarded as comparatively late arrivals from the interior who have displaced the Aborigines. Among the earliest of the newcomers are the Baga, the Nalu, the Lanjuman, and the Timni, regarded as typical Negroes. Curoman 5. This migration southward appears to have taken place before the 17th century. Today the Baga occupy the coastland between the Kagon and the Rio Pongo and the Lanjuman, the country immediately behind that of the Baga. The other tribes named are but sparsely represented in French Guinea, the coast region south of the Nunes, and all the interior up to Futa Jalan being occupied by the Susua tribe, belonging to the great Mandingan race, which forced its way seaward about the beginning of the 18th century, and pressed back the Timni into Sierra Leone. Futa Jalan is peopled principally by Fula Curoman 5, and the rest of the country by Malinke and other tribes of Mandingo. Curoman 5. The Mandingo, the Fula, and the Susu are Mohammedans, though the Susu retain many of their ancient rites and beliefs, those associated with spirit worship and fetish. Still, the religion of the Baga and other tribes in the northwest part of Futa Jalan are found remnants of the Aborigines, such as the Tierpi Koniagwi and the Basari, all typical Negro tribes. The white inhabitants number a few hundreds only, and are mainly French. Many of the coast peoples show, however, distinct traces of white blood, the result chiefly of the former presence of European slave traders. Thus, at the Rio Pongo, there are numerous mulattoes. South of that river, the coast tribes speak largely Pidgin English. Towns. The principal towns are Conakry, the capital, Boke on the Rio Nunes, Dubreka on the coast, a little north of Conakry, Benti on the Melakori Timbo, and Labe, the chief towns of Futa Jalan, Hirmakono, and Kindia on the main road to the Niger Kurasa, and Seguiri on a navigable stretch of that river, and Bisanjugu, formerly Samari's capital, an important military station east of the Niger. Conakry in 930 N 1346 W, population about 20,000, is the one port of entry on the coast. It is built on the little island of Tombo, which lies off the promontory of Conakry, the town being joined to the mainland by an iron bridge. During the administration of Noel Ballet 18,481,902, governor of the colony 18,901,900, Conakry was transformed from a place of small importance to one of the chief ports on the west coast of Africa, and a serious rival to Freetown, Sierra Leone. It has since grown considerably, and is provided with wharves and docks, and a jetty 1066 ft long. There is an ample supply of good water and a large public garden. In the centre of the town, in front of Government House, is a statue of Roman 1000. Ballet. Conakry is a port of call for French, British and German steamship companies, and is in telegraphic communication with Europe. It is the starting point of a railway to the Niger Sea. Below, the retail trade is in the hands of Syrians. The town is governed by a municipality. Products and industry. French Guinea possesses a fertile soil and is rich in tropical produce. The chief products are rubber brought from the interior, and palm oil and palm kernels obtained in the coast regions. Cotton is cultivated in the Niger Basin. Gum, copal, groundnuts and sesame are largely cultivated, partly for 103. Export. Among minor products are coffee, wax and ivory. Large herds of cattle and flocks of sheep are raised in Futa Jalan. These are sent in considerable numbers to Sierra Leone, Liberia, and French Congo. The trade in hides is also of considerable value. The chief grain raised is millet, the staple food of the people. The rubber is mainly exported to England, the palm products to Germany, and the groundnuts to France. The principal imports are cotton goods, of which 80 come from Great Britain, rice, cola, nuts chiefly from Liberia, spirits, tobacco, building material, and arms and ammunition, chiefly trade guns. The average annual value of the trade, for the period 19,001,907, was about 1,250,000, the annual export of rubber alone being worth 400,000 or more. The great bulk of the trade of the colony is with France and Great Britain, the last named country taking about 45 of the total. Germany comes third. Since April 1905, a surtax of 7 has been imposed on all goods of other than French origin. Communications: the railway from Conakry to the Niger at Curaçao, by the route chosen, a distance of 342 Roman 1000, was begun in 1900, and from 1902 has been built directly by the colony. The first section to Kindia 93 Roman 1000 was opened in 1904, the second section to near Timbo in Futa Jalan was completed in 1907, and the rails reached Curaçao in 1910. From Curaçao, the Niger is navigable at high water all the way to Bamako in Upper Senegal, whence there is communication by rail and river with St. Louis and Timbuktu. Besides the railway, there is an excellent road about 390 Roman 1000 long from Conakry to Curaçao, the road, in its lower part, being close to the Sierra Leone frontier, with the object of diverting trade from that British colony. Several other main roads have been built by the French, and there is a very complete telegraphic system, the lines having been connected with those of Senegal in 1899. History: this part of the Guinea coast was made known by the Portuguese voyagers of the 15th century. In consequence largely of the dangers attending its navigation, it was not visited by the European traders of the 16th–18th centuries so frequently as other regions north and east, but in the Rio Pongo at Matacong, a diminutive island near the mouth of the Forcaria, and elsewhere slave traders established themselves, and ruins of the strongholds they built and defended with cannon still exist when driven from other parts of Guinea. The slavers made this difficult and little known coast one of their last resorts, and many barracoons were built in the late years of the 18th century. It was not until after the restoration of Gori to her, at the close of the Napoleonic Wars, that France evinced any marked interest in this region. At that time, the British from their bases at the Gambia and Sierra Leone were devoting considerable attention to these Rivières du Sud Roman 1e south of Senegal, and also to Futa Jalan. René Cayley, who started his journey to Timbuktu from Bok in 1827, did much to quicken French interest in the district, and from 1838 onward, French naval officers, Bouet Willaumes and his successors, made detailed studies of the coast. About the time that the British government became wearied of its efforts to open up the interior of West Africa, General Faidherbe was appointed governor of Senegal 1854, and under his direction, vigorous efforts were made to consolidate French influence. Already in 1848, treaty relations had been entered into with the Nalu, and between that date and 1865, treaties of protectorate were signed with several of the coast tribes. During 18,761,880 new treaties were concluded with the chief tribes, and in 1881, the Almani or Emir of Futa Jalan placed his country under French protection, the French thus effectually preventing the junction behind the coastlands of the British colonies of the Gambia and Sierra Leone. Right of France to the littoral as far south as the basin of the Melancholy was recognized by Great Britain. In 1882, Germany, which had made some attempt to acquire a protectorate at Conakry, abandoned its claims in 1885, while in 1886 the northern frontier was settled in agreement with Portugal, which had ancient settlements in the same region. See Portuguese Guinea. In 1899, the limits of the colony were extended on the dismemberment of the French Sudan to include the Upper Niger districts. In 1904, the Lows Islands were ceded by Great Britain to France in part return for the abandonment of French fishing rights in Newfoundland waters. See also Senegal history. French Guinea was made a colony independent of Senegal in 1891, but in 1895 came under the supreme authority of the newly constituted Governor-Generalship of French West Africa. Guinea has a considerable measure of autonomy and a separate budget. It is administered by a lieutenant governor, assisted by a nominated council. Revenue is raised principally from customs and a capitation tax, which has replaced a hut tax. The local budget for 1907 balanced at 205,000 over the greater part of the country. The native princes retain their sovereignty under the superintendence of French officials. The development of agriculture and education are objects of special solicitude to the French authorities in general, the natives are friendly towards their white masters. See Roman 1000 Famechun Nota sur la Guinée Francaise Paris 1900, J. Chotard études géophysiques, et géologiques sur la faute Jalan Paris 1905, André Arsène la Guinée Francaise Paris 1906, a valuable monograph, J. Machet les Rivières du Sud, et la faute d'Ireland Paris 1906, another valuable work containing exhaustive bibliographies. Consult also F. Rouget la Guinée Paris 1908, an official publication, the annual reports on French West Africa, published by the British Foreign Office, and the Carte de la Guinée Francaise by Amunier, in 4 sheets on the scale 1,500,000 Paris 1902. Numerous remains of a Stone Age have been discovered both on the coast and in the hinterland. See Roman 50 Desplagnes l'Archéologie, Préhistorique en Guinée Francaise in Boulsoche, Geocom de Bordeaux March 1907, and the authorities there cited. French language Roman 1 Geography. French is the general name of the north-northwestern group of Romanic dialects, the modern Latin of northern Gaul, carried by emigration to some places Lower Canada to France. In a restricted sense, it is that variety of the Parisian dialect which is spoken by the educated, and is the general literary language of France. The region in which the native language is termed French consists of the northern half of France, including Lorraine and parts of Belgium and Switzerland. Its boundaries on the west are the Atlantic Ocean, and the Celtic dialects of Brittany on the northwest and north, the English Channel on the northeast and east, the Teutonic dialects of Belgium, Germany, and Switzerland in the southeast and south. The boundary is to a great extent conventional and ill-defined, there being originally no linguistic break between the southern French dialects and the northern Provençal dialects of southern France, northwestern Italy, and southwestern Switzerland. It is formed partly by spaces of intermediate dialects, some of whose features are French, others Provençal, partly by spaces of mixed dialects, resulting from the invasion of the space by more northern and more southern settlers, partly by lines where the intermediate dialects have been suppressed by more northern French and more southern Provençal dialects, without these having mixed. Starting in the west at the mouth of the Gironde, the boundary runs nearly north. Soon after passing Bordeaux a little north of Angoulême, it turns to the east and runs in this direction into Switzerland to the north of Geneva. Roman 2 External Historia Political. By the Roman conquests, the language of Rome was spread over the greater part of southern and western Europe, and gradually supplanted the native tongues. The language introduced was at first nearly uniform over the whole empire, Latin provincialisms, and many more or less general features of the older vulgar language being suppressed by the preponderating influence of the educated speech of the capital, as legions became stationary, as colonies were formed, and as the natives adopted the language of their conquerors. This language split up into local dialects, the distinguishing features of which are due as far as can be ascertained, except to some extent as to the vocabulary, not to speakers of different nationalities, misspeaking Latin each with the peculiarities of his native language, but to the fact that linguistic changes which are ever occurring are not perfectly uniform. Large area, however homogeneous the speakers, as Gaul was not conquered by Caesar till the middle of the 1st century before our era, its Latin cannot have begun to differ from that of Rome till after that date, but the artificial retention of classical Latin, as the literary and official language after the popular spoken language had diverged from it, often renders the chronology of the earlier periods of the Romanic languages obscure. It is, however, that the popular Latin of Gaul had become differentiated from that of central Italy before the Teutonic conquest of Gaul, which was not completed till the latter half of the 5th century. The invaders gradually adopted the language of their more civilized subjects, which remained unaffected, except in its vocabulary. Probably by this time, it had diverged 104 so widely from the artificially preserved literary language that it could no longer be regarded merely as mispronounced Latin. The Latin documents of the next following centuries contain many clearly popular words and forms, and the literary and popular languages are distinguished as Latina and Romana. The term Gallica, at first denoting the native Celtic language of Gaul, is found applied to its supplanter before the end of the 9th century, and survives in the Breton Gallic, the regular term for French, after the Franks in Gaul had abandoned their native Teutonic language. The term Francisca, by which this was denoted, came to be applied to the Romanic one they adopted, and under the form Francaise remains its native name to this day. But this name was confined to the Romanic of northern Gaul, which makes it probable that this at the time of the adoption of the name Francisca had become distinct from the Romanic of southern Gaul Francisca, is the Teutonic adjective Francisc, which occurs in Old English in the form Frencis. This word with its umlauted e from a with following I survives under the form French, which though purely Teutonic in origin and form, has long been exclusively applied to the Romanic language and inhabitants of Gaul. The German name Franzos with its accent on and o in the second syllable comes from François, a native French form older than Francais, but later than the early Old French, Francis. The Scandinavian settlers on the northwest coast of France early in the 10th century quickly lost their native speech, which left no trace, except in some contributions to the vocabulary of the language. They adopted the main feature, since, is the growth of the political supremacy of Paris, carrying with it that of its dialect. In 1539, Francis Roman I ordered that all public documents should be in French of Paris, which then became the official language of the whole kingdom, though it is still foreign to nearly half its population. The conquest of England in 1066 by William Duke of Normandy introduced into England, as the language of the rulers, and for a time most of the writers, the dialects spoken in Normandy, see also Anglo-Norman literature, confined in their native country to definite areas. These dialects following their speakers became mixed in England, so that their forms were used to some extent indifferently, and the constant communication with Normandy maintained during several reigns introduced also later forms of continental Norman, as the conquerors learned the language of the conquered, and as the more cultured of the latter learned that of the former. The Norman of England, including that of the English-speaking lowlands of Scotland, became anglicised. Instead of following the changes of the Norman of France, it followed those of English. The accession in 1154 of Henry Roman II of Anjou disturbed the Norman character of Anglo-French, and the loss of Normandy under John in 1204 gave full play to the literary importance of the French of Paris, many of whose forms afterwards penetrated to England. At the same time, English, with a large French addition to its vocabulary, was steadily recovering its supremacy, and is officially employed for the first time since the conquest in the proclamation of Henry Roman III 1250. 8. The semi-artificial result of this mixture of French of different dialects and of different periods, more or less anglicised according to the date or education of the speaker or writer, is generally termed the Anglo-Norman dialect, but the term is misleading for a great part of its existence, because while the French of Normandy was not a single dialect, the later French of England came from other French provinces besides Normandy, and being to a considerable extent in artificial conditions, was checked in the natural development implied by the term dialect. The disuse of Anglo-French as a natural language is evidenced by English being substituted for it in legal proceedings in 1362 and in schools in 1387, but law reports were written in it up to about 1600, and converted into modern literary French, it remains in official use for giving the royal assent to bills of parliament. B. Literary, doubtless because the popular Latin of northern Gaul changed more rapidly than that of any other part of the empire. French was of all the Romanic dialects the first to be recognized as a distinct language, and the first to be used in literature, and though the oldest specimen now extant is probably not the first, it is considerably earlier than any existing documents of the allied languages. In 813, the Council of Tours ordered certain homilies to be translated into rustic Roman or into German, and in 842, Louis the German, Charles the Bald, and their armies confirmed their engagements by taking oaths in both languages at Strasbourg. These have been preserved to us by the historian Nithard, who died in 853, and though in consequence of the only existing manuscript at Paris being more than a century later than the time of the author, certain alterations have occurred in the text of the French oaths, they present more archaic forms, probably of northeastern French, than any other document. The next memorials are a short poem, probably northeastern, on St. Eulalia, preserved in a manuscript of the 10th century at Valenciennes, and some autograph fragments also at Valenciennes of a homily on the prophet Jonah in mixed Latin and Eastern French of the same period. To the same century belong a poem on Christ's Passion, apparently in a mixed, not intermediate language of French and Provençal, and one probably in southeastern French on St. Leger. Both are preserved in different handwritings in a MS at Clermont-Ferrand, whose scribes have introduced many Provençal forms after the middle of the 11th century. Literary remains are comparatively numerous. The chief early representative of the main dialects are the following, some of them preserved in several MSS, the earliest of which, however, the only ones here mentioned, are in several cases a generation or two later than the works themselves in Western French, are a verse life of St. Alexius Alexis, probably Norman in an Anglo-Norman MS at Hildesheim, the epic poem of Roland, possibly also Norman in an AMS at Oxford, a Norman verbal translation of the Psalms in an ANMS, also at Oxford, another later one from a different Latin version in an ANMS at Cambridge, a Norman translation of the Four Books of Kings in a probably an MS at Paris, the earliest work in the Parisian dialect, is probably the Travels of Charlemagne preserved in a late Anglo-Norman MS, with much altered forms in Eastern French of rather later date. There are translations of the dialogues of Pope Gregory in a MS at Paris, containing also fragments of Gregory's Moralities, and still later of some sermons of St. Bernard, in a MS also in Paris, from the end of the 12th century literary, and official documents often including local charters abound in almost every dialect, until the growing influence of Paris caused its language to supersede in writing the other local ones. This influence, occasionally apparent about the end of the 12th century, was overpowering in the 15th, when authors, though often displaying provincialisms, almost all wrote in the dialect of the capital. The last dialect to lose its literary independence was the northeastern, which, being the Romanic language of Flanders, had a political life of its own and, modified by Parisian, was used in literature after 1400. Roman III internal history. Though much has been done in recent years in the scientific investigation of the sounds, inflections and syntax of the older stages and dialects of French, much still remains to be done, and it must suffice here to give a sketch mainly of the dialects which were imported into England by the Normans, in which English readers will probably take most interest, and especially of the features which explain the forms of English words of French origin. Dates and places are only approximations, and many statements are liable to be modified by further researches. The primitive Latin forms given are often not classical Latin words, but derivatives from these, and reference is generally made to the Middle English Chaucerian pronunciation of English words, not the modern. A vocabulary. The fundamental part of the vocabulary of French is the Latin imported into Gaul, the French words being simply the Latin words themselves, with the natural changes undergone by all living speech or derivatives formed at various dates. Comparatively few words were introduced from the Celtic language of the native inhabitants, bec, lu from the Celtic words, given by Latin writers as becus luca, but the number 105, adopted from the language of the Teutonic conquerors of Gaul, is large gera, where a laid choicier caution. The words were imported at different periods of the Teutonic supremacy, and consequently show chronological differences in their sounds. Her hatten francais francisc ecrivis crebis etchin skina, small separate importations of Teutonic words, resulted from the Scandinavian settlement in France, and the commercial intercourse with the Low German nations on the North Sea. Friper Norse Hripa chalup Dutch sloop Est Old English East, the meantime as Latin with considerable alterations in pronunciation. Vocabulary. Roman 100, continued in literary, official and ecclesiastical use. The popular language borrowed from time to time various more or less altered classical Latin words, and when the popular language came to be used in literature, especially in that of the Church, these importations largely increased. Virginitet eulalia virginitatem imaginer Alexis, imaginem. The popular forms would probably have been virgidit. Imain. At the Renaissance they became very abundant, and have continued since, stifling to some extent the developmental power of the language. Imported words, whether Teutonic classical Latin or other, often receive some modification at their importation, and always take part in all subsequent natural phonetic changes in the language. Early Old French adversary. Modern French adversaire. Those French words which appear to contradict the phonetic laws were mostly introduced into the language after the taking place in words already existing in the language of the changes formulated by the laws in question. Compare the late imported lake with the inherited lie, both from Latin, lacum. In this, and many other cases, the language possesses two forms of the same Latin word, one descended from it, the other borrowed mubile and mobile from mobilum. Some Oriental and other foreign words were brought in by the Crusaders. Amiral, from Emir in the 16th century wars. Royal marriages and literature caused a large number of Italian words, soldat soldato, brave bravo caressa carzare, to be introduced, and many Spanish ones, alcove alcoba habler habler. A few words have been furnished by Provencal obey cadenas, and several have been adopted from other dialects into the French of Paris. Esquiver Norman, or Picard for the Paris French. Echever German has contributed a few blocus blotches Schukrut Cirkrut, and recently a considerable number have been imported from England. Drain, comfortable, flirter in Old French new words are freely formed by derivation, and to a less extent by composition in modern French borrowing from Latin or other foreign languages, is the more usual course of the French words, now obsolete. Some have disappeared, because the things they express are obsolete. Others have been replaced by words of native formation, and many have been superseded by foreign words, generally of literary origin. Of those which survive, many have undergone considerable alterations in meaning. A large number of old French words and meanings, now extinct in the language of Paris, were introduced into English after the Norman conquest, and though some have perished, many have survived. Strife from Old French estrif, Teutonic strit, quaint from quaint, cognitum, remember from remember, rememorare, chaplet, garland from chaplet, modern French chaplet of beads, appointment, rendezvous from appointment, now salary. Many also survive in other French dialects. Dialects. The history of the French language from the period of its earliest extant literary memorials is that of the dialects composing it, but as the popular notion of a dialect, as the speech of a definite area possessing certain peculiarities, confined to and extending throughout that area, is far from correct. It will be advisable to drop the misleading divisions into Norman dialect, Picard dialect, and the like, and take instead each important feature in the chronological order as far as can be ascertained of its development, pointing out roughly the area in which it exists, and its present state. The local terms used are intentionally vague, and it does not, for instance, at all follow that because Eastern and Western are used to denote the localities of more than one dialectal feature, the boundary line between the two divisions is the same in each case. It is indeed because dialectal differences, as they arise, do not follow the same boundary lines, much less the political divisions of provinces, but cross one another to any extent, that to speak of the dialect of a large area as an individual whole, unless that area is cut off by physical or alien linguistic boundaries, creates only confusion. Thus the Central French of Paris, the ancestor of classical modern French, agrees with a more southern form of Romanic Limousin Auvergne Fours Lyonnais Dauphine in having ts not tsh for Latin kc before I and etsh, not k for kc before, and with the whole south in having gu not w for Teutonic w, while it belongs to the east in having oi for earlier I, and to the west in having e not I for Latin, and I not I from Latin e Roman 1. It may be well to denote that Southern French does not correspond to Southern France, whose native language is Provençal. Modern French means ordinary educated Parisian French. Phonology. The history of the sounds of a language is to a considerable extent that of its inflections, which no less than the body of a word are composed of sounds. This fact, and the fact that unconscious changes are much more reducible to law than conscious ones, render the phonology of a language by far the surest and widest foundation for its dialectology. The importance of the sound changes in this respect, depending not on their prominence, but on the earliness of their date for several centuries after the divergence between spoken and written Latin. The history of these changes has to be determined mainly by reasoning, aided by a little direct evidence in the misspellings of inscriptions, the semi-popular forms in glossaries, and the warnings of Latin grammarians against vulgarities. With the rise of Romanic literature, the materials for tracing the changes become abundant, though, as they do not give us the sounds themselves, but only their written representations. Much difficulty and some uncertainty often attached to deciphering the evidence. Fortunately, early Romanic orthography, that of Old French included, for which see next section, was phonetic as Italian orthography still is. The alphabet was imperfect, as many new sounds had to be represented, which were not provided for in the Roman alphabet from which it arose, but writers aimed at representing the sounds they uttered, not at using a fixed combination of letters for each word, however they pronounced it. The characteristics of French as distinguished from the allied languages, and from Latin, and the relations of its sounds, inflections, and syntax to those of the last-named language, belong to the general subject of the Romanic languages. It will be well, however, to mention here some of the features in which it agrees with the closely related Provençal, and some in which it differs. As to the latter, it has already been pointed out that the two languages glide insensibly into one another, there being a belt of dialects which possess some of the features of each French and Provençal of the 10th century, the earliest date, at which documents exist in both agree to a great extent in the treatment of Latin final consonants, and the vowels preceding them a matter of great importance for inflections. Numerous French examples occur in this section. 1. They reject all vowels, except O of Latin final unaccented syllables, unless preceded by certain consonant combinations, or followed by nt. Here as elsewhere certain exceptions cannot be noticed 2, they do not reject a similarly situated 3, they reject final unaccented M, for they retain final S. French and Northern Provencal also agree in changing Latin U from a labioguttural to a labiopalatal vowel, the modern sound German U of the accented vowel of French lune. Provencal luna, contrasting with that in Italian and Spanish luna, appears to have existed before the earliest extant documents. The final vowel laws generally apply to the unaccented vowel, preceding the accented syllable, if it is preceded by another syllable, and followed by a single consonant matin matutinum dortoir dormitorium, with vowel dropped canvas cannabiseum armiger later armura, now armure armaturam with E, as explained below. On the other hand, French differs from Provencal 1 in uniformly preserving in early Old French Latin final T, which 106 is generally rejected in Provencal French amit Latin amat, Provencal ama imant amant, Prov amon 2, in always rejecting absorbing or consonantizing the vowel of the last syllable, but 1 if unaccented in such words as angel often, spelt angle the E, after the G only serves to show its soft sound French veinter, now venker Latin vincere prov vencer, with accent on first syllable French esclander scandalum, prov escandal French oli disyllabic, y consonant now huel prov oli oleum 3 in changing, accented and not in position into ai before nasals and gutturals, and not after, palatal and elsewhere into e West French or I East French, which develops an I before it when preceded by a palatal French main, Latin manum, prov man, ager acum ager ele elam East French isle, prov elam mati mediatatum, East French moitiat prov metat, 4 in changing a in unaccented final syllables into the vowel intermediate, to a and e. This vowel is written in 1 or 2 of the older documents, elsewhere e French, aim Latin ama, prov ama aims amas, prov amas amit amat prov ama 5, in changing original o into o French or aurum prov, or robber Teutonic robin prov robber 6, in changing general Romanic e from accented e, and I not in position into I French vein venom prov vena pale pilum, prov p. As some of the dialectal differences were in existence at the date of the earliest extant documents, and as the existing materials till the latter half of the 11th century are scanty and of uncertain locality, the chronological order here adopted of the earlier sound changes is only tentative. D. Orthography. The history of French spelling is based on that of French sounds, as already stated, the former, apart from a few Latinisms, in the earliest documents for several centuries, faithfully followed the latter. When the popular Latin of Gaul was first written, its sounds were represented by the letters of the Roman alphabet, but these were employed not in the values they had in the time of Caesar, but in those they had acquired in consequence of the phonetic changes that had meantime taken place. Thus, as the Latin sound U had become O close O, and U had become Y French U German U, the letter U was used sometimes to denote the sound O, sometimes the sound Y, as Latin K written C had become TSH or TS, according to dialect before E and IC, was used to represent those sounds, as well as that of K. The chief features of early French orthography, apart from the specialities of individual MSS, especially, the earliest are therefore Thessex stood for K and TSH or TSD for D108, and DH soft THE for EE and G for G, and DZHH was often written in words of Latin origin where not sounded. IJ stood for IY consonant, and DZHO for O Anglo-Norman U, and OS for S, and ZT for T, and THUV for O Anglo-Norman UY, and VY rare for IZ for DZ and TS. Some new sounds had also to be provided for where TSH had to be distinguished from non-final TS. Chat first, as in Italian, denoting K before I and E. Chi from QV was used for it. Palatal L was represented by IL, which when final usually lost one L, and after I dropped its I. Palatal N by GNNG or NGN, to which I was often prefixed, and the new letter W, originally UVV, and sometimes representing merely UV or VU, was employed for the consonant sound, still denoted by it in English. All combinations of vowel letters represented diphthongs, thus AI denoted a followed by IO, either O or OUI, either OI Anglo-Norman UI or YE, and similarly with the other say, EU, OI, EU, IU and O, and the triphthong EU silent letters, except initial H in Latin words, are very rare, though MSS copied from older ones often retain letters whose sounds, though existing in the language of the author, had disappeared from that of the more modern scribe. The subsequent changes in orthography are due mainly to changes of sound, and find their explanation in the phonology. Thus, as Old French progresses, S, having become silent before voiced consonants, indicates only the length of the preceding vowel E before nasals from the change of E nasal E to a nasal, represents a C from the change of TS to S, represents S can GU from the loss of the W of KW and GW, represent K and G hard AI from the change of AI to E, represents EO from the change of O and O to U, represents UCH and G from the change of TSH and DZH to SH and ZH, represent SH and ZH EU and U originally representing diphthongs, represent German OZ from the change of TS and DZ to S and Z, represents S and Z. The new values of some of these letters were applied to words not originally spelt with them. Old French K before I and E was replaced by Kivsk Latin Episcopum. Old French U and O for O, after this sound had split into EU and U, were replaced in the latter case by O ruse for rose, or ruse Latin russum S was accidentally inserted to mark a long vowel passel pale, Latin pallidum, EU replaced U and O nuf Latin novum, and novum Z replaced S, after Ines nes nasum. The use of X for final S is due to an orthographical mistake. The MS contraction of us being something like X was at last confused with it X for eos oculos, and its meaning being forgotten U was inserted before the XU, which thus meant no more than S, and was used for it after other vowels voir for vois vocum, as literature came to be extensively cultivated traditional, as distinct from phonetic spelling, began to be influential, and in the 14th century, the close of the Old French period, this influence, though not overpowering, was stronger than in England at that time. About the same period there arose etymological, as distinct from traditional spelling. This practiced the alteration of traditional spelling by the insertion or substitution of letters which occurred, or were supposed to occur in the Latin or supposed Latin originals of the French words, became very prevalent in the 3 following centuries, when such forms as devoir deber for devoir folks, falsum for faus author octorum, supposed to be authorum for auterpoids, supposed to be from pondus really from pensum for poise were the rule. But besides the etymological, there was a phonetic school of spelling Ramus in 1562, for instance writes imates with E and E, for amists which though unsuccessful on the whole had some effect in correcting the excesses of the other, so that in the 17th century, most of these inserted letters began to drop of those which remain some phlegmy for phlegm or flume, Latin phlegma, have corrupted the pronunciation. Some important reforms as the dropping of silent S and its replacement by a circumflex over the vowel, when this was long the frequent distinction of close and open E by acute and grave, accents the restriction of I and U, to the vowel sound of J and V to the consonant, and the introduction from Spain of the cedilla, to distinguish CS from CK before a U and OR, due to the 16th century. The replacement of OI where it had assumed the value E by AI did not begin till the last century, and was not the rule till the present one. Indeed, since the 16th century, the changes in French spelling have been small compared with the changes of the sound's final consonants, and final E unaccented, are still written, though the sounds they represent have disappeared. Still, a marked effort towards the simplification of French orthography was made in the 3rd edition of the Dictionary of the French Academy 1740, practically, the work of the Abbé d'Olivet, while in the first 1694 and second, 1718 editions of this dictionary words were overburdened with silent letters, supposed to represent better the etymology. In the 3rd edition, the spelling of about 5,000 words out of about 18,000 was altered, and made more in conformity with the pronunciation. So, for instance, C was dropped in benefactor and object C in scavoir D in advocat S in acroister albaster aspre, and bastard E in the past part cru du vieux, and in such words as allure suilure Y was replaced by I in ceci celi gay joy Roman 100, but those changes were not made systematically, and many pedantic spellings were left untouched, while many inconsistencies still remain in the present orthography. Siffler and persifler, souffleur and boursoufleur. See the consequence of those efforts in contrary directions is that French orthography is now quite as traditional and unphonetic as English, and gives an even falser notion than this of the actual state of the language. It is supposed to represent many of the features of Old French orthography. Early and late are preserved in English orthography. To it we owe the use of C for S Old English CK, only of JI, for DZH of VU, for V in Old English written F, and probably of CH for TSH. The English W is purely French, the Old English letter being the runic. When French was introduced into England, KW had not lost its W, and the French with that value replaced the Old English C queen for sen in Norman Old French. O had become very like U, and in England went entirely into it, O which was one of its French signs, thus came to be often used for you in English come for cum you having often in Old French. Its modern French value was so used in England, and replaced the Old English y busy for bicy, Middle English brud for brid, and y was often used for I day for die in the 13th century, when o had come to represent you in France. It was borrowed by English, and used for the long sound of that vowel sour for sir, and gu, which had come to mean simply jihad, was occasionally used to represent the sound g before I and e guess for jess. Some of the early modern etymological spellings were imitated in England. Phlegm and auteur were replaced by phlegm and author, the latter spelling having corrupted the pronunciation. Inflections in the earliest Old French extant. The influence of analogy, especially in verbal forms, is very marked when these are compared with Latin. Thus the present participles of all conjugations take ant the ending of the first Latin anthem, and become stronger as the language progresses. Such isolated inflectional changes as savate into savite, which are cases of regular phonetic changes, are not noticed here. Roman 1 verbs 1 in the oldest French texts, the Latin pluperfect, with the sense of the perfect occasionally a cursavrit haburat roverat rogoverat. It disappears before the 12th century. 2 The u of the ending of the first pers plur muse drops in Old French, except in the perfect where its presence as is not yet satisfactorily explained. Amams amamus influenced by sumus but amames amavimus in Picard. The atonic ending mise is extended to all tenses, giving amoms. Roman 1003 in the present indicative second person. Plur the ending es of the first conjugation Latin atis extends even in the earliest documents to all verbsaves receves, os habetis recipitis or ditis, like ames armatis, such forms as dits fates decitis facitis, being exceptional archaisms. This levelling of the conjugation does not appear at such an early time in the future, formed from the infinitive, and from habetis reduced to etis in the Roland. Both forms occur porteres porter habetis assinating on re roi regem, and the younger porteres on citet site civitatum, but about the end of the 13th century, the older form es ois is dropped, and es becomes gradually the uniform ending for this second person of the plural in the future tense. 4 In Eastern French, the first plur when preceded by I has e not o before the nasal, while Western French has u or o, as in the present passiomes passimus in the Jonah. Homily makes it probable that the latter is the older form. Picard aviems Burgundian avians Norman 109 aviems, Habebamus. 5 The subjunctive of the first conjugation has at first in the singular no final e, in accordance with the final vowel loss plurs, plurt plorum plors, plorit. The forms are gradually assimilated to those of the other conjugations, which deriving from Latin as at have es et modern French plur plurs plur, like purd purds, purd purdam purdas, purdet. 6 In Old French, the present subjunctive and the first sing pres ind generally show the influence of the I or e of the Latin eam io, eo Old French muga, or moage moriat for moriata tigni, or tinge tenit mur, or moac morio for moria tying or tinc tenio by degrees. These forms are levelled under the other present forms modern French mura and moors, following muet morit for morita tine, and tines following tint tenet. A few of the older forms remain the vowel of ea habum and ai habio, contrasting with that of a habit. 7 A levelling of which instances occur in the 11th century, but which is not yet complete, is that of the accented and unaccented stem syllables of verbs in Old French. Many verb stems with shifting accent vary in accordance with phonetic loss. Parlor, parabolo, amer, amer have in the present indicative parole, parabolo, paroles, parabolas, parolit, parabolat, parlums, parabolamus, parles, parabolatis, paralent, parabolant, aim, amo, aims, amas, amit, amat, amams, amamus, ames, amatis, imant, amant. In the first case, the unaccented in the second. The accented form has prevailed. Modern French parle, parler, aim, aimer in several verbs as tenure. Tenor. The distinction is retainedtions tines, tint tenens tenes, tinent 8 in Old French, as stated above. I, instead of e from occurs after a palatal, which if a consonant often split into I with a dental. The diphthong thus appears in several forms of many verbs of the first conjugation prior prayer. Precaire venier vindicare lacier laxer adier adjuter. At the close of the Old French period, those verbs in which the stem ends in a dental replace I by the e of other verbs. Old French lacier adier laces, laxatis ades adjutatis. Modern French lacer ader laces ades, by analogy of aimer ames. The older forms generally remain in Picard lacier adier 9. The addition of e to the first sing pres ind of all verbs of the first conjugation is rare before the 13th century, but is usual in the 15th. it is probably due to the analogy of the third-person Old French chant canto aim amo, modern French chant aim 10 in the 13th century. S is occasionally added to the first per sing, except those ending in E and AI, and to the second sing of imperatives at the close of the 16th century. This becomes the rule and extends to imperfects and conditionals in oi after the loss of their E. It appears to be due to the influence of the second per sing Old French vend vendo, and vend vendoi vendibam party partivi, ting tenui, modern French vens vendis parties tins, and don donor in certain cases, becomes dans 11 the first and second plur of the pres-subj, which in Old French were generally similar to those of the indicative gradually taken I before them, which is the rule after the 16th century Old French perdens, perdemus, perdes, perdatis, modern French perdians, perdis, apparently by analogy of the imp in 12, the loss in late Old French of final st Roman 100, when preceding another consonant, caused many words to have in reality, though often concealed by orthography, double forms of inflection on without termination, the other with thus in the 16th century, the second sing pres in doors dormis, and the third dort dormit, were distinguished as doors and dort, when before a vowel as doors and dort at the end of a sentence or line of poetry, but ran together as door when followed by a consonant. Still later the loss of the final consonant when not followed by a vowel further reduced the cases in which the forms were distinguished, so that the actual French conjugation is considerably simpler than is shown by the customary spellings, except when in consequence of an immediately following vowel, the old terminations occasionally appear. Even here the antiquity is to a considerable extent artificial or delusive, some of the insertions being due to analogy and the popular language often omitting the traditional consonant, or inserting a different 113, the subsequent general loss of E in unaccented final syllables, has still further reduced the inflections, but not the distinctive forms perd perdit, and perd perdet being generally distinguished as per and perd, and before a vowel as pert and perd. Roman 2 substantives 1 in early Old French, as in Provencal there are two main declensions, the masculine and the feminine, with a few exceptions. The former distinguishes nominative and accusative in both, numbers the latter in neither. The nom and ac sing and ac plur mas correspond to those of the Latin second or third declension, the nom plur to that of the second declension, the sing fem corresponds to the nom and ac of the Latin first declension, or to the ac of the third, the plur fem to the ac of the first declension, or to the nom and ac of the third. Thus masc tors taurus lir, latro tor torum lerin latronum tor tori lerin latroni, for nes tors toros lerins latrons, but fem only ele ala and alam flor florum, eles, alas flors florus nam and ac about the end of the 11th century, feminines not ending in e take, by analogy of the masculines s in the nam sing, thus distinguishing nam flors from ac flor. A century later masculines without s in the nam sing take this consonant by analogy of the other masculines, giving lurs as nam similar to tors in Anglo-Norman. The accusative forms very early begin to replace the nominative, and soon supersede them. The language following the tendency of contemporaneous English in continental French, the declension system was preserved much longer, and did not break up till the 14th century, though ac forms are occasionally substituted for nam, rarely nam for ac before that date. It must be noticed, however, that in the current language, the reduction of the declension to one case generally, the accusative per number, appears much earlier than in the language of literature proper and poetry. Froissart, for instance, Roman 100 in his poetical works, is much more careful of the declension than in his chronicles in the 15th century. The modern system of one case is fully established. The form kept is almost always the accusative sing without s plural with s, but in a few words such as fils, filius, sir, sora, pastor, pastor, and in proper names such as George's gills, Roman 100 often used as vocative. Therefore with the form of nam, the nam survives in the sing, occasionally. Both forms exist in different senses. Sire senior and seigneur seniorum on homo and ham hominum. Two Latin neuters are generally masculine in Old French, and inflected according to their analogy as seals. Caelus for coelum nam seal coelum ac seal caeli for caela nam seals caelos for caelar ac. But in some cases the form of the Latin neuter is preserved, as in cors now cor lat corpus tens, now temps lat tempus. Many neuters lose their singular form, and treat the plural as a feminine singular, as in the related language esmerve mirabilia fuel folia, but in a few words the neuter plural termination is used as in Italian in its primitive sensicar cara, which exists as well as carry pair lat peria modern French chars pairs 3 in Old French. the inflectional s often causes phonetic changes in the stem, thus palatal l before s takes t after it, and becomes dental l, which afterwards changes to u, or drops filium and filii with palatal l, fills filius and filios afterwards fizz with zts preserved in English fits, and then fis as now spelt fils. Many consonants before s as the t of fizz disappear, and l is vocalized vivum mal malum nominative sing, and ac plur vis mouse earlier mals. These forms of the plural are retained in the 16th century, though often etymologically spelt with the consonant of the singular, as in vifs pronounced vis, but in late modern French many of them disappear vifs with f sounded, as in the singular being the plural of vif bals, formerly box that of bal in many words as chant cantus and champs campos with silent t, and p Old French chans, in both cases, mox Old French mals, sing mal u oculos Old French lz sing ill. The old change in the stem is kept sometimes as in sia kalos, and seals the old traditional, and the modern analogical forms coexist with different meanings, for the modern loss of final s, except when kept as z before a vowel, has seriously modified the French declension, the singulars fort for and forte fort being generally undistinguishable from their plurals forts, and fortes. The subsequent loss of infinals has not affected the relation between sing and plur forms, but with the frequent recoining of the plural forms on the singular present, modern French has very often no distinction between sing and plur, except before a vowel. Such plurals as mox have always been distinct from their singular mal. In those whose singular ends in s there never was any distinction. Old French, las now spelt lax, corresponding to lacvius, lacvium, lacve, and lacvios. Roman 3 adjectives 1. The terminations of the cases and numbers of adjectives are the same as those of substantives, and are treated in the preceding paragraph. The feminine generally takes no e if the masc has none, and if there is no distinction. In Latin from sing fort, fortum grant, grandum fem plur, fors fortes grants, grands. Like the ac masc certain adjectives of this class, and among them all the adjectives formed with the Latin suffix ensis take regularly, even in the oldest French, the feminine ending e in provencal, a courtois femme, courtus commune, femme commune. To these must not be added dus mod fr dals dus fem dus, which probably comes from a Low Latin dulcius dulcia in the 11th century. Some other feminines originally without e begin in Norman to take this termination grand in a feminine assonance in the Alexis plur grands, but other dialects generally preserve the original form till the 14th century. In the 16th century, the e is general in the feminine, and is now universal, except in a few expressions. Grandmere, with erroneous apostrophe grandum matrum letters roox, litteras regales, and most adverbs from adjectives in ant incurrem et curante, for inter ment cement scient, meant to. Several adjectives have in modern French replaced the masc by the feminine. Old French masc roit rigidum, fem roid rigidum, modern French roid for both genders. 3. In Old French, several Latin simple comparatives are preserved. Mea majorum nom, mea major grainer, grandurum nom, grander, grandeur. Only a few of these now survive. Pia pejor melor melirum, with their adverbial neuters pies, pejus mea melius. The few simple superlatives found in Old French, as merm minimum, pesmi, pessimus, proismi, proximum, haltismi, altissimum, this last one being clearly a literary word, are now extinct, and when they existed had hardly the meaning of a superlative, for the modern loss of many final consonants, when not before vowels, and the subsequent loss of final, have greatly affected the distinction between the masc and fem of adjectives. Fort and forte are still distinguished, as for and fort, but amur amorum and amur amoram with their plurals, amurs and amurs, have run together. F derivation. Most of the Old French prefixes and suffixes are descendants of Latin ones, but a few are Teutonic ard hard, and some are later borrowings from Latin ari afterwards, air from arium. In modern French, many old affixes are hardly used for forming new words. The inherited ear arium is yielding to the borrowed air, the popular conter contra to the learned anti-Greek, and the native e atom to the Italian. Ade, the suffixes of many words have been assimilated to more common ones, thus singular singularm is now sanglier. G syntax. Old French syntax, gradually changing from the 10th to the 14th century, has a character of its own distinct from that of modern French, though when compared with Latin syntax, it appears decidedly modern. H summary. Looking at the internal history of the French language, as a whole there is no such strongly marked division as exists between Old and Middle English, or even between Middle and Modern English. Some of the most important changes are quite modern, and are concealed by the traditional orthography, but even making allowance for this, the difference between French of the 11th century and that of the 20th is less than that between English of the same dates, the most important change in itself, and for its effects is probably that which is usually made the division between Old and Modern French, the loss of the formal distinction between nominative and accusative next to this, are perhaps the gradual loss of many final consonants, the still recent loss of the vowel of unaccented final syllables, and the extension of analogy in conjugation and declension in its construction. Old French is distinguished by a freedom strongly contrasting with the strictness of the modern language and bears, as might be expected, a much stronger resemblance than the latter to the other Romanic dialects in many features. Indeed, both positive and negative modern French forms, a class by itself, distinct in character from the other modern representatives of Latin. Roman IV bibliography, the few works which treat of French philology as a whole, are now in many respects antiquated, and the important discoveries of recent years, which have revolutionized our ideas of Old French phonology and dialectology, are scattered in various editions, periodicals, and separate treatises for many things. Dies Grammatik der Romanischen Sprachen, 4th Editione reprint of the 3rd Bonn 18,761,877, French translation Paris 18,721,875, is still very valuable. Burguy's Grammaire de la langue d'Oil 2nd Editione reprint of the 1st Berlin 18,690,1870, is useful only as a collection of examples. Schwann's Grammatik des Altfranzösischen, as revised by Behrens in the 3rd edition, Leipzig 1898. French translation Leipzig and Paris 1900, is by far the best Old French grammar we possess for the history of French language. In general, C. F. Brunot Histoire de la langue, Francaise des Origines, a 1900. Paris, 1905-1906, Roman 100, for the History of Spelling, a F. Didat Observations sur l'orthographe, o orthographie, Francaise suivis d'une histoire de la réforme orthographique depuis le XVe siècle jusqu'à nos jours, 2nd ed. Paris, 1868, for the History of French Sound ch. Thurot de la Prononciation, Francaise depuis le commencement du XVe siècle, d'après les témoignages des grammariens, 2 vols. Paris, 18,811,883, for the History of Syntax. Apart from various grammatical works of a general character, much is to be gathered from Ad Tabler's Vermischt Beiträge zur Französischen Grammatik, 3 parts 1886-1894, 1899 parts Roman I and Roman II, in second editions 1902-1906 g. Paris edition of La Vie de S. Alexis Paris, 1872, was the pioneer of and retains an important place among the recent original works on Old French. Darmstädter and Hatzfeld's Le Sixième siècle Paris, 1878, contains the first good account of early modern French litters. Dictionnaire de la langue, Francaise 4 vols. Paris, 18,630,1869, and a supplement 1877, and Hatzfeld Darmstädter and Thomas Dict General de la langue, Francaise more condensed 2 vols. Paris, 18,881,900, contain much useful and often original information about the etymology and history of French words. For the etymology of many French and also provençal words, reference must be made to Ant Thomas Essays de Philologie Francaise Paris, 1897, and Nouveau Essays de Philologie Francaise Paris, 1904, but there is no French dictionary properly historical. A Dictionnaire historique de la langue francaise was begun by the Académie Francaise, 4 vols. 18,591,894, but it was from the first antiquated. It contains only one letter A, and has not been continued. The leading periodicals now in existence are the Romania Paris, founded in 1872, and edited by P. Mayer and G. Paris, with Ant Thomas, since the death of G. Paris in 1903, and the Zeitschrift für Romanische Philologie Halle, founded in 1877, and edited by G. Grober. To these reference should be made for information as to the very numerous articles, treatises and editions by the many and often distinguished scholars who, especially in France and Germany, now prosecute the scientific study of the language. It may be well to mention that Old French phonology, especially being complicated and as yet incompletely investigated, these publications, the views in which are of various degrees of value, require not mere acquiescent reading but critical study. The dialects of France in their present state patois are now being scientifically investigated. The special works on the subject, dictionaries, grammars, Roman 100, cannot be fully indicated here. We must limit ourselves to the mention of Behrens' Bibliography des Patois Gallo-Romans, 2nd ed., revised Berlin 1893, and of Guillerin and Edmont's Atlas linguistique de la France 1902, et seq., a huge publication planned to contain about 1,800 maps.